Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 391. Maxie snapped her head up. This thing spoke to you. Riftan remained silent, his eyes locked on the monstrous form sprawled on the ground. Sensing his hesitance, Maxie anxiously prodded, "What did it say?" Kneeling to examine the creature's limbs, Riftan sounded nonchalant when he spoke. Action. It called me a sinner. Throughout our fight, it kept repeating something I didn't understand. Maybe you can make sense of it. He recited the incantation, his brow furrowed. Goosebumps rippled over Maxie as she recognized the ancient Elvish. Her gaze shifted nervously between her husband and the lifeless creature. Her voice shook as she said, "It was warning you. That you will pay for your sins." A wry smile tugged at the corners of Riftan's mouth. Rising to his feet, he simply said, "I see." Maxie was taken aback by his composure. His life had been threatened by a mysterious monster, and yet he seemed almost amused. Had he not grasped the gravity of the situation? "You need to take this more seriously," Maxie blurted, her voice taut with tension. "That thing. It knew you were the Dragon Slayer." "Hardly surprising, considering all of Rovidan has heard how I split Sector's skull," he replied apathetically. "The monsters see me as the Desecrator." Maxie looked at him in disbelief. He had already anticipated that the monsters of the Pamela Plateau might have a vendetta against him. She chastised herself for not considering that. After all, these monsters had worshipped the dragon. Of course they would seek vengeance on the man who had slain their idol. A realization dawned on Maxie, then. Deep down, she still regarded the monsters as inferior. The Church's teachings, that these evil creatures were agents of blind destruction, clouded her judgment. It was a dangerous way to think, especially given the invasion 3 years ago and their current perilous situation. "If the monsters manage to resurrect the dragon, they will come for Anatole first," she said gravely. "That will not happen," Riftan said, his voice calm, "because we're going to stop them." His unwavering confidence eased Maxie's fears. He was right. The coalition army had been effectively thwarting the monsters' plans. Victory was in sight, with only Vismore Castle and Dristan left to reclaim. Mirroring his composure, Maxie smiled. "You are right. We will stop them." On the first day of Midna's liberation, the coalition army worked through the night to transport the dead. Normally, victorious soldiers would celebrate with feasts, liquor, and well-earned rest, but the looming threat of a necromancer turning their dead into reanimated horrors made it essential to prioritize funeral rites. A total of 129 bodies were laid to rest in the cemetery behind the basilica in a vacant lot on the city's west side. As soldiers attended to this grim task, the mages and medics busied themselves with treating the wounded. With 300 soldiers injured in the brutal siege, there was a desperate shortage of healers and remedies. Despite her exhaustion from her earlier mission, Maxie could not turn away from the agonized cries of the wounded. This time, not even Ruth tried to dissuade her from working throughout the night. Together, they set broken limbs, extracted arrows lodged in flesh and bone, and sutured wounds until dawn began to break. Finally, they collapsed onto cots in a corner of the infirmary to rest. When Maxie awoke, it was well past noon. She blinked dazedly up at the sky outside the arched window for a moment before she managed to sit up, rubbing her throbbing temple. "Go back to sleep," came a voice. Turning, she found Riftan seated in front of a large brazier. She watched him poke the fire with a stick for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. She was in an unfamiliar room. Where are we?" "This is the residence of Midna's administrator. I brought you here." Riftan snapped the stick in two and tossed the pieces into the fire. Maxie struggled up from the bed, but she swayed and clutched her head when a wave of dizziness overcame her. It seemed the toll of her careless exertions had finally caught up with her. "I told you to rest." When Riftan tried to push her back on the bed, Maxie shook her head. "But," she protested, "I must go check on the wounded. I've instructed them to send for you if needed, so just do as one say." Sensing the anger in his voice, Maxie obediently lay back down. If she were truly honest with herself, she was desperate for rest. She nestled her cheek into the musty pillow and let out a small sigh. "I think first of may have overdone it," she admitted. "As you always do," Riftan replied tersely, tucking the blanket around her. He moved away and carefully removed something from the blazing fire with iron tongs. His broad shoulders and muscular arms moved rhythmically as he began working on the mysterious item. Maxie watched him for a while before her gaze wandered over her surroundings. The scars of the undead invasion lay all around the once opulent room. Burn marks marred the walls and floor, deep gashes defaced the wooden posts, and both curtains and carpet were soiled with dirt. However, encased by thick walls, the chamber was far warmer than any tent or ruined building they could have found. Shifting into a more comfortable position, Maxie pulled the blanket up to her chin and let out a soft sigh of contentment. She could not remember the last time she had the luxury of simply lying in bed. Deciding to make the best of this opportunity, she closed her eyes. Just then, Riftan touched something to her lips. "Open your mouth." Obediently, she parted her lips, and something warm filled her mouth. Maxie began to chew reflexively, but her eyes fluttered open at the unexpected sweetness. Riftan watched her silently. "Is it too hot?" Shaking her head, Maxie continued to chew. A small smile spread over Riftan's face as he peeled another roasted chestnut with a knife. He brought the yellow kernel to her lips. "Open up." Blinking, Maxie slowly did as she was told. Riftan looked pleased as he fed her the succulent chestnut, and this small act filled Maxie with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Despite her physical and emotional exhaustion, the tender care from her husband made her feel as if she were in heaven. "Did you eat it all?" When she nodded, he promptly offered her another kernel, which she accepted without complaint. Watching her with satisfaction, Riftan leaned in to give her a peck on the lips as she chewed. "You are so lovely when you're obedient," he whispered teasingly. Maxie shot him a mock glare. "I suppose that means you find me insufferable when I'm not." "Well, you're certainly less lovely then." Maxie slapped his shoulder, and Riftan gave a hearty laugh. Kissing her cheek, he said, "Even in your least lovely state, your beauty exceeds that of every woman in the world. You have absolutely nothing to worry about." His words sent a blush creeping up Maxie's cheeks, and her heart melted like butter under the blazing sun. How could he say such embarrassing sentiments so effortlessly? Eyeing him skeptically, she murmured, "You rake. That is slander." Snorting, Riftan picked up his knife to continue peeling chestnuts. Maxie scooted closer to rest her chin on his shoulder. "Were you this attentive to all your past lovers as well?" she asked, genuinely curious. "Why do you assume one had past lovers?" Riftan sounded baffled. Maxie stared at his perfectly sculpted face, glossy black hair, and deep ebony eyes as if asking how he could be so unaware of his own allure. She was not so naive to think that a man with such striking looks had never had a romantic partner. "Why, you were 25 when we married, and you were knighted at 18. Given your status and your presence at court, it is a natural assumption you would have experience." Riftan opened his mouth, then shut it again, clearly thinking that any argument would be futile. Shoving a meticulously peeled chestnut into her mouth, he said gruffly, "Stop talking nonsense and eat." After hastily swallowing, Maxie shook his shoulders. "Don't be like that. Just tell me how many lovers you've had." Riftan, who had been steadfastly focused on his task, turned his head to regard her with a searching look. "What about you? What about me? Have you ever held another man in your heart?" he asked as he bit into a slightly undercooked chestnut. Caught off guard, Maxie stammered, Do you mean before our marriage?" His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Should one be asking about both before and after?" Don't be absurd," Maxie retorted, scowling. I have never engaged in unchaste behavior. Neither before nor after our marriage. My question was about your heart," Riftan clarified, his expression unreadable. "Among the many men who visited Croiso Castle, there must have been one or two who caught your fancy." Under the oak tree. Chapter 392. Maxie furrowed her brow. She had been asking after his love life just a moment ago. How had she become the one under scrutiny? Suspecting Riftan was artfully steering the conversation away, Maxie retorted, "I kept, mostly to myself. After coming of age, I spent most of my time in the annex. And on the rare occasions I was required to make an appearance, I would take my leave as quickly as possible. How could I have taken a liking to anyone? When I never even had the chance to converse with a man my age? One can fall in love without ever engaging in a proper conversation," Riftan shot back. He turned back to the brazier as he meticulously peeled the charred skin off another chestnut. Sometimes a distant glance is all it takes to capture a heart. Maxie shot daggers at the back of his head. Are you speaking from experience?" To her astonishment, she noticed his nape and earlobes flush with color. A wave of jealousy washed over her. She knew that young knights often idolized high-born women. Could Riftan have gone through such a phase himself? Her eyes moistened at the thought of an 18-year-old Riftan, newly knighted and enamored with a sophisticated, alluring noblewoman. Overwhelmed by jealousy, she burst out, I am sorry to say I am not so loose that I would fall for a stranger. How could someone be attracted to a person they do not even? Maxie stopped short. Something had just dawned on her, and a deep flush bloomed over her face as she noticed Riftan's wooden expression. She was the woman who had captured his heart. He had even told her as much himself. A cold sweat broke out on her back, and she quickly adjusted her tone. However, I did find you quite dashing, when you first arrived at Croiso Castle. With a derisive snort, Riftan tossed the chestnut skins into the fire. Really? It is the truth. Yes, your aloofness was intimidating. But I thought you were undeniably handsome. Do you always run like the plague from people you think are handsome? Well. Maxie's eyes darted around, searching for an excuse, before she let out a resigned sign. The truth was, she had not found him entirely appealing during their first encounter. His confidence, which had bordered on arrogance, had poked at her insecurities, and his excessively good looks had strangely put her off. It had also annoyed her that all the women in the castle seemed infatuated with him. Yet, despite her initial fears and reluctance, she had found herself stealing glances at the dashing knight. Perhaps it was his unattainability that had made her put up an emotional wall. Twining her arms around his neck, she admitted, I avoided you. Because being near you made me feel insignificant. I find that difficult to believe. Riftan turned to look at her with a frown. Insignificant? I worship the very ground you walked on. A mere smile from you, and I would have been on my knees. Do you have any idea of the absurd things I did just to catch your eye? How could I when you looked as though you were plotting murder half the time? Caught off guard, Riftan fell silent. Maxie stared at him, her eyes alight with curiosity. Did you really desire my attention? Enough. Eat. He affected a look of indifference as he pushed a peeled chestnut into her mouth. Undeterred, she continued to press him as she chewed. Since when? Tell me. Riftan shot her an irritated look, but his flushed cheeks made him appear more like an adorably petulant child than the intimidating man he was aiming for. I would like to know. Can't you just tell me? Maxie pleaded. Finally, Riftan confessed with a sign, from the moment I laid eyes on you. Shock wound through her. But you were scowling the first time we met. When did I? He began angrily, then stopped himself. He groaned as if defeated. I have no defense for these accursed facial muscles of mine. With that, he resumed the task of peeling chestnuts as if to put an end to their argument. Maxie watched him with an odd expression. What about her had drawn him with such force? While she had overcome her initial insecurities and learned to appreciate her charming qualities, she knew hers was not the sort of beauty to ensnare every man's heart. Yet, Riftan seemed to regard her as the epitome of allure. A pleased smile crossed her lips as she began to twirl strands of his hair around her finger. Are you partial to redheads? So it seems. Riftan grumbled, abruptly pushing another chestnut into her mouth. His endearing shyness made Maxie burst into laughter. Lying on her stomach, she allowed him to feed her while she continued her flirtatious line of questioning. Then, had I been fair-haired, I suppose you would not have spared me a glance. Perhaps. When Maxie slapped his shoulder, Riftan chuckled as if pleased by his petty revenge for her embarrassing questions. He kissed her bulging cheek and whispered tenderly, even if your hair turned white, I would still find you captivating. Action. Though he had spoken the words playfully, Maxie felt her throat constrict. The image of them together, old and gray and still in love, filled her with joy. You really do have a way with words, you rake. Shaking his head at her persistent teasing, Riftan could not help but smile. Giggling, Maxie nuzzled her cheek against his neck before popping another piece of chestnut into her mouth, savoring it with a bite of bread. After enjoying a few more hours of respite, she changed into fresh clothes and ventured outside to check on the wounded. The streets, once marred by ashes and corpses, were now blanketed in snow that had fallen overnight. Don't push yourself, Riftan cautioned, draping a coat over her shoulders with a look of concern. Maxie gave him a bright smile. Don't worry. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, they heard Ursuline call for Riftan. He glanced toward the sound, and Maxie, realizing he had been neglecting his responsibilities to be with her, gently nudged him on the back. Go on. I will be fine. See you this evening, then, he said with a sigh. He strode away to where the knights were gathered. After watching him disappear, Maxie turned and entered a crumbling chapel that now served as a makeshift infirmary. Packed inside were hundreds of wounded soldiers. After ensuring that no one's condition had deteriorated overnight, Maxie moved to the back of the chapel where Ruth attended to one of the men. "I apologize for my lateness, Ruth. I will take over now, so you should get some rest." "There is no need to apologize, my lady. I've had ample time to rest," Ruth replied, stretching his stiff neck. "Honestly, there isn't much to do right now. You could rest more, especially since we might not get another chance once we leave Midna." "Are we leaving so soon?" "As soon as our supplies arrive. We cannot afford to waste time." Maxie looked around the infirmary, worry etched on her face. "What about all these men? A portion of the duchy's army has agreed to stay behind to care for them. Does that mean the duchy will not join the coalition?" "We cannot leave Midna unprotected," Ruth replied indifferently. Maxie's brow furrowed. While most of the injured were Croiso men, some were from the coalition. She tried to estimate the number of soldiers that remained. Do you think we have enough men to get to Dristan and reclaim Besmora Castle safely?" she asked. "Princess Agnes's unit will join us once we cross into Dristan. Our numbers are not the concern, the supplies are," Ruth said with a weary sigh. "We have enough food for the soldiers, but we're low on feed for the horses. The snow has made grazing impossible, so the supplies must arrive within the week." The color rained from Maxie's face as she stared at Ruth. "Do you think there is a high chance my father will not send it?" Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 393. "That, I cannot say for certain," Ruth muttered. "The Duke we know would never tarnish the Croiso name by engaging in an act of revenge. Especially not one that would be viewed as disgraceful. He may be a terrible despot of man, but he's not a fool willing to jeopardize his authority by openly defying the council's decision." Ruth paused and walked to the corner of the infirmary, where there was a cauldron simmering on the brazier. "But a dying man becomes indifferent to the future," he continued, stirring the cauldron's contents with a ladle. "His family's prestige, even his own status, might mean little to him now. Who knows if he is even thinking rationally with revenge on his mind?" Maxie chewed her lip as she pondered Ruth's words. Her father was indeed known for being fiercely protective of his reputation and authority. Publicly, he had always played the part of a devoted parent, all the while tormenting his daughter in private. And when he had thrown her a grand wedding, in reality, he had been sending her betrothed off to the Dragon campaign in his stead. But the man Ruth described now seemed recklessly intent on belittling her husband. He seemed to pay little heed to public criticism or damage to his reputation. Maxie was certain that was not something her shrewd, calculating father would have considered before. Is he so blinded by his hatred for Riftan? Indignation surged within her as she imagined her father lying on his deathbed. The man had devoted his whole life to maintaining his power and territory, and yet, here he was, squandering possibly his last moments on petty revenge. What a vain and meaningless existence. In her mind, her father had always loomed as a frightening, authoritative figure. Now, he seemed reduced to a pitiable old man. One consumed by hatred, who had neither given nor received love. A sudden urge seized Maxie. She wanted to see the Duke of Croiso in all his feebleness, to look into his eyes and tell him that only a sad, lonely death awaited him. He could have chosen a different life. Instead of buying himself a wife, he could have married for love. And had he become a father who cherished his children, he would have been surrounded by family instead of dying alone. He could have shown respect and gratitude to the young, talented knight who had been in his employ. Riftan had been nothing but a disposable pawn to him. The powerful knight would have become a steadfast ally instead of an enemy haunting his knights. Now, all he had left was a crumbling empire and two daughters who despised him. Was he happy with the path he had walked? These were the thoughts spiraling in Maxie's mind when Ruth's voice pulled her back to the present. "You needn't concern yourself too much, my lady. Sir Riftan has already contacted the Eastern Merchant Guild should the Duke withhold the supplies. And as a last resort, we can always fund the army ourselves." Ruth seemed to think her silence stemmed from worry. Instead of correcting him, she shook her head, a frown creasing her brow. "Anatole has no obligation to finance this. The council is responsible for supplying the army, and they've delegated that duty to the Duke of Croiso. That's why the supplies must come from him, no matter what." "Do you have a plan in mind?" Ruth asked, peering into a ladleful of tonic to gauge its readiness. When he turned to wait for her reply, she answered hesitantly, "What if I were to write to the duchy's vassals?" "It would certainly be better than not writing at all," Ruth said flatly. He set the cauldron on the floor and began refilling tonic vials. "But letters alone won't suffice. Despite his ill health, Your father is still lord of this land, while you are merely a potential heir. Your ladyship would need something more persuasive to compel those obstinate Eastern nobles to defy him. Maxie stared thoughtfully at the steaming cauldron. I should speak with Sir Derek. And what would you say to him? Ruth asked, looking equal parts concerned and curious. I shall try to win him over first. His army is large, which means he is influential. If I can get him to act as my intermediary, that should give me more sway over the Eastern nobles. Action. Ruth appeared skeptical, but he relented with a shrug. It is worth a try. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Maxie retorted. Turning on her heel, she left the infirmary. Her mind raced as she headed toward the square filled with rows of military barracks. Should she brandish the formidable reputation of the Ream Dragon Knights to compel obedience? It would be effective, perhaps, but it could also breed resentment. Ideally, she wanted the vassals to join the coalition willingly. Yet how could she convince a group of haughty, conservative nobles? After much consideration, Maxie sought out the Anatolian Knights. She had wanted to consult Riftan first, but he was deep in a strategy meeting at the common barracks. Peering into the tent, she saw him deliberating with Richard Breston, Quail Leon, and the commander of the Royal Knights of Wedden. She turned away when she noticed that Sir Derek was not among them. He is likely in the duchy's encampment. While she deliberated her next move, her eyes fell on Baron, who was sharpening his sword by a campfire. Sir Baron, she said, approaching him. Might I borrow you for a moment? The knight looked up in surprise. What can I do for you, my lady? I need to speak with Sir Derek, and require an escort. A momentary confusion crossed Baron's face before it settled into a slight frown. Sir Derek, one of the Duke's men? What exactly do you intend to discuss with him? I wish to speak with him about the supplies, Maxie replied, instilling her voice with more confidence than she felt. Before Baron could voice any objections, she quickly added, if you're too busy, you could send someone else. But I must go now. Baron rose swiftly, sheathing his sword. Allow me to accompany you. His smile was that of a mischievous boy who had come across something interesting. What perfect timing, he said. I was getting rather bored. Shall we? Wasting no time, Maxie led the way toward the duchy's barracks. As the Croeso banner drew nearer, her palms began to grow damp. Could she negotiate skillfully with her father's vassals? I have nothing to lose. Pausing before the opulent, crimson barracks, she tried to bolster her nerves. Inform Sir Derek that Lady Maximilian Calypso wishes to speak with him, she commanded the dozing squire guarding the entrance. The young man startled away at her deliberately pompous tone, riding the drooping spear in his hands. He rushed into the tent, and moments later, an invitation to enter called out from within. Holding her head high, Maxie stepped inside. Sir Derek, she said, putting on the airs of a haughty noblewoman, I apologize for my unannounced visit. I hope I have not disturbed your rest. Not at all, my lady. It is always an honor to receive such a distinguished guest, the knight replied politely. He offered her a seat cushioned with fox fur. Please. Thank you, Maxie said primly. She gracefully lowered herself into the chair. Over her shoulder, she caught Baron stifling a chuckle. He seemed to find her acting highly entertaining. She gave a light cough. A fleeting regret crossed her mind, perhaps bringing him along had not been the wisest decision. I will not take up much of your time, assured Maxie. Sir Derek twirled his meticulously groomed mustache. A pity. He was being polite, but she could tell he did not particularly hold her in high regard. After wordlessly studying her face as if trying to ascertain her intentions, the knight picked up a goblet from the table. Now then, may I ask the reason for your visit? Maxie felt her confidence wane at his relaxed manner, but she pressed on. I have come to ask the duchy's vassals to actively support the coalition army. Though she knew the situation required diplomacy, she was not accustomed to the niceties of the aristocratic conversation. She decided to be as candid as possible. The Council of the Seven Kingdoms formed this army and deployed us here, and the House of Croeso is obligated to provide us with supplies. To date, we have been met with rather lackluster hospitality, and I am unwilling to tolerate it any further. Maxie felt her confidence growing as the words came out as eloquently as she had imagined. She felt more and more like a refined noblewoman as she spoke. Raising her chin, she enunciated each word. Given the lukewarm welcome we have received, I have reason to doubt the supplies will arrive in a timely manner. So I urge you, Sir Derek, send word to the eastern nobles to dispatch immediate and adequate supplies to Midna. Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 394. I'm afraid that is beyond the scope of my authority, Lady Calypso, Sir Derek replied stiffly. His Grace has only charged me with Midna's recapture. I do not have the power to command the other vassals any which way. It was a rejection, albeit veiled in polite wording. But Maxie knew even lesser lords had a certain level of freedom in managing their estates. They would sometimes make decisions that went against their liege's wishes, but as long as they did not cross any lines, minor insubordination was usually tolerated. After all, it was preferable to outright treachery. Maxie soon realized that arguing this point was unlikely to sway Sir Derek. The knight saw no compelling reason to risk defying his lord. Deciding to take a gentler approach, she said appeasingly, I am well aware that this falls beyond the scope of your authority. I admit I have no right to make such demands of you. But are we not bound by a moral code? We possess the power to urge others to do the right thing, to persuade them to right wrongs. The Eastern nobility is only set to lose face if it becomes known that they abandoned the soldiers who risked their lives for their land. Defying one's liege is just as dishonorable, Sir Derek replied woodenly. It took a great deal of willpower for Maxie not to show anger. While the knight's many excuses grated her, she knew a high-handed approach would futile. The greatest dishonor, Sir Derek, lies in defying the king, she responded, keeping her voice steady. We have received no orders from His Majesty. Only from His Grace. Thus, it is our duty to follow His Grace's command. He paused to take a sip of wine, then added languidly, I suggest you take your concerns to the Duke himself. We do not have time to Maxie burst out before catching herself. She knew her excuses were flimsy. The only reason she was trying to persuade her father's men to defy him was because convincing the Duke himself was a dead end. Sir Derek likely saw through her intentions as well. Biting her lip, Maxie accepted that mere appeals to conscience would not budge these self-interested nobles. They had all sorts of justifications for evading responsibility. For them, their immediate safety outweighed any moral concerns. What she needed was a real threat. You said my father is gravely ill? Do you truly believe an old man on his deathbed capable of rational decisions? The knight looked momentarily startled, less by the bluntness of her statement than by the audacity of a young woman openly questioning his all-powerful liege. There was a pause, after which he said cautiously, in that case, I suggest your ladyship sends His Majesty a formal request. Even the Duke cannot ignore a royal decree. His Majesty is in Belbourne. It took us weeks. Just to get here, Maxie cried, finally losing her patience. The dragon will return if we delay any further. You yourself, surely must have some vested interest within the duchy. I currently oversee Carodia, he replied tersely. Maxie searched her mental map of the area. Carodia was a commercial district in the duchy's northwestern reaches. Her confidence waned, realizing Sir Derek likely harbored grievances against Riftan as well. Despite this, she kept her poise. If the dragon is resurrected, all lands, including Carodia, will be in danger. Is that what you want, Sir Derek? Lady Calypso. I, too, wish to support the coalition army. But even if I risk the Duke's sire to meet your request, there's no guarantee the other nobles will send supplies. How many do you think would be willing to defy the Duke and risk their positions? Maxie felt her cheeks flush with indignation. While the coalition army fought to protect these lands, the spineless nobles were more concerned about their status. Rage churned within her. She longed to lash out but knew that would likely put an end to any remaining negotiations. Maxie frantically sifted through her thoughts. What these nobles desired was to maintain their status quo. She wondered how she could promise them that. While she had no way of knowing the seriousness of her father's illness, Sir Derek's passivity suggested the Duke was not immediately at death's door. She took a calculated risk. My father will not be around to guarantee your position indefinitely. And what, precisely, are you suggesting? Ignoring his terse question, Maxie continued icily, as you know, my relationship with my father is fraught, and my husband harbors his own resentments against the duchy. Yet, any lingering animosity between Anatole and Croeso will naturally dissolve once my father passes. But if you shirk your responsibilities now, know that we will remember your actions for years to come. The knight fell silent and Maxie felt a surge of satisfaction. She had him cornered. However, she quickly added, show a little courage with this. And I assure you there will be no repercussions. Anyone removed from their position over this will be reinstated once my father is gone. Sir Derek looked at her, and she could see him turning her words over in his mind. Maxie decided to give his hesitation a push. You may convey my promise to the other nobles in writing. The choice is yours. Finally, Sir Derek sighed. Understood. I shall send out letters immediately. Though her heart felt close to bursting from triumph, Maxie simply gave the knight a nod as if he had done no more than his duty. He Baron followed her as she left the barracks. You are magnificent, my lady, he said, patting her back. A true force. One so formidable that I nearly wet myself from fear. Do not tease me, Maxie hissed softly, quickening her strides away from the duchy's encampment. No teasing here, my lady, only awe. Even that bull-headed fellow was intimidated. Maxie shot the smirking knight a glare as they crossed a bustling square. The soldiers were already flocking to the cooking area for lunch. As Maxie made her way to the back of the line, she cautiously asked, Do you think the duchy's vassals will send the supplies? They would be fools not to, he Baron answered with a shrug, but I suggest you keep your expectations low. Your ladyship would be surprised how many fools exist. Feeling deflated, Maxie looked at the army cooks handing out food. They would be down to water bean porridge and stale bread if additional supplies did not arrive soon. Riftan would then undoubtedly fund the shortfall himself. Maxie's hands clenched into fists. No. I will not let my father exploit him any further. Suddenly, she had an eerie feeling that she was being watched. Glancing around, she spotted Richard Breston observing her from his seat. Maxie furrowed her brow. Why was he here? Had the meeting concluded that quickly? Breston idly spun a knife before rising and disappearing behind a tent. How long had he been sitting there? From that position, he could have easily seen her exit the duchy's barracks. With a pang of unease, she recalled how he cited dwindling supplies as a reason to withdraw from the coalition. The next day, nearly 500 evacuated residents of Midna filed back into the walled city. They were followed by wagons bearing fodder, kegs of liquor, bread, and cheese, all supplies from the southern regions. Though inadequate to sustain the vast army and their horses for an extended period, they could no longer afford to wait. The coalition army decided to push forward with plans to secure additional provisions in the next region. As Maxie rode across the snowy fields, she was consumed by a mix of shame and rage. She had harbored few illusions about her father, but his outright refusal to help them had ignited her anger anew. If he were to die at this very moment, she would not shed a tear. Fuming, she snapped her reins. We will rest here for a while, she heard Riftan cry out from the head of the army. Maxie had been moved from the rear of the Reamdragon Knights formation to the center, which gave her an unobstructed view of the imposing Supreme Commander atop his warhorse. Riftan swiftly dismounted and strode over to her. Let me help you down. That's all right. I can. Before she could finish her sentence, he grabbed her around the waist and effortlessly lifted her off her mare. Under the oak tree. Chapter 395. Maxie cast an uneasy glance around. People will lose respect for the Supreme Commander if they see him attending to a lowly mage. Riftan gave an incredulous snort. Don't tell me you're worried about that now. Everyone knows you have me wrapped around your finger. I do not, Maxie said, lips tightening as she retrieved her small pack from the saddle. Riftan reached out to take it from her. As soon as he noticed the stubborn look on her face, however, he sighed and guided her toward the line of baggage wagons. We have a taxing march ahead, so take whatever rest you can. Once they had kindled a fire, they ate a late lunch of stale bread and cheese. Maxie longed for hot soup, but as the army had to conserve drinking water, she settled for warm wine. How much farther until we reach Vismore? She asked. Riftan, engrossed in a map while chewing jerky, looked up. Assuming no skirmishes on the way, about half a month. We will need the supply delivery before then. I'm sure you know better than I, we will be out of food in 10 days. Maxie's face flushed with embarrassment as soon as the words were out of her mouth. However, Riftan only seemed amused by her attempts to meddle in military affairs. His eyes were gentle and his voice playful as he teased, I heard you threaten the duchy's vassals with terrible consequences if they didn't send supplies. I'm sure they're all racing to comply. I do not see what's so funny. Despite her grumbling, Maxie felt a little better. Riftan was increasingly candid with her now, even speaking with casual turns of phrase he had likely picked up from his mercenary days. Seeing this new side of him warmed her greatly. It made her feel more close to him than ever. With some of her tension easing, she confessed, I am genuinely worried. I fear that Sir Richard will use the supply shortage as an excuse to stir up trouble. Did he say something to you? Riftan said, his voice taking on a hard edge. Maxie hastily shook her head when she caught the dangerous glint in his dark eyes. And no. It's just, I happened to overhear you arguing with him over the matter. You have nothing to fear from him, Riftan said curtly, tucking the map into his coat. This crisis with the undead has the armistice's dissenters in a bind. With RX now neutral after Balto's failed attempt to win them over, breaking the armistice would make Balto a common enemy to all the kingdoms. They'll wait until this war with monsters is over. Then, once the war ends. Maxie could not bring herself to finish the sentence. During the siege of the monster city, Breston had sent criminals as reinforcements as a means of preserving his own knights. Balto was clearly positioning itself to emerge from this war with the largest army, further fortified by its illegal seizure of foreign trade ships. There was no question about it, the Northerners were preparing for war. Reading the concern etched on her face, Riftan sighed softly. Don't lose sleep over it yet. If war comes, it won't be for some time. Maxie studied him, intrigued. His last statement seemed to carry an unspoken implication. Did he have a plan up his sleeve? But as always, Riftan remained inscrutable. He looked up at the overcast sky. We should get going, he said, standing to dust off his coat. You could ride in one of the wagons now. The dwindling supplies have freed up some space. I will continue on Rem, said Maxie. I need to be ready to cast a barrier at a moment's notice. Riftan opened his mouth as if to argue but seemed to think better of it. Shaking his head, he said with resigned acceptance, very well, do as you wish. But you must say something if it becomes too taxing. 10 minutes later, they were back on the road. As Maxie led Rem across the expansive plain, her thoughts raced through the myriad challenges ahead. The uncertainty of supply deliveries from the duchy seemed trivial compared to the prospect of leading an army that might turn on them at any given moment. She glanced uneasily at the Knights of Philaren's banner fluttering in the wind before nudging Rem to catch up to the front of the formation. They rode without rest for the remainder of the day until they arrived in Nitkov's, the East's most abundant granary. Fields, neatly divided into square furrows, stretched as far as the eye could see. Maxie surveyed the scattering of shacks, windmills, and what looked like grain markets. Normally, this season would see thousands of farmers and their horses working their fields. But Idkops was largely deserted, its residents having fled due to the prolonged cold snap and unexpected monster invasion. This unfortunate circumstance at least offered one small reprieve. For once, the army could sleep under a roof instead of camping out in the elements. What was more, given that the lands bordering Dristan were the largest agricultural regions on the Robidan continent, they were likely to come across many more abandoned structures on their journey to Vismore. It was a huge relief. Maxie would no longer have to spend nights huddled in a cold, cramped tent. She stepped into a comfortably heated shack, where she relished a bowl of hot bean porridge. It was not long before she headed to the bedroll laid beside the fireplace and instantly fell into a deep sleep. She awoke to a strong arm enveloping her tightly. A smile crept over her face as she savored the warmth pressed against her back. Turning her head slightly, she gazed at her husband's face. He appeared fast asleep, a sight she had almost forgotten. There was something truly touching about his usually stern expression softened by slumber. How I wish this moment could last forever. With her head resting on this other arm, she watched his sleeping form for a while before rising with a wistful sigh. Just then, she was suddenly pulled backward onto the bed. Maxie glowered at Riftan, though he seemed to be fast asleep. When she touched the arm wrapped around her waist to rouse him, she felt his large hand slide between her legs. Panicking, she quickly glanced about. They were alone in the shack, but all that separated them from the soldiers busily preparing breakfast outside were the wooden planks serving as a crude door. Any moment now, someone could walk in. A cold sweat prickled Maxie's back. Riftan, we must get up now, she urged, shaking his arm. She gasped, then snapped her mouth closed. Riftan had slid a hand into her trousers. His long, thick fingers combed through her curly bush to stroke her sensitive nub. Her face turned beet red. It was so easy for him to stoke a heat in her. Embarrassed, she writhed away slightly when she felt his hard shaft pressing against her buttocks. Whipping her head up, she found, to her amazement, that he was still asleep. Riftan, you must. A thick finger slid into her, cutting her words short. Horrified, Maxie's eyes darted toward the door. Her heart pounded at the distant footsteps, and her cheeks felt as though they were on fire. What mortified her the most was the fact that her body was rapidly burning up. She covered her face with the blanket and desperately tried to suppress her moans. Just then, she felt her trousers slide down further, exposing her completely. Maxie curled up in surprise. Before she could say anything, Riftan embedded himself deep inside her, where his large member began to gently press against her inner wall. She had not expected things to go this far. Though she was wet enough to ease the pain of the sudden penetration, she felt a faint spasm from being stretched to her limit for the first time in a while. Her entire body stiffened before she began to struggle. Riftan pinned her down with a disgruntled grunt, then drove himself all the way in. Maxie tore at the blanket, burying her face in its folds. Even while being crushed beneath his muscular frame, the feel of his iron-hot manhood pressing into her most sensitive depths was deeply pleasurable. A moan escaped her lips, and she nervously looked to the door. They were hidden beneath the blanket, but anyone walking through would be able to tell at a glance what they were doing. The very thought of being discovered mortified her. Action. Such concerns were quickly forgotten when he began to move. The rustling fabric, their slick groins slipping against each other, and the heavy breaths in her ear made for a dizzying combination of sensations. Her head swam as she bounced up and down under the sweltering blanket. She squeezed her eyes shut, listening to the sensual moans that spilled from his lips each time she writhed and clamped around him. It seemed he had woken up now. Riftan squeezed her breast above her damp shirt and mumbled her name. His husky voice was full of longing, and it tickled her ears, sending an electrifying shudder all the way to her toes. Tensing, she clamped her walls around him one last time and felt him climax inside her. She was shuddering from the primal sensation when he roughly pulled out of her quite suddenly and sat bolt upright. Maxie looked up at him in confusion. She could see the shock in his eyes. Then, as if waking from a daze, he hastily covered her with the blanket. After ensuring they were alone, he fumbled the ground for the basin and towel Esquire had laid out earlier. "God damn it," he cussed, wiping the damp towel between her legs. "Why didn't you stop me? You should have bashed my head in. Are you saying this is my fault?" Maxie shot back, glaring at him in disbelief. Riftan flinched, then raked a hand through his disheveled hair. "I thought I was dreaming," he muttered. He had been in such a deep slumber that he had mistaken reality for a dream. Clearly still stunned, he released a small sigh. "God damn it. I have never once lowered my guard like this. Did I hurt you?" Maxie shook her head. Under the oak tree. Chapter 396. Riftan silently regarded her flushed face before removing the wet towel. Maxie hastily closed her legs when she felt a trickle down her thigh. Her face burning, she stammered, "Let me do it." "Stay still." After gently pushing her back onto the bedroll, Riftan flipped the towel and began to wipe her down. Though uncomfortable, Maxie resigned herself to accepting his care. She quickly pulled up her trousers when he turned to grab a fresh towel. He would always help her clean up after their couplings, yet she felt embarrassed each time. As she peeled off the hair clinging to her forehead, Maxie studied his face. Should we not go out? It's getting loud outside." He was cleaning himself now, sitting with his back to her. When he glanced over his shoulder at her, Maxie could tell from his faraway gaze that he was still in shock. He straightened his trousers and reached out to stroke her waist. "Do you think you will be able to ride today?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. "Why, yes. You were not that rough with me." Sitting up, Maxie gave him a shy smile. Her groin felt a little sore, but she knew he would force her to take one of the wagons if she expressed even the slightest hint of discomfort. Picking up the coat she had discarded on the floor, Maxie feigned nonchalance. "Why, you should get dressed. People will find it strange if we are away for too long." It was possible that somebody had already presumed what they were doing and was keeping everyone away from the shack. Maxie groaned in mortification at the thought. Riftan apparently shared her worry. He watched the crude door rattling in the wind, then stood with a sigh. He threw on his woolen tunic and began putting on his armor. Maxie followed suit, draping an outer garment over her thin linen shirt. Once they were both dressed, Riftan turned to her. "I will make sure nothing like this ever happens again." Maxie looked up at him in surprise. His expression was grim, as if he had committed a grave mistake. Flustered, Maxie blurted out, I was certainly startled, but I did not." "You know that's not the problem," he interjected, his face stony. "What if you come to be with child amidst all this?" Maxie's face fell. She was not as troubled because she suspected she had difficulty conceiving. After all, she had only gotten pregnant once despite the frequency of their coupling. But she did not think that was the right way to reassure him. "I'm sure there is nothing to worry about," she said, grabbing her coat. I am currently not at risk of conception. Riftan eyed her skeptically before taking the coat from her. He gently helped her into it as he warned, "You must tell me at once if you sense any changes. I really don't think there's cause for. You must tell me," he growled. Maxie nodded, holding back a sigh. "I will let you know if I sense anything." After gazing into her eyes, Riftan retrieved their bags and turned toward the door. Maxie furtively felt her stomach as she followed him out of the shack. She wondered how it would feel to carry his child again. It would likely be nerve-wracking and difficult, but at the same time, she knew she would be elated. And Riftan might very well lose his sanity from constant worry. Maxie breathed a sigh as she shoved her hands into her coat pockets. She still felt a pang of loss whenever she thought about their unborn child, but Riftan seemed even more deeply scarred. For his sake, at least, she resolved to take precautions not to conceive for the time being. She wanted it to be when he could wholeheartedly rejoice at the news. Marching forward, Maxie wiped the wistful image of a sweet infant from her mind. A message came. Richard Breston looked up from his jerky, his eyes meeting those of his towering aide. The giant northerner held a small, rolled parchment. Still sitting atop the wooden chest he had been lounging on, Breston nimbly unfurled and read the message. Some of the eastern nobles were sending supplies to the coalition army. He crumpled the parchment and tossed it into the crackling fire. What exactly had that red-haired wench said to turn those eastern cowards? Not that their newfound loyalty was a concern. Yes, he wanted this campaign to succeed, but not too easily. It would not do for the coalition to vanquish the monsters without taking a blow. With a languid wave of his hand, he signaled to his squire. "Bring me pen and ink." The young squire promptly returned with the requested items, a wooden board, and a fresh piece of parchment. Preston scrawled a single line, "Take appropriate measures. Deliver this to Barong-Ard," he instructed, handing the note to his aide. Barong-Ard was a key figure opposing the armistice in the east. The man would know what to do without any need for elaboration. Satisfied, Preston popped the last piece of jerky into his mouth and washed it down with a swig of strong liquor. A crisp wind swept past his face, drawing his gaze to the frozen farmland beyond. A sense of pleasure washed over him. The thawing of the season would hardly end the South's miseries. Starved by famine, Weden would soon be ripe for the taking. The mere thought of war invigorated him. What they were doing now, battling monsters, hardly counted. True warfare meant the clash of well-armored infantry and cavalry, the seizing of fortified castles, and the annexation of rival territory. Once this charade ends, the age of knights will come. It was inevitable. The bloodthirsty warriors of the north bristled at the notion of the armistice. It was incomprehensible to them why they were not allowed to sweep away the weak southerners to claim their fertile lands. Action. Balto's feudal lords were not alone in their discontent. In every kingdom, ambitious nobles chafed under their monarchs. Opposition to the armistice was swelling across the continent, and the young pope currently lacked the leadership to unify the divide. Once the remaining threats in the Pamela Plateau were extinguished, there would be no excuse left to maintain the peace. The flames of war would rise in its place. A smug smile curled Breston's lips. Though being placed under the command of the foreign mongrel was an insult to his honor, the prospect of the future made the indignity bearable. After all, such a farcical coalition would never be repeated. The Great Monster War 3 years ago had nearly wiped out the Iron monsters, and their bases were now in ruins. It was only a matter of time before the stragglers were eradicated. With the monster threat gone, the Seven Kingdoms would fracture, and the game of peace would reach its finale. Though I feel bad for you, I doubt that will happen in your lifetime. His smile fell at the voice that invaded his thoughts. The memory of those unwavering gray eyes stirred something within him. What else had that audacious woman said? Because you will never surpass Riftan Calypse. Breston crushed the goblet in his hand. Ridiculous wench. Even if Riftan Calypse managed to slay the dragon once again, it would not prevent the Seven Kingdoms from falling apart. Tristan would invade the devastated eastern territories of Weden, while Balto and Rx would advance from above, as they had secretly agreed. Any aid from Levedon would be inconsequential. This land would soon become a sea of flames. Breton licked his lower lip as he imagined the defiant wench's reaction when he presented her with the severed head of her beloved husband. She would be the first tribute he offered to his king. After 3 grueling days of travel, the coalition army reached a fortified city on the border. Built to repel the invasions from Tristan, the city was a crucial military stronghold. Inns, large and small, along with military storehouses, lined the imposing palisade. Merchants bustled about, eager to sell their goods to the soldiers stationed there. Maxie surveyed the city as she rode through the nearly 2-kilometer-long fence. Houses constructed of overlapping wooden boards huddled close together beside a deep trench. Nearby, ivory tents were pitched next to a gentle stream, tendrils of smoke rising from them. As Maxie passed, she caught the faint scent of aromatic oils wafting through the air. What are those tents for?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Elliot, riding beside her, shifted uncomfortably in his saddle. "They are communal baths, my lady." Maxie's eyes sparkled. "Baths?" For some inexplicable reason, the knight seemed embarrassed as he awkwardly clarified, but not the sort of establishment your ladyship might be imagining." Under the oak tree. Chapter 397. Maxie's face clouded with confusion. "Is it not a bathhouse?" "It is, but..." The knight hesitated, briefly appearing troubled before forcing a smile. "It is no place for a lady such as yourself." Frowning, Maxie scrutinized the long row of tents enclosed by the fence. Though somewhat worn, they did not look disreputable. Laborers navigated between the rows, balancing buckets on shoulder yokes, while maidservants carried laundry hampers toward a small stream. Beyond the tents, a stable housed horses and donkeys. A wooden structure, which she assumed was a tavern, stood beside it, filled with soldiers enjoying food and drink around outdoor tables. Maxie's brows knitted together. Certainly, a place teeming with rowdy men was no place for a woman of noble birth. But had she not spent the last few months mingling with thousands of soldiers? Pretending to be prim and proper now would be absurd. She turned to Elliot, her eyes filled with longing. "But one can bathe there, yes?" "Well." The knight averted his gaze before adding with a sigh, "My lady, the baths are a place where transactions are made with men." Dumbfounded, Maxie stared at Elliot. "Are you saying I am not allowed to use them because I am a woman?" "And no, that is not what I..." "They are essentially brothels, my lady." Maxie's head snapped around to find Ruth, who had been riding ahead, now trotting next to her. "You had best steer clear," he said, his tone matter-of-fact. "Sir Riftan would be livid if you even thought about visiting the baths." Flustered, Maxie's eyes darted between Ruth and Elliot. That both men, who had never shown interest in such vices, were aware of the bathhouse's true nature made her feel unexpectedly disenchanted. I wouldn't want to deprive you of your entertainment," she retorted icily. "Your ladyship wounds me greatly," Ruth said indignantly. "Why would I pay to do that with a complete stranger? Even if you paid me a chest full of gold, I wouldn't be tempted." Maxie shot him a sidelong look, pondering just how deep his vanity and audacity could go. As she was sizing up the sorcerer's gaunt face and thin frame, Elliot interjected in an aggrieved voice, "I am not fond of such places either, my lady. But after a life on battlefields, one inevitably learns of their existence." "Are such places common near battlefields?" "An army encampment is rarely without one." They looked over as maidservants emerged from behind the fence to beckon the knights. Maxie watched with a steely expression as the young women, scantily dressed despite the chill, attempted to lure a group of passing soldiers. One woman was in nothing but a robe, which she provocatively parted. Blushing, Maxie averted her eyes when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the woman's bare body. Her gaze then darted to her husband at the head of the army. She would never forgive him if he showed even a sliver of interest in any of these women. As if aware of his wife's scrutiny, Riftan was focused steadfastly ahead. Eventually, he halted the march upon reaching what appeared to be a military base. Maxie took in her surroundings as she slid off her horse. A four-story watchtower loomed next to the high palisade. The adjacent armory and guardhouse were the only stone structures she had seen since they had entered the city. A man rushed out of the guardhouse. He called out warmly, "What a long time it has been, Sir Riftan." "Indeed," Riftan replied impassively, dismounting from Talon. The man automatically accepted the reins from Riftan. "We've prepared rooms as you requested, but as you can see, our lodgings aren't large enough for your entire army. The city has 2 other inns, but they can accommodate no more than 100 in total. We have no intention of taking your beds. I noticed a place near the stream wide enough for the army to set up camp. We will stay there. I only ask that you look after our horses." Almost immediately, knights began directing the wagons to the vacant lot. Maxie felt faint disappointment at not being allowed to sleep in a warm room with a fireplace, but she took comfort in the fact that they would be safer camping within a fortified city. After entrusting Ram to the stable hand, Maxie followed the knights to the other side of the stream. Her expression hardened when she realized how close their campsite was to the brothels. A few soldiers were already trying to peek inside. Casting them a frosty glare, she turned her attention to Riftan. He was deeply engrossed in a conversation with a man who appeared to be the city's custodian. Most likely, they were negotiating the issue of supplying the army. His apparent indifference to the nearby brothels, as if such a thing was a common sight for him, unnerved her. Would she need to grow thick-skinned about such things if she wanted to accompany the knights into battle? Resolving to focus on the immediate task at hand, she began helping the army cooks prepare the evening meal. Just then, she heard Riftan calling for her. Startled, Maxie approached him. He slid an arm around her shoulder and guided her toward the two-story building behind the logistics office. "You will be staying here." "Be by myself?" she asked, her eyes widening. Riftan offered her a reassuring smile. "The custodian's wife has agreed to attend to you. She will see to your needs during our stay." Maxie blinked, taking in the inviting wooden residence. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air from the half-open window, and smoke billowed from the chimney. Riftan gave her a gentle nudge toward the door. "It's just for a few days until the supplies arrive. I want you to be comfortable. But, I want to stay with you." She turned around just in time to see his features visibly harden. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "I think it would be best for us to sleep separately for now." Maxie flinched. Seeing her reaction, Riftan let out a low groan. "Have you already forgotten what I did last time? I find it exceedingly difficult to control myself with you clinging to me so closely." Though his honest, and slightly helpless, admission made her cheeks burn, Maxie had no intention of agreeing. Action. Scuffing her shoe against the ground, Maxie shot back, "It was you who clung to me, not the other way around." "Either way," Riftan said, brushing back his long front locks and fixing her with an irritable stare. "You are staying here. Is that really necessary? I could stay in another tent." "I've been lenient because we are at war, but," Riftan said, his eyes chilling, "it vexes me to no end to see you sharing a tent with other men." Maxie's vacant expression turned into a scowl. It was true that men and women often shared barracks during campaigns, but exhaustion left everyone too worn out for anything beyond sleep. She was about to argue this point when she realized she would be equally jealous if Riftan were there with other women. No doubt she would have fought tooth and nail to prevent it. However, admitting this to herself would only worry her all night, given the camp's proximity to the brothels. Then let us sleep separately in the same tent," Maxie suggested desperately. "Your private tent is large enough. We can sleep on opposite." "Stop being stubborn and do as I say," he interrupted, emphasizing each word sharply. Maxie bit her lip. She trusted Riftan, but trust did not quell her unease. Finally, she looked up. "I don't want to." "What?" "I don't want to." Riftan's eyes darted between her and the inviting building. "Is the place not to your liking? It's humble compared to the castle but still better than." "Why, you foolish man. That is not the reason at all." Fuming, Maxie pointed to the public baths. How could I leave you alone with such establishments nearby?" For the first time, Riftan seemed to fully register the presence of the brothels. Still, he looked baffled by her objection. "What is the problem?" he asked, frowning. The problem?" Riftan let out a bark of laughter. "Are you afraid I'll go buy myself a woman?" Maxie winced at the derision in his voice. It's not that I don't trust you," she said, her shoulders hunched. But what?" He folded his arms, waiting. After nervously shifting her eyes, Maxie blurted out, "But, a woman might sneak into your tent after falling for you at first sight. Who's to say why you won't? And mistake her for me in your sleep?" Under the oak tree. Chapter 398. A red flush colored Riftan's sculpted cheeks. "That would never happen." How can you be certain? "It could happen in your—" "That won't happen again. I hardly sleep as it is." Maxie knew he spoke the truth. During the campaign, he had often managed with no more than 4 hours a night. However, she could not ignore the fact that he had been letting his guard down more frequently of late. While a part of her was glad that he could relax around her, she also feared that others might take advantage of this new side of him. "And nobody makes mistakes on purpose," Maxie said impatiently. "You can't guarantee that you won't." "I would never mistake another woman for you," Riftan spat out, stressing each word. "I can recognize your footsteps from Thradians away. So stop worrying and get inside." A blush crept up Maxie's face at his sweet declaration, and butterflies tickled her stomach. She forced herself to maintain her stony expression, refusing to be swayed by his honeyed words. If she agreed to his suggestion now, she was certain she would not get a wink of sleep. Changing tactics, she latched onto his sleeve. "I don't want to be apart from you," she whispered. His Adam's apple bobbed. Maxie took that as a sign of weakening and pressed on, gazing up at him imploringly. "Do you not wish to be with me?" Riftan stared back at her, his expression unreadable, before covering his face with his hand. His shoulders rose and fell with a heavy sigh. Finally, he said through clenched teeth, "Fine. Have it your way." Suppressing a triumphant smile, Maxie linked arms with him. "Then, let us hurry to your tent." The wind was slowly growing into a howling gale. Maxie stood atop the palisade, scanning the eastern horizon before she lifted her gaze to the darkening sky. The sparse snowflakes that had been falling since midday seemed to be swelling. For weeks, the snow had ebbed and flowed in its intensity. Anxiety knotting her stomach, Maxie retrieved the fairy egg she had set on the railing to gauge the mana concentration. The small, pearl-colored orb was now glowing a vivid blue. Her expression darkened. For a fairy egg to turn blue signified a complete absence of fire mana in the region. The entire eastern region will become another Pamela Plateau at this rate. Biting her lip, she tucked the fairy egg into her cloak pocket. Sector essentially had unlimited mana. Despite having amassed enough fire mana to alter the climate of an entire continent, he was still absorbing more. It was possible that the Red Dragon's revival was near. We must act swiftly. After anxiously gazing at the northern sky, Maxie climbed down the ladder. 2 days had passed since they had arrived at the border, and still, there was no sign of supplies. Something had to be done. Her face etched with determination, she marched along the riverbank where the army barracks were concentrated. Even in broad daylight, she noted soldiers slinking into the brothels. She ignored them, focusing instead on the Ream Dragon Knight banner billowing up ahead. Ruth looked up from his cocoon of blankets near a large brazier when she entered the common barracks. "Have you finished measuring the mana concentration?" Nodding, Maxie pulled out the fairy egg and held it out. "As you can see, its color has markedly deepened. This confirms our suspicion: the church's barrier will not function properly unless we purify all 5 shrines." Ruth scratched the back of his head and released a weary sigh. Maxie offered him a distracted nod before scanning the barracks. Her gaze landed on a group of knights engrossed in a game of dice. As she strode over to the corner toward them, Baron spotted her and gave a cheerful wave. "My lady. Sir Baron. I see you must have ample free time." Grinning, Baron dangled a pouch full of silver coins. "I'm trying to earn myself a bit of pocket money. One more win and I will have enough to buy Talon off the commander." "Are you trying to bleed us dry?" muttered a knight, eyeing his hand with a despondent look. Maxie remembered him as Kyle Hager. After flickering a glance at the knight and his almost tearful eyes, she turned her attention back to Baron. "Stop tormenting these poor men, and get up, Sir Baron," she commanded in her most regal voice. "I require an escort to the nearest city." Baron looked up at her in surprise as he accepted the dice from the knight beside him. "The nearest city?" Maxie responded with a composed nod. "We cannot wait forever. If they refuse to come, we will have to bring the supply party here ourselves." Action. "And you intend to undertake this task yourself?" "And no. ELHULK.com. At her adamant nod, Baron rose, laughing heartily. He gestured for his dumbstruck subordinates to continue their game and led her out of the barracks. "The closest city is Nottheim, which has a sizable market. Shall I take your ladyship there?" "How long will the journey take?" "A day and a half if we ride without stopping." "Good. Then let us depart after getting Riftan's." Her words were cut off by the long blast of a copal, signaling a visitor. Maxie turned to the city gate and saw baggage wagons rolling in. A wave of relief washed over her, loosening the knot of tension in her shoulders. The supplies had arrived. "Your threat seems to have worked, Lady Calypse," Baron said, patting her shoulder lightly. A proud smile curled Maxie's lips. She could hardly believe that she had succeeded in persuading those Meelish nobles of the East. Emboldened by a sense of triumph, she hurried toward the wagons. But her elation was short-lived. Only 5 wagons had entered the city when the iron gate clanged shut. Maxie felt her stomach drop. Half of the wagons were empty. "What is the meaning of this?" Riftan's cold voice came from behind, startling her. Maxie turned toward him. Surprisingly, He did not seem enraged in the slightest by the woefully inadequate supplies. In fact, he was utterly calm. "Were you attacked?" he asked the wagoner. The gaunt man in his 40s nodded nervously. "Why, yes, sir." Maxie shot the wagoner a scathing glare. Did he take them for fools? She was about to chastise the man for making up such a ridiculous claim when she got a closer look at him. His pallor was that of someone who had narrowly escaped death. A quick glance over the other wagoners confirmed they were all equally shaken. The first wagoner's voice trembled as the tale spilled out of him. We were ambushed by bandits in the Itgoffs. They stole the supplies and slaughtered the soldiers. We only survived because we were at the head of the party. Riftan scrutinized each of the men. All of them bore injuries big and small, but they did not rule out the possibility that this whole situation was an act. As if sharing the same thought, the others in the camp regarded the wagoners with equal skepticism. It's the truth. Please believe us," the wagoner implied. "We set out from Venter and met up with the supply part from Nottheim when. So the bandits took everything except for these 5 wagons?" The man broke into a cold sweat under Riftan's penetrating gaze. Finally, Riftan hopped onto one of the wagons. He began a thorough inspection of the interior, searching every nook and cranny until he discovered the arrow embedded in one of the wooden crates. He yanked it out to examine it closer. "This is military issue," he stated, touching the tip of the arrowhead. The wagoner's face turned white in terror. We were attacked." "Truly." "Enough of your lies," yelled a male voice. A quick-tempered knight had drawn his sword and now held the blade to the wagoner's neck. Riftan raised a hand to stop him. "That's enough. Chopping off his head won't do any good," he said, his voice tinged with disdain as he leapt off the wagon. "Regardless of whether this is a scheme by the Duke's vassals." He paused to look pointedly at Richard Breston and his men gathered atop the palisade. "Or," he continued, "the work of soldiers disguised as bandits, the fact remains that we still have no supplies." "How will you proceed, Commander?" he Baron asked. Riftan met his eyes calmly. "We proceed as planned. Once we cross into Dristan, we will secure supplies for the army ourselves." Under the oak tree. Chapter 399. Maxie hastily stepped forward. "Let me call upon the duchy's vassals and have them send another supply party. It is not your obligation to fund the—" "We can't waste any more time," Riftan interrupted, his tone icy. "Even if the vassals send more supplies, they will likely be ambushed again. It would be better to proceed to Dristan immediately." With that, he nodded to his soldiers. "Transfer the supplies to our wagons. Combined with what we've bought here, it should sustain the army for about a week." The soldiers swiftly unloaded sacks of bread, slabs of frozen meat, and barrels of ale. Maxie watched them heft the supplies onto their shoulders, biting her lip. She shifted her gaze to the wagoners, her eyes narrowing. Though Riftan seemed convinced by their account, she could not shake her suspicion that this might be a ploy by the Duke's vassals. But a sly scheme or not, the supply party seemed visibly shaken. Maxie turned away. The truth of their claims was irrelevant, the army was still without supplies, as Riftan had noted. All her efforts had amounted to nothing. After instructing the knight behind her to accommodate the supply party to the barracks, she made her way to the Reimdaragon knight's camp. "Don't blame yourself," Riftan said to her from behind. He squeezed her shoulder. "You did all you could." Maxie looked up, startled. She had not expected him to be so keenly aware of her emotions. He held her gaze before speaking again, sounding disgruntled. "I've told you repeatedly, you are no longer a Croy, you are a Calypse. Your guilt on behalf of the Duke is starting to get tiresome. I only wanted to stop my father from troubling you any further. Action. Look at me." He lifted her chin gently, gazing intently into her eyes. "The Duke no longer has the power to trouble me. But even if he did, it's not something you need to apologize for." "But—" Maxie started before closing her mouth. Arguing about her father would accomplish nothing. She forced a smile and said, "I understand." Though he seemed to sense her lingering unease, Riftan kept silent. He sighed softly and lifted his hand from her shoulder. As he rejoined his knights, Maxie entered the barracks to gather her belongings. Faced with dwindling supplies, the army had no choice but to press on to the next city despite the harsh weather. After packing herbs, magic stones, and several magical devices, Maxie went to the stable to check on Rem. The mare was in excellent shape thanks to the attentive care she had received over the past few days. However, she seemed less than thrilled about another trek through the icy wilderness, stomping her hooves in protest as Maxie tried to take her out of her stall. It took a sugarcane to finally coax her out of the warm stable. Remarkably, the soldiers had the tents packed and wagons prepared within 2 hours. The army was once again ready to set out. Armored war horses flanked the wagons, and foot soldiers formed columns of 4s behind them. Following along on Rem, Maxie cast an anxious glance at the ominous sky. "Do you think we will manage in this weather?" Ruth was perched atop one of the wagons. "We will be fine, my lady," he said, looking up from the parchment he was scrawling on. If the weather were going to take a turn for the worse, Sir Riftan would have sensed it. His predictions are nearly prophetic. Ruth's unfazed response alleviated some of Maxie's concerns. He seemed completely undisturbed by their precarious supplies or the impending battle. It dawned on her that his calmness stemmed from his unshakable faith in Riftan. He focused solely on his duties, confident that his commander would resolve any problems that arose. Maxie resolved to follow his example. She may have failed to secure the supplies, but she had done her utmost. All she could do now was to trust in Riftan. The coalition army maintained a vigorous pace as it advanced toward the expansive plains. Maxie, perched atop her horse, took in the snowy wilderness, frozen river, and mountain peaks enshrouded in ominous clouds. Occasionally, she spotted some hamlets along the way, but she had yet to see a single soul. The residents had most likely evacuated long ago. The only silver lining in their dire situation was the significant amount of hay they found in the deserted hamlets. The soldiers chopped and boiled the straw to soften it before feeding it to the horses. This made it possible to ration what little provisions they had left. There was no denying the bitterness that came with such desperate circumstances. The soldiers barely kept their hunger at bay with meager meals for several days, shivering in the cold to conserve firewood. It was no wonder everyone's morale was low. Maxie's face clouded as she looked around at the men sharing small portions of stale bread and diluted ale. Every one of them looked glum. They were just 2 days away from the next fortified city, but there was no guarantee that they would be able to purchase enough supplies there. If they were forced to subsist on such meager rations until the next battle, it was a very real possibility that the soldiers might begin to desert. The Ream Dragon Knights were unfailingly loyal to Riftan, but the same could not be said of the Northerners and the Wedonian royal army. Maxie found herself wondering how he planned to navigate this predicament. She turned her gaze toward the front just as Riftan commanded, "Let's move out." Maxie coaxed Rem, who was drinking from a creek, back into formation. When the Ream Dragon Knights resumed their rapid march, the rest of the coalition army followed. The grueling journey resumed. Despite the bone-chilling cold, sweat trickled down Maxie's back, and she felt herself losing sensation in her hands and thighs. It felt as though she might pass out at any moment. Pushing through, she managed to hold on with superhuman endurance, gripping her saddle tightly. After what felt like an eternity of trudging through the biting winds, the sun began to set, and the coalition army halted to set up camp. Maxie wanted to drop to her knees in relief. Practically falling off her horse, she crouched by the campfire and forced herself to down a morsel of bread. As soon as the barracks were ready, she collapsed into a bedroll and passed into a deep sleep almost instantly. The next day was even more arduous. The temperature plummeted with each passing hour, and the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. As the plains gave way to a rugged landscape dotted with rocks and crags, Riftan ordered the ranks to divide and proceed with caution down the narrow paths. Maxie carefully picked her way along the frozen, rocky terrain. Another eternity passed. Finally, the faint silhouette of sand-colored ramparts emerged over the horizon. Maxie wanted to cry out in joy. "We can breathe easy for now," she murmured. Catching her hushed comment, Elliot turned to look at her. "We will not be staying there long, my lady. Only the night. Then we must depart immediately for Vismore." Maxie struggled to hide her disappointment at the prospect of another battle before they had even gotten to rest. But they had to prevent the dragon's resurrection as soon as possible. I know," she replied. Once they emerged from the gorge, the knights picked up their pace. Another hour or so, and there it was, the majestic sand-colored gates of the fortress. Maxie was slightly taken aback by the grand scale of the city, given its location on the border. Having grown up hearing that Dristanians were uncivilized, ruthless barbarians, she had not expected them to have architectural capabilities on par with Wedon. In fact, Dristan's buildings appeared even more formidable than those of her kingdom. Filled with wonder, she gazed up at the rectangular towers and the castle's thick stone walls. Novelhulk.com. Just then, A loud voice called from the front. "We are the coalition army sent by the Council of the Seven Kingdoms. Open the gates." The pulleys creaked, and the ironclad gates swung open. A thunderous cheer erupted. "Welcome to Brayden." Maxie glanced around at the people gathered on either side of the road. Hundreds of residents waved branches in the air, and some even scattered dried flower petals onto the streets. The warm welcome was in stark contrast to Maxie's concerns that they might receive a cooler reception than they had in the duchy. "We thank you for making the long journey." As Maxie scanned the surroundings in a daze, a melodious voice carried to them from directly ahead. A young woman, surrounded by armored knights, came into view. The woman gracefully stepped forward. "What a long time it's been, Sir Riftan. Shall I address you as Rosenwickeru now?" She offered a provocative smile before adding, "Or perhaps I should refer to you as Lord Glips?" "You may address me as you please," Riftan said curtly, dismounting from his horse. He handed the reins over to a squire and approached the woman. Maxie watched the scene with a guarded look. The woman was clearly of high standing. Her black hair was coiled and covered with a net adorned with pearls. Her long velvet dress was embroidered with golden roses, and her pale, slender neck and wrist were laden with jewels. With an almost haughty air, the woman extended a ring-adorned hand toward Riftan. Under the oak tree. Chapter 400. "Then, I shall stick to Sir Riftan. You may kiss my hand." Maxie scowled at the woman's brazenness. She wondered how this Dristanian noblewoman knew him. "I am honored, but..." He glanced at the knights surrounding the noblewoman. "I shall have to respectfully decline. King Torben would be furious if he were to learn my humble lips had touched the hand of his dearest sister." Maxie's eyes widened. The haughty woman was royalty? After carefully assessing the princess's slim face, she shifted her gaze to the other knights. Seeing that most of them were as surprised as she was, Maxie surmised that Riftan was the only one acquainted with the princess. The woman primly lowered her hand, looking annoyed. "I see your impertinence is unchanged." When Riftan offered no reply, she continued, "Why don't we head to the castle? I'm sure you are all in need of rest." As soon as she finished speaking, a young male servant stepped forward with a gray stallion. The princess nimbly mounted the horse on her own. She then skillfully steered it around and led the way to the grand castle on the other side of the square. Riftan and the coalition army followed. Historical. Maxie fought the urge to trot up to Riftan and demand to know how he knew the woman. She did not want him to see her as a jealous wife trying to keep her husband all to herself. Gripping her reins, she slowly led Rem through the cheering crowd. Soon, they stood before a magnificent, arched gate. As they crossed the drawbridge, Maxie slowly took in the expansive courtyard, the assortment of buildings emitting gray smoke from square chimneys, and the imposing yet crude sand-colored castle. Dozens of servants waited for them in the garden. The space was meticulously swept of snow, and soldiers bearing the flag of Tristan stood at attention along the castle walls and within the watchtowers. Maxie was scanning their faces when she heard the princess's silvery voice call from the front. "I'm afraid the guest chambers in the castle can only accommodate 30. The rest of the knights may stay in the annex and the guards' quarters." Riftan, who was peering up at the castle, turned his head to the princess. "How many can the castle accommodate in total?" "Up to 900. Arrangements have been made for the rest to lodge in the almshouse run by the church. There are also 2 fairly large inns on the outskirts of the city. The army may lodge there as well." The accommodations were promptly organized soon after. Riftan ordered Ursuline to rent the 2 establishments, instructing him to assign the rooms according to rank. As for the guest rooms in the main castle, they were taken by the high-ranking knights of Wedden and Balto, the high priests, and the temple knights. Their subordinates took the annex and the guards' quarters, while the rest of the army were set to lodge in the almshouse and the inns. Unit leaders drew lots to determine where their men would sleep for the night. Rion.com. With the room decided, the army dispersed in perfect order like a colony of ants. Maxie watched the proceedings for a while before she went to Riftan's side. He was still dispensing instructions to his knights, but he turned his head to look at her. "You look tired," he remarked, his brow furrowing. Cupping her face, he stroked her cheek with concern. He then turned and began striding up the steps to the great hall. The princess followed. "Could you have a servant show us to our room?" Riftan politely asked the princess. "My wife requires rest." The princess stopped giving orders to the maidservants and turned around in surprise. "Your wife?" She looked Maxie up and down. Trying not to show her indignation, Maxie gave the woman the most charming smile she could muster. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Highness. I am Maximilian Calypse. Raising her chin, the princess replied, I am Liana Mortorban. I suppose that makes you the Duke of Croissant's eldest daughter. The animosity in the princess's eyes made Maxie subtly hunch her shoulders. Princess Liana twisted her lips and added mockingly, you are quite different from the rumors. What do you? Before Maxie could finish her heated response, the princess swirled around and loudly called her a maidservant. Doria. Kindly show our guest to the room on the second floor. Maxie glowered at the princess in disbelief, but she paid her no mind. Having palmed off Maxie to the maidservant, Princess Liana gave Riftan a suggestive smile. You, sir, must stay. We have matters to discuss. I think that can wait. I would also like to rest, Riftan replied indifferently, wrapping an arm around Maxie. Maxie's relief was short-lived when the princess retorted sharply, I do not see how offending me will do you any good. Riftan coldly glared at the woman for her blatant threat. Maxie bit her lip when she realized that Princess Liana was deliberately trying to keep Riftan there to rile her. It was obvious that the princess's hostility toward her stemmed from Tristan's long dispute with the Duchy of Croissant. Maxie did her best to maintain a blank expression despite the woman's provoking glances. I will be fine on my own, so do what you must. Riftan looked displeased. He had probably wanted her to insist that he come with her. Nevertheless, he must have conceded that it would be unwise to offend the mistress of the castle when the coalition army was reliant on the city to supply it with provisions. Very well, he said, releasing her. Go and rest. He gave her a peck on the forehead before walking up to the princess, who was watching their interaction with a haughty expression. Maxie felt a scowl coming on, and she whirled around to hide it. She followed the plump maidservant who had come to usher them to their room. If you will wait a moment, the maidservant said as they entered the guest chamber, I shall draw you a bath and bring a change of clothes. There was already a crackling fire warming the opulent room, and Maxie crouched in front of it while she waited. Before long, servants hauled in a tub of steaming water, towels, and a clean linen dress. Though she was close to fainting from exhaustion, Maxie meticulously washed herself in the fragrantly scented bath and changed into fresh clothes. She might not have been able to adorn herself with jewels, but she refused to look haggard in front of that infuriatingly arrogant woman. Her eyes flickered to the door while she tried to tame her tangled hair. After what seemed like forever, she heard someone in the corridor. She swung the door open before the knock even came and found Elliot on the other side, his fist raised in the air. Taking a step back, the knight gave her an awkward smile. I am glad to find you awake, my lady. Is something the matter? Not at all. It's just, the mistress of the castle has prepared a banquet. I am here to escort you to the dining hall. Elliot trailed off when he saw her stiffen. Hiding her displeasure, Maxie asked as placidly as possible, and where is Riftan? The commander is in the dining hall negotiating the purchase of supplies. Maxie narrowed her eyes at his careful answer. No doubt this negotiation was with that galling woman. After staring sullenly at the floor, she grabbed her robe hanging on the wall. Despite knowing that the proceedings would go more smoothly without her, she did not want to be the only one absent from the banquet. She stepped out of the room and followed Elliot to the dining hall. Do you happen to know how Riftan is acquainted with a Dristan royal? She cautiously asked as they walked. The commander worked as a spy in Dristan right after his knighting ceremony. He likely met the princess then. Maxie looked at Elliot in surprise. A spy? While he was a knight? It is not uncommon for a liege to entrust undesirable tasks to low-ranking knights, Elliot replied with a shrug. Maxie furrowed her brow. Riftan was only 18 when he was knighted. Had he met the princess then? She tried to picture Riftan in his youth. He had likely been beautiful even then. The image of a young Riftan trying to seduce Tristan's princess came to mind before she shook her head, banishing the unpleasant scene. She had no desire to find out the full extent of their relationship. Maxie descended the stairs with a stony expression and entered the dining hall on the first floor. The place was already packed with knights, from high-ranking members of Wedden and Balto, including, of course, Richard Breston, to Kwa Leon and the Temple Knights. They were all seated around a large brazier. Riftan and the Princess of Dristan, however, were in the seats of honor facing the entrance. Even from where she stood, Maxie could sense the strange tension between them. Under the oak tree. Chapter 401. Maxie stopped on the steps and carefully studied their faces. While Riftan looked thoroughly irritated, the princess had a pleased smile on her lips like a cat that had just feasted on cream. It was impossible to hear what they were saying, but whatever it was, Riftan did not have the upper hand. This way, my lady, Elliot said. Maxie tentatively made her way to the seats of honor. All eyes in the room turned to her. Fighting the urge to retreat, Maxie stood tall, her head tilted at a proud angle. She waited for Elliot to pull the chair beside Riftan for her and gracefully lowered herself into it. Turning to her husband, she said with deliberate concern, I was waiting for you in our room. I worry you haven't had time to rest after our tiring journey. As if sensing the subtle criticism, a derisive smile curled the princess's lips as she lazily swirled the golden goblet in her hand. Fret not. Sir Riftan and I enjoyed a pleasant time together, did we not? I am glad to hear you had a pleasant time, Your Highness, Riftan replied, anger bubbling beneath his words. The princess seemed not to care. I was under the impression we both got what we wanted from each other. Was there a part in our exchange you were unhappy with? Though rage simmered in her chest, Maxie forced a placid smile. It was galling that the princess would dare suggest that something illicit had occurred between her and Riftan. As her expression slipped, Maxie had to raise the goblet to her lips to hide it. This is too strong, Riftan said, swiping the goblet off her. He placed a plate of roasted ham and pickled cabbage in front of her. You should eat first. I know you haven't had anything today besides bread and jerky. His natural attentiveness calmed some of Maxie's outrage. When she gave the princess a smug look, a faint crease formed on the woman's smooth brow. The princess regarded her like a cat mulling over how to torment its prey before she turned back to Riftan. Leaning close, Princess Liana said softly, I see you still have that habit of looking after others. I remember how you attended to me with similar care when you were in my employ. I do miss those days. You truly were an exceptional guard. A cold silence fell over the hall. Maxie felt her lips twitch as she shot daggers at the princess. Despite her attempts to remind herself that the woman was deliberately trying to rile her for being the Duke of Croisot's daughter, she could not shake the suspicion of an ulterior motive. Could they have been lovers in the past? Had Riftan's mission been to purposely seduce the princess to extract information? Feeling a fire burning in her throat, Maxie grabbed her stolen goblet and gulped down the contents. Riftan raised his hand to stop her but lowered it again with a stiff expression. It has been so long that I'm afraid I no longer recall, he said. Well, I remember it quite vividly, the princess shot back. I was on my way back to the capital for the first time in 4 years. This was after my husband's death. You saved me and my entourage from a monster attack, and I decided there and then to have you serve as my guard. A nostalgic fondness rose on the princess's face as she added, and you were a great comfort to me in my time of grief. Maxie plunged her knife into the thick ham on her plate. Riftan glared at the princess in exasperation before nervously glancing back at Maxie. She gave him a smile to show that she did not mind. The meat is rather difficult to slice. Here, let me. Maxie slapped his hand away and said in the gentlest tone she could muster, Oh, don't let me interrupt your conversation. Since the two of you have not seen each other in so long, I'm sure you have much to talk about. My, what an understanding wife you have, Sir Riftan, said the princess. Maxie started hacking at the ham without sparing the woman a glance. She was aware that Riftan was not the only one walking on eggshells. Elliot and Ursuline, sitting beside and across from her, were shooting her nervous looks as well. Even so, Maxie did not let that stop her from slicing her meat into pieces and mechanically shoving them into her mouth. Though this was her first rich meal in only God knew how long, she barely tasted anything. As if concerned by the sight, Elliot cautiously offered her a goblet. Try this as well, my lady. It is not as potent. Maxie mumbled a word of thanks and brought the warmed wine to her lips. Just then, Preston turned away from conversing with his men to address the princess. I have a question for Her Royal Highness if she would allow it. Liana raised one elegant brow, arched like the wing of a seagull, and nodded her consent. Leaning over the table, Preston said slowly, What is the King of Dristan's only sister doing in such a place? As I recall, this land should belong to Lord Bernard. Picking up a honeyed red date, Liana placed it in her mouth before replying dryly, The Earl passed away a month ago, and the land is currently under my care. Though the arrangement is only temporary until the next Herald is chosen. What I fail to understand is why a royal princess would be sent to such a dangerous location, even for a short time. I'm sure Dristan has other nobles for the job. I do not see any reason to explain Dristan's internal affairs to you, the princess replied frostily. But if anyone could match the princess's audacity, it was Richard Preston. Ah, then it must be for reasons you cannot share, he replied, smirking. Were you perhaps banished from court after a scandal? I advise you to watch your tongue, the princess said, glaring at the northerner. And your manners if you wish to remain as guests in this castle. Preston shrugged as if passing off his insult as a light jest. For the first time, Max was grateful for the man's unpleasantness. Of course, she did her best not to show it. Jr epsilon epsilon omega. C sigma. The meal continued in this frosty atmosphere for some time until the temple knights, gathered at the end of the long table, rose from their seats. We shall take our leave first, Kuo Lian announced in a subdued voice. He then walked out of the dining hall without waiting for a response. Maxie took advantage of the opportunity to rise as well. She would not subject herself to such unpleasantries any longer. Without looking at Riftan, she said to the princess, "My apologies, but I would like to retire as well." Historical. But of course. Maxie gave Lian a curt nod, spun around, and walked out of the hall. As she was stomping up the stairs, Riftan caught her hand. She shot him an angry glare. "What? I wanted to join you. That won't be necessary. You and the princess seem to know each other quite well, so don't let me get in the way of your reunion. I assure you, I do not mind at all." Wrenching her hand free, Maxie continued marching up the stairs. Riftan chased after her, a nervous explanation spilling out. "Don't get the wrong idea. I never had a personal relationship with the princess. I only served as her guard for 3 months, and that was over a decade ago. That was all." Maxie snorted as she hurried to their room, but Riftan kept pace with her. Blocking the door, he whispered angrily, "It's the truth. I won't deny that the princess made her interest known to me, but I firmly refused her. She only said those things just now out of resentment." Maxie looked up at him. She knew he would rather choose silence than make up lies. If he said that nothing had happened, then that was likely the truth. And yet, the fact that another woman had tried to seduce him still upset her. "Be that as it may, it is still true that the princess took a fancy to you." Riftan blinked, then shook his head incredulously. "I was no more than an amusement to her. And it greatly hurt her ego to be rejected by a lowly nobody. Of course she would be resentful." "Why, you know nothing about women," Maxie said, glowering at him in frustration. "If she still feels that strongly about something that happened over a decade ago, as you say." She stopped just short of blurting out that the princess must have held genuine feelings for him. There was no point in revealing another woman's attraction to her own husband. Staring at the floor with a sullen expression, she mumbled, "You foolish man." A great sigh came from overhead. Jerking her head up, she gaped in disbelief when she saw the ear-splitting smile on Riftan's face. Rage instantly rolled inside her. What's so funny?" she fumed, pounding her fists on his chest. Riftan wrapped an arm around her flailing limbs. "There's no need for all this jealousy. I only have eyes for you." Maxie's face burned crimson. She found his tone, that of a man trying to appease his surly lover, endlessly grating. It frustrated her whenever he failed to notice her burning jealousy, but his brazen remarks about it vexed her just as much. He was pecking at her cheek now, but she coldly pushed him away. Without another word she strode into the room. Riftan continued to gloat as he followed her in. Under the oak tree. Chapter 402. "Does it upset you that much to see another woman bat her eyes at me?" Riftan teased. Ignoring Maxie's glower, he glued himself to her back. He rested his chin on her shoulder and continued smugly, "I had no idea my wife was this possessive. I'd better watch myself from now on." The princess was making advances on a married man. I simply couldn't stand her brazen behavior." Riftan's smile only widened at her feeble excuse. Maxie looked up at him sharply, eyes blazing like an enraged wildcat, and struggled to free herself. Instead of letting her go, Riftan picked her up and sat on the bed. He placed her on his lap and whispered sweet words to her as he peppered her pouting cheeks with feathery kisses. "You are endearing even when you're angry." It took everything Maxie had to maintain her furious expression, but she found she could not withstand his gentle ambush for long. Sliding his hand inside her robe, Riftan tenderly caressed her abdomen through her flimsy dress. Feeling her spine melt like butter, Maxie grumbled a tad resentfully, "I'm starting to think you are quite the rogue." "Your charming antics bring that out of me," he replied with a grin. When his hand slid upward to delicately cup her breast, Maxie hunched her shoulders ever so slightly, even as she discreetly pulled on his wrist to elicit a stronger caress. The playfulness on Riftan's face vanished instantly. He tipped her head back and crushed his lips against hers. As his tongue sought its way into her mouth, he gently tugged on her taut nipple. Maxie let out a deep moan. Just like that, a tingling heat ignited within her stomach. Freewn.com. Wanting more, she guided his hand to the junction of her thighs. Riftan responded with a growl and hungrily stroked her through her thin garment. She opened her legs slightly, hoping he would caress other, more sensitive areas. All of a sudden, she felt his hand abruptly withdraw. Maxie looked up at him in confusion. His face was visibly strained from the frustration of holding himself back, but he tried to put on an awkward smile. I should wash up first. I haven't had time because of the princess. With that, he lowered her from his lap, rose from the bed, and strode to the wooden tub. After vacantly staring at his back, Maxie said in a glum voice, "You were with her the whole time?" Riftan, who was in the process of pulling off his tunic, looked at her over his shoulder. "Don't tell me you actually doubt me," he said with a faint crease forming on his brow. "Oh, of course not. It's just that woman seems to have lingering feelings for you. So I can't help but be concerned about what you might have discussed." Riftan wordlessly regarded her for a moment before letting out a small sigh. "The princess merely negotiated with me on behalf of King Torben." Maxie's head perked up at the unexpected answer. What did the King of Dristan have to negotiate with Riftan? Sensing her curiosity, Riftan calmly explained, "As you know, the armistice of the Seven Kingdoms is currently being threatened. The Church of Ossuria, which has served as the pillar of the armistice, is greatly divided, and the present pope has been unable to unite the two clashing factions. Those against the armistice have used the division within the church to join forces and strengthen their cause. To stop their efforts, we must also gather more supporters of the peace agreement. Then. Does that mean you have succeeded in winning Dristan over to our side?" "I've yet to receive a definitive answer, but I managed to convince them to take a neutral stance." Maxie gaped at her husband. Because of its territorial disputes with Wedden, Dristan was the nation most unhappiest with the armistice. It was to the point that their royal family secretly supported raiders that plundered the eastern territories of Wedden despite the peace agreement prohibiting kingdoms from invading each other. How had Riftan managed to persuade such people? As if reading her mind, Riftan sighed and continued his explanation. "The only reason Dristan wants to wage war is to reclaim the lands they ruled over for centuries. However, if they were able to repossess these lands without bloodshed, they would no longer have a reason to oppose the armistice." Maxie stared at her husband in horror. "Why, you promised them our eastern territories? But making such promises without royal approval is treason. You know I would never do such a thing. These are terms King Reuben has already consented to." Riftan shook his head incredulously at her reaction. "After the Duke's death, the duchy will pass on to you, the crown princess, or the royal grandson. If there is to be a dispute over the inheritance, the eastern nobles will have to take sides. And once they start fighting each other, Dristan will use the opportunity to invade our kingdom. If the lands are to be ravished by war anyway, it's better to use them as leverage now to get what we want. But if you consider the immense profit those lands yield. The taxes paid by the duchy may be astronomical, but the cost of protecting it is not much different." King Reuben had already sent word to King Torben that he was willing to negotiate over the eastern territories, and Lyanna Torben was sent here with her brother's response. Maxie blinked vacantly at the revelation. She had noticed the king's frequent summons for Riftan after their arrival in Balborn, but she had never imagined their discussions being about this. Feeling foolish, she mumbled, "I thought you were only negotiating with her over the supplies. That is what we wanted everyone to think. Secret agreements between two kingdoms are best kept private, after all." Rubbing his nape with a wet hand, Riftan wearily leaned his head against the tub. Seeing him so exhausted made Maxie feel a pang of guilt. While she had been fuming with petty jealousy, he had been doing his all to prevent a war. She hung her head in embarrassment before rising from the bed to quietly walk up behind him. Picking up the soap on the rack, she said resolutely, "Let me help you bathe." Riftan's eyes flew open. He stared at her before giving her a troubled smile. "I think I'll manage. You should go to bed early." "But I want to." Maxie quickly lathered the soap and started to wash his hair. At first, he tried to avoid her, but he soon leaned back in resignation. After carefully rinsing his velvet hair clean, she gently massaged his broad shoulders and muscular nape. A contented sigh seeped from his lips. Maxie watched him with a pleased smile, then leaned forward to peck him on the cheek. Riftan looked up at her with feverish eyes and gently pulled her arm. "Join me. I've already bathed." "So?" Maxie feigned reluctance, but she soon undressed and entered the tub. He drew her on top of him and pulled her into a tender kiss. Maxie smiled, twirling his sleek hair around her finger. A sweet pleasure soon took over. The next day, the coalition army departed the city with 40 baggage wagons laden with supplies. The royal court of Dristan had fortunately prepared ample provisions in advance. They now had enough food to sustain 3,000 soldiers for half a month. Not only that, but Dristan had also provided 500 additional troops. Even so, Maxie found it difficult to feel happy about all of this, as the person tasked to lead Dristan's cavalry was none other than Princess Liena herself. She shot a murderous glare at the woman who seemed practically glued to Riftan. Though his aloof manner with her was embarrassingly obvious to any observer, Princess Liena remained unfazed, and she continued to come up with all sorts of excuses to linger around him. Maxie could not believe the woman's audacity. Does she have no shame? She rather aggressively stirred her porridge, her spoon clattering against the bowl. If only she could pounce on her and give her a stern warning to stay away from her husband. But she did not wish to frustrate Riftan's efforts with her petty jealousy. Dristan's support was necessary in maintaining the armistice. Hence, she had no choice but to tolerate the infuriating princess until she could finally return to Anatole at the end of this tiring campaign. Maxie desperately tried to quell her anger while she mechanically shoveled porridge into her mouth. Ruth, who had been flickering glances at her, blurted out in exasperation, "Can't you do something about your eyes? They remind me of a dead fish. It's starting to terrify me. Mind your own business." Historical. She did not spare the sorcerer a glance. Over in another group, the princess was currently laughing while playfully slapping Riftan's forearm. Maxie's expression must have been fearsome indeed, as the knights who approached with their rations swiftly changed course upon seeing it. It was no use. She could no longer feign indifference, her dignity be damned. Gripping her spoon with almost enough force to snap it, Maxie scarfed down the last of the tepid porridge. Then, she shot to her feet and marched over to Riftan. "Should we not be setting off soon?" Under the oak tree. Chapter 403. Riftan glared at the princess, his anger boiling just below the surface. He turned to look at Maxie when she spoke. Though Maxie was slightly relieved to discover that her husband found the princess's attention unpleasant, she maintained her blank expression. "You said we had to pass through the ignored plains before it gets dark," she pointed out. "You must mean the Noir plains," the princess corrected primly, taking a sip of wine. "Is it not rude to call a place in Dristan the Wedonian way?" "Forgive me, Your Highness," Maxie replied dryly before fixing her gaze back on Riftan. "Should you not order the men to break camp and prepare to depart if we are to cross Noir plains before sundown? It is usually a commander's prerogative to decide when the army sets out," the princess replied sharply as if fretting for a fight. "Though you are Sir Riftan's wife, do you not think you are overstepping a little?" Losing her patience, Maxie glowered fiercely at the woman. Before she could say anything, Riftan snarled, "I will not allow any discourtesy toward my wife." He gave the princess a warning look and stressed each word, adding, "She is a mage of the Ream Dragon Knights, which means she has the right to offer her counsel at any time. I believe it is Your Highness who should watch for overstepping." The princess's expression grew surly. Riftan opened his mouth as if to say something more but stopped himself. Historical. Looking thoroughly fed up, he rose and coldly bellowed to the spectating knights, "Rest is over. Get ready to set out." With that, he wrapped an arm around Maxie's shoulders and led her to the tent where the horses were sheltering from the snow. Maxie glanced back at the princess's rigid face with great satisfaction before furtively looking up at Riftan. "Is it all right for you to speak to the princess like that?" she asked, trying to sound concerned. "If this were to earn the royal family's ire. King Torben is not a fool who would let his sister's personal feelings cloud his judgment. And you also needn't tolerate her effrontery just to keep her happy," Riftan replied flatly as he walked Talon out of the tent. Maxie frowned. If the princess did not have the influence to sway King Torben to their side, why was Riftan putting up with her? She looked up at her husband with disapproving eyes. "Then, why are you tolerating that woman's behavior? You could easily keep her away by placing Dristan's cavalry in the rear. This is Dristan. No one knows the geography of the region or the structure of Vismore Castle better than their people. That's why I stationed Dristan's cavalry with the Ream Dragon Knights, and that's the only reason Liena Torben is riding close to me." Riftan let out a small sigh as he saddled Talon before turning back to Maxie. "I know that you find the princess's behavior unpleasant. I know because I'd want to flay any lout who dared ogle you. But we will reach Vismore Castle in a few days, and the princess will naturally move to the rear. Just try to put up with it until then. I shall try to keep my distance from her as well." Feeling somewhat appeased, Maxie nodded. She did not want to continue behaving like a narrow-minded child when he was doing so much to placate her. As she led Rem out of the makeshift stable, Maxie vowed to play the role of the understanding wife until they reached Vismore. Unfortunately, it took less than half a day for her resolve to helplessly crumble. She witnessed the princess pretend to lose balance while dismounting, then throw herself into Riftan's arms. For a moment, Maxie found herself unable to breathe from sheer rage. She watched as Riftan reluctantly helped the princess. When her husband coldly extricated himself from the woman, Maxie hastily looked away. She could only handle looking at them for so long, and she did not wish to cause a scene. Earnestly praying for patience, she trudged over to the campfire. She joined the soldiers as if nothing had happened and ate her supper. The persistent glances from Ruth and the knights made it clear she was failing to control her expression. Still, she was proud of herself for not doing much more. As she ate her stew, she repeated in her head that she would only have to endure for a few more days. Once she had finished eating, she immediately retired to the barracks to rest. Thus, another day passed, and a more grueling one began. Maxie did her best to keep her eyes away from the pair riding side by side at the head of the army. Instead, she concentrated on following the men in front of her. Despite her efforts, however, her patience was quickly draining away. With the next battle approaching, Riftan was focused on gathering information on Vismore and its surrounding areas, and Lyanna Mortorban made full use of the opportunity to talk with him constantly. To Maxie, it seemed as though the war and their mission to stop the dragon's revival were far from the princess's mind. A fierce gust lashed past her face, forcing her to stop glaring and look up at the sky. The sporadic flurries of snow were intensifying. The harsh weather was almost a blessing in disguise, as it made wallowing in jealousy difficult. Ears numb, she braved through the biting cold, desperately trying to keep up with the rider in front of her. Riftan's call for respite finally came from the front. As soon as she heard it, Maxie practically fell off her horse. She tottered over to the blazing campfire the soldiers had already stoked. That was where she stayed, huddled close with just enough distance to keep from getting singed, before she had to get back on Rem when the wind started to die down. The cold snap lasted 3 days, delaying the army's arrival at Vismore by an entire day. Maxie breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the hazy outline of the walled city beyond the veil of snow. They had finally reached their destination. It suddenly occurred to her that their arrival was nothing to rejoice about. It also meant this was the eve of their final battle. As she looked toward her husband at the front, she sent up a desperate prayer that their army would be granted time to rest before the fighting began. To her relief, it did not appear as though he would order an immediate siege. After surveying the city's ramparts from a hill, Riftan ordered the knights to set up camp. Soon, the legion of soldiers on the field positioned themselves around the city. Maxie followed the Ream Dragon Knights to a ridge that directly overlooked Vismore. It did not take long to get a clear view of the hundreds of stone structures that crowded the city, including a grand basilica. Maxie's face turned grave as she assessed the sturdy walls. Like Midna, the ramparts showed no signs of heavy damage, as if the city had been taken from the inside. Did this mean they had to execute another infiltration to open the city gates? She was discreetly watching the nearby temple knights when she heard Ruth sigh. It seems the army that went north has yet to arrive. Indeed, the forces led by Sejuluaran and Princess Agnes were nowhere to be seen. Since the units led by Riftan had circled south to get here, the others should have arrived at least a week earlier. Could they have run into trouble? Maxie asked. They are likely having problems with supplies as well. RX is no friend to the armistice after all, Ruth replied, scratching the back of his head in annoyance. Then again, since the nobles were hit with hefty taxes to fund this war despite the famine, it's no surprise that they are unhappy with the request for additional supplies. But we are fighting for the peace of the 7 kingdoms. The feudal lords have a duty to support the men fighting in there. Why would they care about duty when they're on the verge of going destitute? They fear their draining coffers more than the big threat of the dragon's resurrection. Are you saying they do not care whether the army starves to death? When we are risking our lives? Maxie halted her heated outburst. She had just spotted what appeared to be a flock of crows advancing toward them in the distance like ominous clouds. A chill ran down her spine when she saw what they truly were. They were not crows but wyverns, hundreds blocking out the sky. In the same moment she realized this, a copal blared out from the font. Ruth was the first to come to his senses. Raise shields. As Maxi hastened to summon her mana, large stones began to fall from the sky like hail. Holding back a scream, she sped up her mana circulation. Even though the barrier was in place, the sight of the raining rocks made her break out in a cold sweat. While trying her best to maintain control of her mana, Maxi frantically looked around. Though the other mages had quickly summoned shields as well, their efforts had not been enough to protect the whole army. Soldiers struck by the hurtling stones were sprawled on the snow in ghastly conditions, and several of the army's wagons, siege weapons, and tents lay in pieces strewn across the ground. Under the oak tree. Chapter 404. Get under the shield, Maxi shouted to the panicked soldiers running for cover. Some managed to duck beneath the barriers set up by the mages, but most broke away in terror or recklessly fired arrows into the sky, only to be brutally crushed by the falling rocks. Maxi was watching the horrific scene in despair when she heard Riftan's voice boom from the front. Back to formation. Prepare the ballistae. She turned her head towards his voice and saw him smashing one of the hurtling rocks with a large, 10-cavet halberd. He skillfully restrained Talon when the horse reared in agitation and bellowed his commands. Infantry, set up the defensive magical devices. Cavalry, get into battle formation. Make haste. Order instantly returned to the army that had been thrown into chaos. High-ranking knights capable of blade aura placed themselves at the force to shield the army from the hurtling rocks. The infantry retrieved the siege shields and giant crossbows from the baggage wagons and assembled them at regular intervals. Soon, 40 ballistae were firing javelins into the sky, and the knights promptly dispersed left and right. Maxi soon understood why his wyverns, pierced by the coalition's spears, plummeted to the ground one after another. When she saw that one was plunging toward the rear unit, Maxi desperately summoned her mana. Right at that moment, she felt a powerful gust surge behind her, instantly buffeting away dozens of wyverns. As she watched the scene with a stunned expression, thundering hooves sounded from behind. Over her shoulder, she saw Leon, a cowl over his armor, leading the temple knights to the front line. He stopped between the rear unit and the cavalry to issue a warning: move aside if you don't wish to be crushed to death. With that, the paladin drew his sword and swung it with impossible speed. Maxi backed away when she felt the sudden shift in the mana flow. A blue flame burst from his blade, sweeping away the descending wyverns like a storm and incinerating their massive wings. Moments later, their colossal bodies came crashing down like meteorites. Riftan leapt into action. With his halberd, he bashed a wyvern's enormous skull as if it were nothing more than an overripe pumpkin, then proceeded to decapitate the next one that fell to the ground. His valiant move seemed to bolster the army's morale. The archers roared and began firing an onslaught of arrows, and the infantry maneuvered the ballistae with renewed precision. Maxi breathed a sigh of relief as the number of monster carcasses grew. All at once, the wyverns, once well over 100 in number, were reduced to half. But it was not over yet. Something akin to a dark cloud rose in front of Besmore Castle. Maxi had been blowing away the plummeting monsters with wind blasts, but she stiffened as soon as she spotted the strange phenomenon. What on earth is that?" she asked Ruth uneasily. Instead of replying, Ruth let out a strangled groan. Soon, the distant cloud was a mere 6th radiance away from the army, and Maxi got a better view of the dark shadow swallowing the snowfield. The ominous cloud surging toward them like a flood was actually a troop of black horses. Thousands of ebony war horses charged toward them like a wave. Riding atop each were knights clad in dark armor. Maxi narrowed her eyes to sharpen her gaze, then gasped. The riders were all headless. Dullahans. Maxi jumped at the sudden voice and was surprised to find Leon standing near her. The paladin regarded Ruth with cold eyes. "You successfully controlled the wyverns in the Pamela Plateau. Can you command the wyverns now to fight the Dullahans?" Ruth appeared slightly taken aback. He warily regarded before slowly shaking his head. "When we were at the plateau, I merely manipulated the rune already created by the dark mages. I am unable to recreate their rune on my own. Then, our only option is to find the entity summoning the dead." Turned to Maxi. "Can you locate the necromancer for us?" Gaping, Maxi turned her head to look at the swarm of wyverns circling above and at the cavalry of Dullahans closing in on them. He was right. They had to deal with at least one of the two. Turning back to him, Maxi gave a determined nod. I shall try." Maintaining her shield, she carefully began the tracing spell. But the search area was simply too vast, and she could not extract any useful information. Breaking out in a cold sweat, She started to lose concentration while weaving the mana thread and was forced to hastily withdraw. We were mistaken. The necromancer controlling the undead is likely inside Vismore Castle. I'm afraid we are too far from the city for me to pinpoint their exact location. Then we must get closer, the Temple Knight replied matter-of-factly. Maxie shrank back in fear and glanced at the battlefront. She could see Riftan looking over his shoulder in her direction. She wondered if he was also distraught by the sudden turn of events. Perhaps he actually wanted to come to her but was conflicted about leaving the knights who looked to him for orders. Maxie vigorously shook her head to reassure him that she was fine. Seeing this, her immobile husband finally returned his gaze to the battlefront. Soon, the loud blast of a copal tore through the air, and the knights charged at the cavalry of undead with frightening speed. Maxie bit her lip as she watched the scene unfold inside the barrier. As long as the necromancer was alive, the undead would keep rising. No matter how powerful Riftan and the Ream Dragon Knights were, they could not fight forever. She regarded Quail with a determined expression. Very well. If you can guarantee my safety, I shall help you locate the necromancer. This is a battlefield. It is impossible to guarantee anyone's safety. I am aware of that. What I want is your word that you will protect me to the best of your abilities. A hint of displeasure flashed in the Temple Knight's green eyes. Cocking his head, he asked in a low voice, "Do you think I would not do my best to keep you safe without such a vow? What I know, Sir Quail, is that you are capable of sacrificing others for the sake of the cause. I'm also aware that I am not someone you need to risk your life to protect." Historical. Anxiously glancing at her fighting husband, Maxie quickly added, Do you deny it? I may have previously received the Temple Knight's protection as a mage of the tower, but I am currently in the service of the Ream Dragon Knights. Since I am not obligated to obey your orders, and you are not duty-bound to protect me, a new agreement is needed. A hint of irritation rose on the Temple Knight's usually indecipherable blank gaze. He eyed her appraisingly before curtly replying, Very well. I shall swear on my honor as a knight to protect you at all cost. Maxie sighed in relief and turned her gaze back to the battlefront. Although the Ream Dragon Knights, along with the Knights of Philarin and Dristan's cavalry, were holding back the Delahans, it was only a matter of time before the coalition's battle line collapsed. Maxie hurriedly turned her horse around. Good. Then let us hurry. Hold on. Ruth, who had been silently listening to their exchange, hastily blocked her path. Let me go instead. Sir Riftan will be furious if he finds out you snuck into the city. Ruth, while the number of spells I can use is limited, you are capable of both defensive and supportive magic. I want you to remain here and assist the Ream Dragon Knights. That is the pragmatic choice. But did you not just hear one of Wigru's reincarnations swearing on his honor to protect me? Nothing will happen to me, so, trust me. Ruth groaned with indecision, but in the end, he nodded with a sigh. Understood, but you must turn back at once the moment something goes wrong, he said while eyeing Quail warningly. The Temple Knight said nothing as he steered his horse around. After giving Ruth a reassuring smile, Maxie followed after the knight. Owing to the snowstorm, they managed to slip out of the coalition's encampment without being noticed by enemies and allies alike. Maxie anxiously glanced back at the violent battlefield as it grew more distant. Knowing Riftan's great strength was still not enough to assuage her worry. After repeatedly looking over her shoulder, she steeled her weakening resolve and whipped her reins. Now was not the time to be swept up by anxiety. To help Riftan, she had to locate the necromancer as quickly as possible and cut off the undead army's mana supply. Bringing her horse next to Quail, she told him, I would like to try the spell somewhere near the ramparts first. The Temple Knight's eyes flickered to her before he nodded. Follow me. Avoiding the area where the battle was raging, they furtively rode west where the moat was deepest. To Maxie's relief, no sentries were visible above the wall. After carefully inspecting the wall, she dismounted and placed her hands on the ground. She slowly allowed mana to flow out. After meticulously searching the city for some time, Maxie was able to connect mana pathways with an earth spirit sleeping beneath the city. She focused as her tightly knit mana net stretched out like a spider web. Finally, she detected it, an empty space beneath the moat. Under the oak tree. Chapter 405. I think there is an underground channel nearby connected to the moat. Quail paused his vigilant surveying of their surroundings to look at Maxie. Do you think we can use it to sneak into the city? If we are able to find the entrance. A faint line creased the clergyman's smooth brow. He looked up at the battlement in apparent deliberation before slowly nodding. Very well. Please lead the way. Rising to her feet, Maxie grabbed Rem's reins and cautiously started walking. The deep trench next to the wall widened as it stretched west, forming a chasm on the northern end with a watercourse at the bottom filled with gray ice. They followed the moat until they reached a place that appeared to be a lumber camp, where they tied the horses safely out of sight before returning. It is that way. Quail looked in the direction Maxie pointed. At the bottom of the near vertical slope was a small hole seemingly for drainage. Without hesitation, he glided down the moat. Fortunately, the remaining water in the trench was frozen solid, sparing them from having to wade through putrid waste. Inwardly breathing a sigh of relief, Maxie clambered down the slope. When she finally reached the bottom, the clergyman helped her up and strode over to the city wall. "This is the entrance?" he asked skeptically, peering into the arched tunnel. Flustered, Maxie groped at the wall. There should be a bigger entrance somewhere around here. Infusing her mana into the wall, she located where the stone was slimmest. She approached the surface next to the drain hole and inspected it. While the rest of the wall was stone, a single spot was made of plastered wood. After lightly knocking on it, Maxie's face brightened. "There is a tunnel here. This is the real entrance." Quail promptly smashed the plaster and tore off the wooden boards blocking the narrow, 5-cubit-tall entryway. Summoning a blue flame in his hand, he peered into the dark tunnel before turning around to look at Maxie. "I do not sense any monsters, but try to stay close behind me just in case." The damp tunnel exuded a musty smell. Quail bent down and entered without a second thought. Covering her nose, Maxie scurried after him. A horrible stench hit her as soon as she stepped in. She tried to keep her breathing shallow as she carefully picked her way over the sticky ground. Soon, a staircase emerged to the left of the narrow passageway. Holding her cloak over her nose, Maxie pointed to them. That staircase should lead us out of the tunnel." Angling the blue flame in his hand, Quail inspected the staircase. "Please cast a concealment spell as a precaution." With that, the temple knight swiftly made his way up the steps, and Maxie promptly complied as she hurried after him. Her heart pounded, and her stomach twisted into knots with each step she took. There was no way of knowing what was waiting for them. What if she had to fight a legion of undead monsters alone with this man before they could do away with the necromancer? After wiping her clammy hands on her clothes, Maxie gripped the sword hilt at her waist. Though she had trained with Ursuline and Riftan here and there, she had not had the chance to use the sword for a while now. Would she be able to protect herself if she was forced into combat? As she mechanically moved her legs, she tried to recall what she had learned. Just then, the faint smell of smoke reached her nose. She looked up to find a small, iron-framed door at the top of the stairs. After pressing her ear against the door for any sound, Quail gripped the door hand and gave it a light twist. The latch broke with a clatter, and the door cracked open. Maxie felt her back break out in a cold sweat. She was terrified that monsters would come from them at any moment. Contrary to her fears, however, there was only silence. "From here on, you must stay close to me at all costs." After peering through the gap, Quail stepped out of the tunnel. Maxie followed close behind him, vigilantly glancing left and right. The secret passageway's exit was located at the bottom of the stairway leading up to a castle tower. In front of it stood a large edifice that appeared to be a guardhouse with stone houses densely lined up behind it. Maxie looked about the city until she spotted 3 or 4 skeletal soldiers prowling not far from them. She held her breath, but it fortunately did not seem like the monsters had noticed their presence. Shh! Maxie felt the temple knight snatch her wrist, and she was pulled into a narrow alleyway. For a long moment, Quail kept a sharp lookout for danger before finally turning his head to her. "Can you start the tracing spell here?" Maxie swallowed hard. With a slow nod, she started to read the flow of mana as carefully as possible. This time, she located where the mana was concentrated with less difficulty. She looked up at Quail brightly. It's over there. A short distance northwest from the ken." Maxie froze. A skeleton with a warhammer had entered the alley, its bones rattling as it moved. Quail immediately pushed her behind him and swung his sword. The skeletal soldier clattered as it fell into pieces over the ground. However, they were not out of danger yet. Alerted by the noise, axe and sword-wielding undead soldiers appeared in droves. Maxie heard the temple knight irritably click his tongue before he grabbed her wrist and started to run. Maxie had to sprint with everything she had to keep up with the knight's speed. As they raced from one narrow alleyway to another, the frightening faces of the monsters whizzed past them. It was so overwhelming that she did not even know how many monsters were chasing after them. She was frantically looking about when the force pulling her made her stagger and stick closer to the wall. Keeping her shielded behind him, Quail smashed the charging monsters into smithereens with a single swing of his blade. Having met a dead end, he turned them around and began sprinting again. Maxie desperately latched onto his hand. Though her lungs hurt as if they were frostbitten by the rapid intake of cold air, and her wind-battered face stung as if burned, she continued to run. When they reached the wide square, Quail pulled her closer to his back. "Where do we go from here?" Maxie glanced around dizzily. Before she even realized it, they were surrounded by a throng of undead monsters. Preparing herself to cast a barrier, she replied breathlessly, that way." Quail looked to where she pointed. The conical roof of a castle tower speared the sky, visible above the dense stone buildings. After wordlessly looking at the structure, Quail broke through the attacking monsters with his sword and raced toward the tower at full speed. Maxie felt as though she was riding atop a wild, out-of-control horse. Each time the Temple Knight swung his sword, monsters standing in their way were shattered into pieces, while those coming at them from both sides instantly crumbled into ashes beneath blue flames. Maxie was amazed that he was capable of using divine magic whilst fighting with a sword. Practically sick with terror, Maxie watched the Temple Knight battle the monsters until they reached the end of the square. "We must go that way," she said, pointing to a flight of stairs on their left. Immediately, the Temple Knight ran up the wide marble steps with her in tow. A large edifice, which appeared to be a shrine, emerged in front of them. Once she was certain that mana was flowing out of the building, Maxie readily flung herself toward the entrance. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Right at that moment, she heard a whizzing noise before she was forcefully thrown back. Stunned, Maxie looked up at the man who had pushed her. A second later, she froze as she saw the cluster of spiked icicles embedded in the spot they had been standing. When she raised her head, she saw a hooded figure in a dark robe standing in front of the shrine's entrance. Quail promptly charged at the mysterious figure, and with a quick flash, one of its arms dropped to the ground. Maxie hunched her shoulders at the ear-splitting scream. Crying out in pain, the monster grabbed its bleeding arm and fled into the temple. "Why, you mustn't let it get away," Maxie cried out. Quail promptly gave chase. Icicles rained down from above as she rushed after him, and she quickly summoned a shield. If she had not been prepared, they would have both been full of holes. With her head swimming, Maxie glanced left and right until she felt a more sinister flow of mana somewhere above her. When she jerked her head up, she saw two hooded lizardmen in black robes standing on the tribune gallery. Maxie stifled a groan. Both were in the process of casting advanced magic. Perceiving the unusual heat flowing in the air, she hastily placed herself in front of the clergyman and summoned the strongest triple barrier her mana would allow her. No sooner had she finished, scorching heat began to beat down on them from all sides. When she felt the outermost shield helplessly melt away, she summoned a replacement. Even with the airflow cut off, her cheeks felt as though they were on fire. The palms of her outstretched hands burned as she continuously circulated her mana, and the fabric of her sleeves turned black where the fire singed them. Squeezing her eyes shut, Maxie bolstered her barriers. On and on it went until, just as she was nearly drained of her mana, the flames finally died out. Under the oak tree. Chapter 406. Maxie willed herself to remain standing despite her trembling legs. Up in the tribune gallery, she could see the monsters fleeing after their failed attack. "We must go after." Her exclamation was cut off by a violent coughing fit. Acrid smoke burned her throat as flames engulfed the wooden pillars, pews, and altar. Though the blaze did not spread to the other parts of the stone edifice, the air within the sweltering nave was filled with ash. Maxie covered her face with her sleeve and frantically blinked her bloodshot eyes. In that short time, the monsters were already at the stairs leading out of the shrine. A panicked urgency gripped Maxie. If they allowed the monsters to get away, Riftan's battle with the cavalry of Dullahans would not end. Even as she stood here, she knew her husband was engaged in a violent fray outside the city. She needed the Temple Knight to pursue the monsters without having to worry about her. The moment she turned her head to tell Quail this, she saw a dark line shoot past her with a metallic zing. Before she could identify what it was, the man pressing her shoulder down stepped forward and yanked his other arm back. With a sharp shriek, a lizard man dropped from the gallery. Maxie hastily covered her mouth and nose to avoid inhaling the dense cloud of ash. Though her vision was blurred with tears, she saw Quail spinning the hook attached to his steel chain. A heartbeat later, the hook, propelled like a boomerang, pierced another monster standing on the second-floor balustrade. Quail forcefully yanked the steel chain, and the monster was helplessly pulled along like a fish caught on a hook, its scaly head severed from its large, agile body. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Having finished off 2 lizard men without breaking a sweat, Quail turned his gaze to Maxie and asked, "Are you all right?" After mechanically bobbing her head, Maxie forced her rigid body into action and made her way over to his side. As the dust settled, it revealed a limp corpse next to the altar, covered in ash. The lizard man's black, scaly head had rolled down the steps of the dais while the second lifeless carcass was sprawled on the choir stalls. The hook had pierced the monster's heart, giving it a quick death. While Maxie vacantly took in the scene, the temple knight wiped the blood on his blade and said impassively, "Are there any more?" Maxie snapped to attention and hastily began the tracing spell. Dark energy glowed in the air. Realizing that the necromancy spell was still in place, she shook her head with a hardened expression. These weren't the necromancers. There should be more of them hiding somewhere in the city. Quail gave her a long look before asking, "Do you think you can locate them?" She hesitated before nodding determinedly. Though she was low on mana, she was still capable of scouring the vicinity. Desperately hoping that the necromancer was nearby, Maxie carefully began the search. Fortunately, she quickly located the origin of the dark magic. Straightening, she pointed to the corridor at the end of the aisle. "It's that way." The temple knight did not waste any time. As Maxie scampered after him, she heightened her senses to keep track of the flow of dark magic. The barely perceptible mana thread gradually became clearer as they passed through the ruined back garden. As if sensing the ominous energy as well, the clergyman placed his hand on his sword. "How much mana do you have left?" he asked warily. I won't be able to summon a shield as strong as the last one, but I am still capable of casting basic defensive spells." Quail looked at her over his shoulder before turning his gaze back to the front. "From here on, you are to stay behind me no matter what." With that, he strode into the dark temple. Maxie stuck close to him and readied herself to cast a barrier. Before long, a circular altar surrounded by 6 pillars appeared at the end of the corridor. Maxie froze in place when she saw the small doll standing before the altar. Bending over it was a mysterious, robed figure. It slowly raised its head, revealing a pale face covered with silver scales beneath its hood. Maxie tensed as soon as she saw it. The monster looked almost human with its small frame, round face, narrow chin, slender nose, and small ears. She was processing its strange appearance when it opened its mouth to let out a strange sound. "You are too late." It took a few seconds for her to realize that the monster had spoken in the official language of the 7 kingdoms. It regarded them with its red, mineral-like yes, then repeated, "You are too late. Our king will be awakened soon." It spoke with the awkwardness of a parrot mimicking human speech for the first time. Maxie felt her blood run cold. The monster slowly turned away from them as if it had been waiting here just to convey those words. Quail hurled his hook at it, but the hurtling weapon bounded off an invisible barrier. The monster's red gaze looked almost bemused for a moment before it shambled toward the exit. Maxie could tell that Quail was furious. Gritting his teeth, he ran after the monster and brandished his sword. The monster swerved, but this time, it was not quick enough to evade the attack. Dark blood began to gush from its arm. Gripping its dangling limb, the monster extended a silver hand. The air around them began to thicken with red fog. Sensing the ominous flow of magic, Maxie hastily grabbed the clergyman's habit and pulled him back with all the force she could muster. It is a spell that causes decay. You mustn't get close to the fog." Quail had been like a rabid hound ready to pounce, but Maxie's warning made him stop in his tracks. The hem of his habit that had brushed the fog turned black as it eroded. Maxie stuck close to Quail's side and summoned a wind, but it did little to blow away the toxic fog. In fact, it continued to drift toward them. She would run out of mana at this rate. As she frantically glanced around, Quail suddenly pulled her back. "We can climb up there." He pointed to a network of scaffolding set up for repairs. After urging her toward it, Quail grabbed Maxie by the waist and hoisted her up. She promptly latched onto the wooden planks, but hauling herself above it was more difficult than she anticipated. Her legs flailed in the air while her top half draped over the planks. Quail placed her feet on his shoulders and pushed up. Maxie finally managed to stagger upright. She bent down to help the knight, but Quail nimbly leapt up without assistance. "We should be able to get up through there," he said, pointing to a construction ladder propped against the wall. Maxie looked up the length of the ladder, her eyes shining with fear. It stretched all the way to a window near the ceiling. Even if they could somehow clamber through, how on earth would they get down? We must hurry. The red fog had risen to just below their feet in the time she had been hesitating. As soon as she saw the creeping tendrils, she began climbing. Her arms and legs were shaking, but she knew that the fog would burn Quail if she paused for even a second. Trying not to look down, she quickly climbed to the top of the sloppily built scaffolding and swung her legs through the arched window. When she looked out, a fierce wind battered her face like a whip. She glanced around as she brushed away the snow that bombarded her hair and eyes. The sky was already ink black, and the snowstorm raging outside had only intensified. Coming up behind her, Quail swung one leg over the windowsill and pointed to a spot below them. "Do you think you can lower yourself down there?" Maxie's eyes grew wide as she looked down. She had not realized that the aisle roof was about 7 cuvets, approx 210 centimeters, below them. It was not a dangerous height, but a slip of the foot could easily send her rolling down the roof. After gazing down in terror, Maxie steeled herself. "Why yes," she said, nodding. "I will help you descend, so try to lower your feet first." Gripping the window sill with both hands, Maxie slid to the edge. Grasping the clergyman's hand, she squeezed her eyes shut and slowly lowered herself. It felt like an eternity before her feet touched the roof. She dropped to her knees and latched onto the protruding tiles with both hands. The fear of falling set her heart racing, and her back broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Quail jumped down like a man incapable of fear and heartlessly pulled her to her feet. "Can you track down that monster?" Maxie mustered what little mana she had left before shaking her head. I think it has gone beyond the reach of my tracing spell." Quail furrowed his brow. He seemed furious with himself for letting the monster get away. Maxie felt dejected as well. Since they had infiltrated the city to eliminate the necromancer, their failure to capture it meant their efforts had been for naught. She gazed despondently at the ramparts battered by the snowstorm. What should we do now? First, we should lower the drawbridge and destroy the gate. After that, we must get out." Quail, surveying their surroundings with a hardened expression, suddenly went silent. When Maxie followed his gaze in puzzlement, she saw an expansive shadow advancing over the snow-obscured hill. Could it be another legion of monsters? She watched the shadow in terror. Her eyes grew wide when she made out the hazy outline of a red banner billowing in the snow flurries, and her legs nearly gave out in relief. The army that had gone northwest had finally arrived. Under the oak tree. Chapter 407. Thank goodness. Now that our ally is here. It is too early for celebrations, Quail interjected, coldly cutting her off. Maxie's face fell as her relief dissipated like smoke. She turned to the temple knight. "We must bring the holy relic here while the army is fighting the Delahans," he said with measured calm. The mysterious monster's eerie prophecy echoed in her mind. Quail was right, they had to repair the barrier with all haste to prevent the dragon's awakening. Maxie assessed her dwindling mana. There was far too little remaining to cast a levitation spell. Yet, given their dire circumstances, should she not brave the risk of mana depletion to ensure their escape? Her eyes darted around and settled on a makeshift structure to the right of the shrine. Carefully walking to the roof's edge, she suggested, "See, could we descend this way?" Quail gauged the distance before nimbly jumping off. He then reached up, offering his hands to assist her. Once Maxie's feet landed on the precariously built scaffold, she grasped the ladder propped against the wall. Though it looked far from sturdy, they had no other option. She began her cautious descent. To her relief, no monsters discovered them on their way down. Once they reached the ground, Maxie tried to steady her wobbly legs. She scanned the empty courtyard, dilapidated storehouse, and the wall beyond. Though she could vaguely infer that this was the church's rear, she still had no idea of their exact location. Where should we go now? Follow me. Quail surveyed their surroundings before striding toward the arched exit at the opposite end of the garden. As Maxie hurried to catch up, a thunderous noise echoed from a distance. She looked up in time to see massive boulders hurtling toward the city. The coalition army had begun launching its siege weapons at the ramparts. Quail's pace quickened, urging her to move faster. "You must stay close to me at all costs." Maxie nodded, her face turning grim. The deafening clamor of war shook the air. The towering stallion seemed as if it had galloped out of the depths of hell. Steaming breath billowed from its mouth like a volcano, and its powerful legs pounded the earth as it launched into the air. The mounted warrior on its back swung a 6-cavet sword, cleaving through 5-foot soldiers with lethal precision. Richard Breston felt the heat radiating from their blood and entrails. In the frenzy of battle, the cavalry showed no scruples as they trampled over their own fallen comrades to charge the enemy. To Breston, the chaos was endlessly entertaining. Adrenaline coursed through him as his white claymore sliced the air. The Breston family heirloom, said to be forged from the black dragon's bones, cut effortlessly through an armored horse and its undead rider as if they were scraps of paper. However, instead of splattering the ground in chunks, the Dullahan's corpse melted away like black sand. Breston clicked his tongue as he gazed down at the black stain on the dirt. What a disappointing kill. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. To add to his annoyance, the black pool began to bubble, regaining its headless form. It was a thoroughly deflating situation. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Breston scanned the chaotic battlefield. While the number of Dullahans had not dwindled, the coalition's forces were noticeably diminished. The snow beneath was stained with the blood of countless fallen soldiers. Remnants of destroyed siege weapons and baggage wagons lay strewn over the hill, a testament to the havoc wreaked by the wyverns. The central unit remained intact, but the flanks had been decimated. It was evident that they had severely underestimated the monster forces. How troublesome, Breston thought with a scowl. While a defeat for the coalition would weaken the reformed faction and their new pope, it would also derail Heimdall's ambition to abolish the armistice. Nobles from the east and south would likely rally to uphold it in order to prevent the dragon's revival, boosting public sentiment of the armistice. Anyone trying to sow discord now would be branded an enemy. Still, can the church lead the council having lost the people's trust? Casting his gaze behind, Breston noted the rear unit stationed roughly a thridion away. Even with the mages shielding them, the archery and siege units had not been spared from the wyvern's onslaught. But if the army withdrew now, it would require a fortune to regroup. Would the nobles continue to obey the council and provide the coalition with more men and supplies? A smile curled Breston's lips. The church had already displayed its incompetence to the world. He was certain that the nobles would stop honoring the council's decision. Regardless of how this campaign ended, this ludicrous farce of a peace agreement would end. Breston turned his gaze back to the battlefront. Tristan's cavalry and the Ream-Dragon Knights were pushing back the Dullahan army. No matter how skillfully Riftan Calypso commanded his troops, he would still go down in history as a failure. Breston turned his horse around with a satisfied look. He was signaling to the Baltonian soldiers to retreat when someone abruptly blocked his path. "What do you think you're doing?" Breston eyed the lithe knight atop his grey stallion. It was the young noble of the Ream-Dragon Knights. Ursuline Ricato, was it? The fair-haired knight glared at Breston with his deep blue eyes as he deftly blocked the northerner's retreat. "It is an act of treason to abandon your post without the Supreme Commander's permission. If you wish to be slaughtered like dogs, that is your choice," Breston sneered as he eyed the knight standing in his way. Quite a large number of Wedonian knights were positioned behind Balto's encampment as if they had been anticipating Balto's dissertation. Placing his hand on his sword, Breston gave Ursuline a threatening smile. "But we would like to be spared from such a fate. Only fools would risk their lives to fight a battle they cannot win. If the left flank abandons its position, the central unit will be completely surrounded," Ursuline snarled with a menacing expression that seemed out of place on his comely face. "Are you trying to betray your allies to save your necks?" "Allies?" Breston howled with laughter as if the other knight had said something hilarious. "You can't be serious. If you truly considered us your ally, you wouldn't have watched us like hawks. I will say it again, no one is allowed to abandon their post without the Supreme Commander's permission," the knight hissed through clenched teeth. "Turn your steed around at once." The smile fell from Breston's face. He was speechless. How had he ended up in a situation where he had to take orders from a feeble prude from the south? Perhaps he had been too tolerant. He rode up to Ursuline and said in a dangerous tone, "I detest taking orders. So much so that even my own father has given up trying. So who are you two?" Breston abruptly stopped as the blast of a kopel reached them from afar. He swiveled his head to glance at the chaotic front line before looking past the horizon. Red banners billowed in the wind as a mounted army closed in around the city. "Is it Siguluran?" Breston clenched his jaw. It would be unwise to pull back now. He glared at the top of the hill but eventually signaled to the Knights of Philaran to hold their positions. Just then, he spotted the familiar banner fluttering behind the Lividonian army as they marched down the hill. It took a moment to place the coat of arms, that of Balto's Southern Confederacy. Breston turned to Ursuline, dazed as if he had just been struck in the head. "What the hell did you do?" "I'm afraid I do not understand," Ursuline replied stonily. "Is there something wrong with reinforcements arriving on time?" After giving the lithe knight a murderous glare, Breston spurred his horse to the front lines. Roughly 2 radians ahead, the Wedonian spearmen were forming a shield wall. Leaping over them, Breston raced to the center of the fighting. He galloped past hundreds of soldiers before he spotted Riftan Calypso taking on 8 Dullahans by himself in the vanguard. Breston cut down the Dullahan in his path with a single blow and brought his horse next to Calypso. He saw the mongrel's eyes flicker to him behind his visor. "You were supposed to be leading the left flanks. You seem to have accomplished something rather interesting and I found it impossible to contain my curiosity," Breston sneered. He drove his sword into one of hellish war horses charging at him like a water buffalo. Its rider tumbled into the mud. Pulling on his reins, Breston maneuvered his stallion to trample the fallen Dullahan under its hooves. He redirected his attention to Riftan Calypso with a furious glare. "How did you manage to get Balto's Southern Confederacy to send reinforcements? Did you think you were the only one capable of machinations?" Calypso replied indifferently as he brought his halberd down. Because the monsters refused to come near them from apparent fear, the two were able to converse without being interrupted. The church wasn't twiddling its thumbs while Heimdallvi was gathering opposition to the armistice. "You sorely underestimated the new pope. You're telling me it was the pope who persuaded the Southern Confederacy?" When Calypso offered no response, Breston stepped in front of him, effectively blocking his path. "You must think me a fool. The church couldn't have made a move without us knowing about it." Under the oak tree. Chapter 408. Breston regarded the mongrel's face, obscured by a visor. "I know you sent your knights to Balto," Breston said with absolute conviction. "You made us believe they were going to hoover straight to take back Hanatol's seized vessels when this was your objective all along. I don't see why you would require my answer when you seem convinced already," Calypso quipped derisively before steering his horse right. As if noting the arrival of fresh troops, the Dullahans at the gate began to fan out left and right. Their movement seemed less of a coordinated strategy under someone's instruction and more of a reflex to an enemy sighting. After carefully observing the confused cavalry, Calypso signaled his knights to advance. He likely wanted to use this opportunity to charge and breach the gate. Breston swiftly moved to block him. The damned monsters were the least of his concern when his long-desired ambition was on the verge of crumbling. "Why choose to be the Pope's hound?" he snarled. "I can see why Leon or Aron might stick to old conventions, but why do you? Are you that content with being King Reuben's lapdog? Are you not doing the same?" Calypso replied flatly. "If you were against such a life, you should never have become a knight. Heimdall is nothing like your spineless king. We are going to bring back the glory of the Rome Empire." "The glory of the Rome Empire?" Calypso's black eyes slowly shifted from the battlefield to settle on Breston. There was derision in his voice as he added, "Are you not glossing over some history there? Perhaps you should start with the ancient states era." Breston's face contorted when he grasped the implication. "Balto's southern territories were once a part of Gwyn," Calypso continued mockingly. "If you want to shatter the armistice, even at the cost of tearing your kingdom apart, be my guest. Launch a new age of war. We shall see which side runs themselves into ruin." Was the mongrel suggesting that their path would lead to a civil war in Balto? Breston clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. He watched the banner of the Southern Confederacy draw closer. When the unpleasant shock of being outmaneuvered waned, several possibilities started to formulate in his mind. If Gwyn's former territories had decided to support the armistice, it would be dangerous to heedlessly dissolve the peace agreement now. A careless move could spark a civil war in Balto. And if Wedon, Levedon, and Ossuria were to use the opportunity to join forces and invade Balto, the North would not escape unscathed. Reluctantly coming to a conclusion, Breston twisted his lips. "You're right. I might have been a little too overconfident." While they had been working to ignite a war in the south, it seemed the armistice's supporters had not been idle either. Breston gritted his teeth as he gazed at the reinforcements that had marched right in front of them. The earth shook as thousands of war horses clashed with the Dullahan army. Soon, the ear-splitting clamor of war rang across the battlefield. This time, Breston felt no excitement. Seething with cold rage, he kept his gaze fixed on Calypso's back. He was loath to admit he had been outwitted. Maxie tried to remain calm despite the hurtling rocks. She desperately tried to keep up with Guile, who was forging ahead. The undead monsters prowling the city had rushed to defend the wall from the coalition's assault, allowing her and Quail to slip through the streets unnoticed. However, it also meant the rampart was swarming with enemies. Staying close to the temple knight, her gaze started to the walls. Among the tightly packed houses, she saw a wooden staircase leading to a castle tower. Standing guard at its base was a throng of skeletal soldiers. Quail, pressed against the wall, assessed the route ahead. 30 seconds. When Maxie looked up at him questioningly, his green eyes calmly stared back. Do you have enough mana to maintain a shield for 30 seconds? Why yes, but... Maxie faltered. With no idea what he planned, she found herself incredibly nervous. Summon your shield and stay put, the temple knight said, unsheathing his sword. I will not be long. Without waiting for her reply, he vanished from the alleyway, swift as the wind, dispatching a wandering skeleton in his path. Maxie looked on in a daze before she saw the band of skeletal soldiers swarming the temple knight. She promptly cast a shield. Though Quail made sure that no monster got near the alleyway, he could not block every arrow and fireball being launched at them from above the wall. Squeezing her eyes shut, Maxie circulated her mana, slowly counting the seconds in her head. All of a sudden, the clanging steel and shrieks of the skeletons stopped. Maxie peeked around the corner, coming face to face with Quail. He examined her ashen complexion before straightening. Follow me, he said, tilting his chin toward the ramparts. They promptly crossed the bone-littered street and climbed the wooden stairs into the castle tower. The interior of the tall building was as dark as night. Quail summoned a flame in his hand. We must lower the drawbridge first. The mechanism used to lift it is usually installed high up on the rampart. We must go up. Without wasting any time, Maxie began to ascend the spiral staircase. When they reached the rope room on the second floor, they found the pulley connected to the drawbridge. Quail severed the pulley's chain, and the drawbridge dropped over the moat with a crashing thud. Maxie looked out through the small window. The knights and the Dullahans were in the distance, fighting in a jumble on the field. Nightfall was fast approaching around them. Some knights quickly redirected their horses when they saw the lower drawbridge. Maxie spun around. They know the bridge is down. We must open the gate now. This way, Quail said, turning toward the door. He hastened down the stairs with Maxie following close behind. When he saw the horde of ghouls in front of the tower's entrance, he pushed Maxie behind him and summoned divine flames. Maxie pressed herself against the wall while the flames blazed before obligingly following the force pulling her arm. When they hurried out of the tower, they found dozens of ghouls and skeletons guarding the gate. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Quail swiftly cleaved the closest ghoul in half, then immediately pushed her toward a wall. The temple knight placed himself before her like a shield and relentlessly cut down the swarming monsters. Maxie curled herself into a ball behind him and desperately waited for the fight to end. At long last, when all the monsters were dealt with, Quail grabbed her arm and strode over to the gate. Their brisk march had them stepping over twitching corpses until they reached the mechanism that secured the portcullis in place. Fortunately, it was not difficult to operate. When Maxie pulled on the handle, the iron gate rose with a resounding scraping noise. The twilight battlefield filled her vision. Maxie recoiled from the sight. All around, allies and enemies alike clashed with spears and swords. Flames lit up the sky above them, likely the coalition's mages fighting the wyverns with magical devices. Get back. Quail pulled Maxie's arm and made her stand close to the gatehouse, away from the entrance. Ghouls had started to gather once again. With a swift kick, Quail destroyed the device that raised and lowered the gate. He then used Blade Aura to attack the swarm of ghouls charging at them, to no avail. Where had all these corpses come from? Maxie's despairing cry was cut short by thundering hooves behind her. A black war horse was galloping across the drawbridge toward the entrance. Soon, the sickening shattering of bone sounded through the air as the stallion mercilessly crushed a group of skeletons under its iron hooves. What are you doing inside the city? An icy voice rang above her head. Maxie tensed and glanced up to see Riftan coldly gazing down at her from atop Talon. Well. She began, managing an awkward smile. She looked to Guao Lian for help. The clergyman sighed and stepped in front of her. Now is not the time for interrogations. We must retake the city and purify the sanctuary with all haste. Riftan's gaze was full of daggers as he turned his attention to Quail. After a moment of suffocating silence, he gave his order to Elliot, who mounted behind him. Take my wife back to the rear unit immediately. That will not be necessary, Quail said, supporting Maxie by the forearm. I can take her back, so you. He was about to turn toward the gate when he swiftly raised his sword above his head. Riftan had brought his halberd down on him. Having barely blocked the attack, Quail looked up at the other knight with an incredulous expression. What is the meaning of this? Take your hand off my wife at once, Riftan snarled, pressing the sharp tip of his halberd spear to the clergyman's Adam's apple. If you ever touch her again, I will bash your head in. Realizing he was livid, Maxie hastily extricated herself from Quail's grip and ran to Elliot's side. She stood next to the knight's horse and deliberately put on a subservient expression. I shall take myself to safety with Sir Elliot, so, do not worry about me. Just be careful. Riftan wordlessly regarded her through the visor for a long moment. When he spoke, it was in a gentle voice that sent chills down her spine. Very well. We can talk once this battle is over. With that, he turned his horse toward the swarming Dullahans. Maxie nervously watched her husband before impatiently motioning with her eyes to Quail to make himself scarce. The clergyman furrowed his brow but eventually turned toward the drawbridge with apparent indifference. Thinking that he was about to cut across the battlefield, Maxie's first thought was to dissuade him, but she soon changed her mind. She had done all she could. She turned to Elliot and extended her hand to the knight. Let us leave this place at once. Pardon me, my lady. Leaping down from his horse, Elliot grasped Maxie's waist and hoisted her onto the saddle. He then mounted the horse behind her and took up the reins. Before she knew it, they were riding away from the battlefield. Maxie used her robe to shield her face from the lashing wind as she gazed over the thousands of fluttering banners. The coalition army had the monsters surrounded. Under the oak tree. Chapter 409. Cavalrymen under red banners formed a wall in the east, hemming in the Dullahans. Soldiers in surcoats bearing Weddon's coat of arms charged from the northwest like a tidal wave. The hooves of thousands of horses pounded the frozen earth, and the resounding roars of the troops deafened Maxie's ears. Awash with a strange sense of excitement and fear, Maxie fixed her gaze on the battlefield. Baronartha was leading the second charge after Riftan. The Dullahan army split in half, and the cavalries of Dristan and Wetton used the opening to cross the drawbridge. Maxie inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the knights flooding into Vismore. Though they had failed to eliminate the necromancer, the coalition would soon take back the walled city. Please hold on to the saddle, my lady. Elliot, who had been observing the battle from a safe distance, spurred his horse once again. Soon, the row of ballistae and archers became visible. Riding past them, they were approaching the rear unit when Elliot veered his steed to the side. Maxie had to grab onto the knight's arm to keep herself from falling. He drew his sword, and she soon understood why. One of the wyverns circling overhead had barreled straight down. Unravel the unknown, unleash the unimaginable, NV Epsilon LB inverted exclamation mark N. When the monster's dark shadow fell over them, Elliot started warhorse reared, abruptly skewing Maxie's vision. With a shriek, she tightened her thighs around the saddle. Elliot pulled tightly on the reins and swung his sword. It was impossible to see where the monster had been struck. But a second later, the wyvern's shriek tore through the air as hot blood rained down on her face. Its swoon proved not to be fatal. It managed to land on the ground, where it sat flapping its massive wings and baring its sharp teeth. Just then, Maxie heard a familiar voice. Move aside. Elliot promptly steered his horse away from the monster. A moment later, there was a thunderous crash. Maxie clenched her eyes shut at the sound before opening them again. As the snowy mist subsided, she saw the decapitated wyvern carcass. The man bent over it, yanked the sword lodged in the ground and said in a pompous voice, "You owe me, Sir Elliot." Maxie's eyes widened. Standing before them with a smug look on his face was Ulysses Rover. No one had seen him since Riftan had deployed him on a separate mission. Elliot sighed as he rode up to the younger knight. "Did you carry out your mission? Can you not tell? We brought reinforcements from Balto. 4,000 men." "Why, you brought reinforcements from Balto?" Maxie exclaimed in surprise. Her face was hidden beneath the hood of her robe. When she spoke, Ulysses brightened as if only just noticing her. "My lady. Have you been well?" Well. Maxie trailed off as she glanced at the steaming wyvern carcass and over the chaotic battlefield. Just then, Gara walked up behind Ulysses. "Let us save the greetings for later. We must take her ladyship to the rear unit first." Maxie was happy to see the young knight. Dressed in leather armor and dark gray robes, Ulysses and Gara looked like wandering knights who had roamed the continent for years. Though she did not know the details of their mission, she could tell that it had been an arduous one. "Please come this way." Garrow was the first to turn around. As Elliot followed him, Maxie spotted the mounted soldiers bearing white banners arrayed on the other side of the gentle hill. She squinted at the crest on the banners but could not place it. "It is Balto's Southern Confederacy," Elliot calmly explained as if reading her mind. "The southern nobles of Balto are not the most loyal to their kingdom's royal family. Sir Riftan chose to sway them to our side to keep the opposition in check. So, Ulysses and Garrow's mission was to meet and persuade Baltonian nobles?" Ulysses lightly shook his hands at Maxie's surprised question. "All we did was deliver Sir Riftan's message to Sir Riftan." Maxie's eyes widened at the young knight's unexpected answer. Riftan was considered a hero throughout the Seven Kingdoms for his crucial role in paving the way for the armistice. However, he was also a knight who had pledged allegiance to Heimdallvi and the father of the fiend Richard Breston. Would such a man truly side with those in support of the peace agreement? As if discerning her misgivings, Garrow, walking beside Elliot's horse, said seriously, "Sir Breston is an extremely pious man. Though he appeared to be of two minds about the conflict up until now because of his allegiance to his monarch, he wrote an official document showing support to the new pope after receiving Sir Riftan's and His Holiness's letters. It was thanks to them that we were able to persuade Balto's southern nobles. That meant Balto could find itself divided if Heimdallvi waged an unreasonable war." Feeling a heavy weight lift off her chest, Maxie regarded the two young knights with pride. "You have done something tremendous. It is Sir Riftan who deserves the praise. We were mere messengers," Ulysses said, brimming with pride. Maxie's chest was close to bursting from pride as well. By establishing a secret agreement with Tristan's royal family and winning support for the armistice in Balto, Riftan had extinguished the sparks of war. All that was left was to stop the dragon's revival. Maxie gazed down at the battlefield where darkness was descending, her eyes filled with hope. With this battle, the long, harsh winter would finally come to an end. Vismore Castle was liberated as night fell. While the Dullahans continuously regenerated, the undead that filled the city were wiped out by the high priests. When the coalition army drove the Dullahans away from the gate, the temple knights brought the carriage carrying the holy relic into the city. Maxie impatiently watched the scene from atop a hill before shooting a question at Ruth. "When can the rear unit enter the city?" "Patience, my lady. The cleric will send a signal once they have reactivated the barrier," Ruth replied wearily as he munched on a mandrago root. He had drained much of his mana from holding up a barrier for half a day. After taking a gulp of bitter restorative tonic, he added, "Once we cut off all mana flow around the Lexos Mountains, the Dullahans will naturally stop regenerating, clearing a safe path to the city." His measured response calmed Maxie a little. Soon, a copal blast rang across the battlefield, and the long queue of wagons slowly started to descend the hill. Crying out in joy, Maxie followed the procession across the field. However, her elation at everything being over did not last long. The way to the city was lined with countless dead. Maxie was struck dumb by the gruesome sight beneath the flickering torchlight. The horrifically mangled bodies were strewn amid the heaped corpses of horses with broken necks or severed legs. Clerics were dotted around the field spraying holy water on them. Recovering from her shock, Maxie closed her eyes and lay her head on Rem's neck. It felt surreal thinking these people had been breathing mere hours ago. They now lay dead on the frozen ground, buried beneath the snow. As the procession rode across the moat, the soldiers surrounding the gate cried out, "We must set up an infirmary. We will begin transporting the wounded, so please have fires and cots ready." With a heavy heart, Maxie surmised there must be knights among the injured. She galloped past the long line of soldiers and raced to the wide square. There, she found the Ream Dragon Knights gathering the dead to one side. As she approached, her complexion turned ashen. She frantically scanned the lifeless faces for any familiar ones. Ursuline, who was just closing the eyes of a fallen knight, quickly grabbed her arm. "My lady," he said, turning to keep her from seeing the corpses, "please head to the basilica to aid the wounded." How many have we lost?" "4 of our knights." Who are they? Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. "No one your ladyship would know. They were only recently knighted." Maxie caught herself breathing a sigh of relief, and her face burned with shame. She was utterly appalled at being glad she and those close to her were unharmed. Too ashamed to meet Ursuline's eyes, Maxie turned away. She suppressed the urge to look for Riftan and directed her steps to the basilica instead. If something had happened to him, she was certain Ursuline would have informed her. The fact that he had asked her to tend to the wounded must mean Riftan was safe. Maxie tried to allay her anxiety as she stepped into the large edifice illuminated by lamps. Dozens of medics were already at work inside. While they lit fires around the building and prepared rush mats for beds, Mozzie examined the soldiers and gave them basic medical care. The mages who arrived later promptly set about helping as well. Even though the coalition had managed to reclaim all the cities, thus successfully thwarting the dragon's revival, there was no joy in the air. The clerics held purification and funeral rites throughout the night. The mages took turns tending to the hundreds of injured with no more than a few hours of sleep. Exhausted, Maxie watched the gray sky slowly lighten. With the snow finally ceasing, weak rays of sunlight bathed the desolate city, leaving it eerily serene under its snowy blanket. She descended the steps toward the square, her gaze distant. All around her, the city buzzed with activity as thousands of soldiers busily set up tents. Under the oak tree. Chapter 410. Tents of all colors crowded the streets, and the stream was lined with hundreds of horses ravenously siphoning water. Maxie made her way across the chaotic square to the building where a throng of soldiers were waiting to receive their rations. A line of hundreds snaked from the large stone structure, likely used as a meeting palace for merchants. Some extended courteous greetings when they recognized her. Maxie responded with a smile and glanced about in search of her husband. Though she spotted a couple of young men dressed in Ream Dragon Knight uniforms, the Order's senior knights were nowhere to be seen. It was possible that they were still fighting the last of the monsters. Deciding to get a better grasp on the situation, Maxie headed to the outskirts of the city. Leaving the cluster of tents, she approached the rampart and saw sentries standing guard on the battlement. It was clear from their surcoats that they were Dristanian soldiers. After carefully observing the men, she continued along the wall to the east gate. Before long, she found the row of tents bearing Weden's flag. She cautiously approached a group of soldiers huddled around a fire. "Do you know where Sir Riftan might be?" The gathered soldiers simultaneously looked up from their breakfast. Maxie's eyes widened when she saw a familiar face among them. Sir Gable. "It has been a while, my lady," the knight replied jauntily as he removed his hood. With his dark brown eyes gleaming in the firelight, Gable scanned Maxie from head to toe in concern. "I heard you've been through a lot, my lady. I hope you were not injured." "I'm fine, as you can see, but what are you doing here, Sir Gable?" "What of Anatole?" "Anatole is in good hands. Sir Remus Baldo is protecting it as we speak, and both Sir Baron and Sir Sobriquet are still forces to be reckoned with." With a light shrug, the knight added, "I was up north all this time to settle the trade dispute with Balto. I met Rover and Levaction there and traveled south with them." "I see you have been busy." "Not as busy as your ladyship," Gable replied with a crooked smile. "All I've done for the past 3 years is manage the mine and wrangle merchants or nobles. These days, I get confused as to whether I'm a knight or an administrator." Maxie awkwardly shifted her eyes. Although Gable was not as explicit as Ursuline with his discontentment, he was clearly unhappy with the burden of managing the estate in Riftan's stead. "Why, you must understand that Riftan had no choice," Maxie said in her husband's defense. "We were made to set out on this campaign as soon as we returned from the Pamela Plateau." "I am aware of that, my lady," Gable replied with a bitter smile. "I was merely complaining. It is rather vexing, you see, to be the only one excluded while my comrades are fighting battle after battle." Not knowing what to say, Maxie awkwardly cast her eyes down. Although the knight's tone was nonchalant, she could tell he was in a foul mood. He might have been close with one or more among the dead. After furtively studying his expression, Maxie tried to change the subject. "Do you know where Riftan is?" "I haven't seen him since I entered the city. The commander is camped outside the city in case of a monster attack." "Your ladyship should be able to see him from up there," Gable replied, pointing to a watchtower beside a tent. Maxie promptly climbed the watchtower using the staircase next to the wall. Inside, the air was stuffy from the beacon burning in the middle. She circled to the arched window and flung open the shutters. The gray sky was stark over the shimmering white snowfield. In the distance, thousands of soldiers were camped outside the city gate. When she failed to find Riftan among them, she peered over the hill in resignation. The field was littered with wyvern carcasses and abandoned siege weapons. As she vacantly gazed at the traces of battle, a light tremor ran through her. "It's truly over." Through the opposite window, Maxie spotted the basilica's tower, which pierced the sky like a spear in the city's center. The clerics would have finished restoring the barrier by now. Even though the monster of the Pamela Plateau had escaped, the coalition had managed to thwart the dragon's resurrection. Feeling somewhat invigorated, Maxie slowly turned around. Just then, a gentle voice came from the darkness, sending chills down her spine. "There you are." Maxie jumped, her shoulders hunching instinctively. Riftan stood by the dark entrance. He trudged toward her, murmuring gently, "Shall we start our private interview, Miss Mage? Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update." Private interview? Maxie instinctively stepped back, wearing a stiff smile. After calmly regarding her, Riftan pulled a chair next to the brazier. "You look tired. Come, sit." "Amal. Sit." Maxie sat down. Placing another chair across from her, Riftan took the silver flask from his belt and poured her a cup of wine. After vacantly staring down at the cup, Maxie gulped down the contents at his silent urging. There was a stretch of suffocating silence before Riftan finally spoke again. "Maximilian Calypse, who is your direct superior?" "Wouldn't that be Ruth Serpil? He is above me in rank among the mages after." Riftan pinched her face, cutting her off mid-sentence. He repeatedly squashed and tugged her cheeks so that she looked like a puffer fish. Then, in a chillingly soft voice, he said, "Engrave this in your mind, I am your direct superior." Not wanting to fan his anger, Maxie meekly bobbed her head, but Riftan apparently had no intention of ending their private interview there. Bringing his face close to hers, he said slowly, "Now, explain to me why my mage disobeyed direct orders to protect the rear unit and instead went to infiltrate the city?" I had no choice. Sir Riftan asked me to locate the necromancer. Eliminating it would be the fastest way to stop the Dullahans from coming back to life. "So you recklessly snuck into a city overrun with monsters?" Riftan asked, his voice dropping. Maxie saw his chest rise and fall as if readying to yell at her, but he merely threw his head back and squeezed his eyes shut. "I wish he would just yell." After taking a long moment to quell his surging anger, Riftan said in a subdued voice, "Do you even mean to keep your promise to me?" I do. I only agreed to help Sir Riftan, because he swore on his honor to protect me." Maxie purposefully put on an aggrieved expression, but Riftan's face only grew stonier. "You seem to have great faith in the man," he muttered ominously. "Sir Riftan is among the greatest knights in the Seven Kingdoms. Where else could we put our trust if the vow of such a man is not to be trusted? I only did what I could to defeat the enemy after I was assured of my safety." Maxie held her head up with conviction, and a heavy silence fell over them. For a while, the only sound was the crackling fire. After glaring down at her, Riftan said through clenched teeth, "That man used the mages of the tower while deliberately hiding the loss of the Dragonstone. Yet, you entrust him with your life?" That's," Maxie stammered before closing her mouth. Riftan shot up from his chair. "Fine. I shall speak with the Holy Sword himself." With that, he turned toward the staircase. Maxie frantically stopped him. What are you going to say to him?" "That I will break his neck if he ever approaches my wife again." "Is there a problem with that?" Her face flushing, Maxie raised her voice. I will not stand by while you do that. Sir Riftan merely acknowledged my capabilities as a mage. The man has no interest in me whatsoever beyond that." When Riftan let out a loud snort, Maxie felt her temper rise like heat in her head. She began pounding her fists on his back. What's so funny? Are you belittling my abilities?" "I am not," he replied, grabbing her wrists, "but I failed to see why he insisted on dragging you into danger when Ruth was also there." "Why you are belittling me? Ruth may be a better mage than me, but I am better at certain spells." Maxie abruptly stopped her outburst. She sensed a sudden change in the air, followed by a frigid current that chilled her bones. Even the blazing beacon sputtered out. It was as if all the warmth were being sapped from the world. Riftan's face turned grim as he walked over to the window. Just then, there was a sharp, high-pitched cry. It was like a resounding echo coming from a great distance. The color rained from Maxie's face as she started out the window. White, frost-like snow poured from the overcast sky. She covered her mouth as she gazed at the faint silhouette of the Lexos Mountains past the haze. The eerie voice of the monster from the basilica echoed in her ears. "You are too late." Under the oak tree. Chapter 411. Chaos ensued. The troops camped outside Vismore began pouring into the city to avoid the sudden snowfall, and Riftan promptly convened the commanding officers of each kingdom for an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, soldiers hastened to set up temporary lodgings all over the city. They stabled the horses in empty buildings. Since the army would likely have to remain in the city for some time, accommodation was the most pressing issue. Despite the biting cold, The army repaired damaged buildings and cared for the animals. The clerics held the mass funeral within the basilica's main chapel. Since a noble was among the dead, a proper ceremony was held even amid the chaotic atmosphere. Maxie watched as linen-shrouded bodies were placed in crude caskets before turning her gaze to the people sitting in the pews. Soldiers muttered fearfully about the piercing roar that had emanated from the mountains, and the knights deliberated the army's next course of action with grave expressions. It was clear that no one was able to focus on the funeral. After looking around the chapel with a glum expression, Maxie slipped outside and made her way to the guest house. The rectangular wooden structure currently accommodated around 150 wounded. Lighting a lamp with magic, Maxie checked on the men for fever or festering wounds. Afterward, she went to the dispensary to prepare medicine for the patients. "I've already prepared the necessary remedies," Ruth called from behind. Maxie turned to him in surprise. She had assumed he would be in the meeting with Riftan. "Have you been here all this time?" Ruth shrugged. "I wanted to spare myself from watching the officers of the kingdom snarl at each other. Especially as the outcome is a foregone conclusion." Dragging a chair next to a boiling cauldron, he sat down and started to massage his shoulder in apparent exhaustion. The dragon has been resurrected, so a campaign is inevitable. The question now is who will fund it. Maxie stifled a groan. "Are they wrangling over supplies again?" "Well, the entire continent is suffering from famine because of the abnormal climate, and many landed nobles have already paid hefty taxes to fund the campaign to the Pamela Plateau. Since there is no question that additional demands for supplies will be met with fierce opposition, it's no surprise the monarchs want to push the burden onto each other." Maxie's face clouded when she recalled the desolation she had witnessed on their long journey from Ossuria to Dristan. Even the regions spared from monster incursions were likely struggling from soaring prices. Too many people were suffering because of the monsters. Poking the brazier fire with a branch, Ruth continued, "The church will doubtlessly be made to pay the lion's share. Much of the blame for the dragon's revival lies with Ossuria, after all. But Ossuria has always been the head of the Council of the Seven Kingdoms. Would the church be able to properly maintain the armistice, with such financial toll? The Church of Ossuria will be disgraced if the coalition fails to subdue the dragon, and in the end, the council would exist in name only. Shouldering the responsibility and leading the campaign to victory is the church's only option." Maxie bit her lip. That meant another war. After believing everything to be over, the dreadful news made her heart drop. She swept her gaze over the injured soldiers scattered around the guest house. I just can't understand it," she said in frustration. "Wasn't repairing the barrier in time supposed to stop the dragon from coming back? Didn't the church estimate it would take at least a few more months for the monsters to amass enough mana to resurrect it? Why your calculation supported this, Ruth? The monsters of the Pamela Plateau likely started to amass mana much earlier than we speculated. There is a high chance they started gathering fire mana the same year Sector was slain. Looking back now, the temperature started to decline the same year we returned from the dragon campaign." Maxie recalled her first winter in Anatole. She remembered preparing thicker garments for the sentries in a hurry because of the early frost. It sent chills down her spine to think that the monsters had been working on the dragon's revival since then. But, did Ossuria claim that Sector's stone was stolen after the Great War with the monsters? Do you think the church is lying? No, that is likely the truth. The monsters only managed to steal the stone undetected because the church was preoccupied with war in the north. Pensively staring at the boiling pot, Ruth calmly added, "For a long time, the monsters of the Pamela Plateau reared dragon subspecies for their stones. They transferred the mana in these stones to the dragon's heart. They would have had more than enough to accomplish their goal." Maxie bit her lip. "Ultimately, that means the monsters had completely outsmarted the humans. Then, what will happen now?" she asked anxiously. "The last dragon campaign lasted for 3 years. Will this one be as long?" "The previous campaign only lasted so long because of the expansive barrier around the Lexos Mountains. It took us 2 years to break through that maze-like structure and search the extensive mountain range that stretches through Wedden, Dristan, and Rx, all the while subduing the monsters under the dragon's command. This is different. The dragon's barrier has long been replaced by the church's barrier, and we know the exact location of its remains. If memory serves me right, the place of the final battle is less than a month's journey from here. But, what if the dragon is moved before we get there?" "Impossible," Ruth replied with absolute certainty. "Sector is almost 170 kevets, approx 51 meters. It would require an astronomical amount of mana to move him. That is why dragons spend most of their lives in hibernation, and even when they emerge from their long slumber, they require time before they can be fully active. They first need to gather enough mana to move freely, a process which usually takes 2 to 5 years. Ruth passed before adding with less certainty, although we cannot be certain since there are no records on undead dragons, a resurrected dragon should not be much different from one waking from hibernation. It might even be weaker since undead corpses only retain about 80% of their original strength. Maxie felt a glimmer of hope spark in her chest. If Ruth's assumptions were correct, Sector would currently be in a terribly weak condition. If the coalition formed a campaign party as soon as possible, they might be able to slay the dragon with less difficulty this time around. However, when she imagined the army facing the colossal monster, her optimism promptly dissipated. Even if its movements were restricted, the dragon's sheer size alone would make it a formidable foe. According to records, dragon bone was among the sturdiest materials in the world, comparable to orichalcum and adamantine. Its scales also possessed powerful magic resistance that rendered all arcane attacks ineffective. That meant that ordinary weapons and magic alike would be useless. How on earth were they supposed to fight such a creature? Where stories blossom, NV!N! Maxie remembered the story of how Riftan had boldly run straight into Dragon's Breath. Would he have to risk such danger again? The mere thought of him putting his life on the line like that crushed her heart. There is no need to fear so soon, my lady. We won't be leaving until additional supplies get here, Ruth told her reassuringly, noticing her pallor. Maxie forced her stiff lips into a brave smile. I am not afraid, I was merely steeling myself for the battle ahead. It did not matter what terrible monster they had to face, Maxie told herself with great determination. Because, this time, she would not be sending Riftan alone. When evening came, Princess Agnes came to the guest house. Maxie, who had been casting healing magic on the patients, cordially rose to her feet to greet her. It has been a while, Maximilian. I see you have been faring well. Maxie gave the princess an awkward smile. She was dreadfully haggard from getting less than 6 hours of sleep over the past 2 days, and her clothes were so heavily stained with blood and dirt that it was impossible to distinguish their original color. Princess Agnes, on the other hand, appeared neat and attractive even in her humble garments. The sight of the princess's lustrous blonde hair and rosy, smooth complexion made Maxie fiddle with her tangled tresses, which she had not had the chance to brush for 2 days now. Why, you also appear well, Your Highness. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. I barely had time to get dust on me since we arrived near the end of the battle, the princess replied with a shrug as if she could not care less about her appearance. With a small smile, Maxie placed the apothecary jar she was holding on a rack and followed the princess to the end of the guest house. You must have attended the emergency meeting. Was there anything of importance? Not so much. It was more an endless stream of incoherent arguments. The princess wrinkled her nose in disgust. Richard Breston tried to vent his anger by lambasting Sir Riftan and blaming the church for the whole situation. The representatives of Balto's Southern Confederacy and Dristan's princess also had things to say. Sir Riftan, of course, did not bat an eye. It was a muddled mess, I tell you. I can only admire Riftan for bringing order to the meeting. Maxie gazed out at the dusk-filled square with worried eyes. Do you know where Riftan is now? I left him with Sir Riftan. He seemed to have something to discuss with him in private. Under the oak tree. Chapter 412. Maxie regarded the princess with a startled expression. Surely Riftan was not warning the commander of the Temple Knights himself to stay away from his wife, was he? She anxiously eyed the military barracks at the end of the square. I think Riftan has formed some sort of alliance with the church, Princess Agnes said cautiously. An alliance? I'm sure you know he convinced Balto's southern nobles to support the armistice. And he sent his men to persuade the Southern Confederacy to side with the church. Agnes picked up a torch from a container by the entrance of the guest house. Lighting it with magic, she began descending the dark staircase. I'm certain the Pope personally asked Riftan for assistance. Had His Holiness tried to accomplish this with his Temple Knights, the opposition would have surely gotten in the way. So, he had Riftan act instead. Maxie frowned at the princess's face under the firelight. Her words seemed to imply that Wedden's royal family had been unaware of what Riftan had been doing until the arrival of reinforcements from southern Balto. She could not help but worry about how King Reuben would receive the news. After all, The king had often given the impression that he doubted Riftan's loyalty. Whether she was aware of Maxi's anxious gaze or not, Agnes continued cheerily, "Now, Riftan is more or less the face of the armistice's supporters. Since he has managed to persuade both Tristan and Balto's Southern Confederacy to the cause, he has solidified the Pope's trust and become an object of interest to many in power." A wry expression rose on the princess's face. Tristan's princess, in particular, is not shy about showing her interest. Maxie felt herself tense. Princess Agnes was somewhat oblivious when it came to social conventions between men and women, so the fact that even she was appalled by Lyanna Mortorban's behavior meant that Tristan's princess had been far from subtle in her romantic overtures. To think that she has the mind to direct her attention to such things at a time like this. Maxie replied frostily. "She truly astounds me." "She is certainly far from ordinary," Agnes concurred. "Princess Lyanna is known for her astute mind. She has southern Tristan in the palm of her hand by taking in powerful nobles as lovers. If rumors are to be believed, she even takes advantage of her bad reputation to approach and extract information from prominent figures around the world. Though I'm certain Riftan is not one to fall for such wiles, I still think you should warn him to be on guard." Maxie studied Agnes's face, wondering why the princess was talking about this. Something told her that this was the true reason she had sought Maxie out. Perhaps Agnes was concerned that Tristan might try to win Riftan over to their kingdom. Maxie wondered if she thought Riftan would naturally distance himself from Tristan's royal family if his wife opposed Tristan's princess. Although she was offended by Agnes's subtle attempt to manipulate her, Maxie maintained a calm front. "Thank you for your advice, I shall be sure to warn him." At Maxie's reply, the princes resumed walking, seemingly satisfied. They trudged through the pouring snow toward a stone building on one side of the square. When they stepped through the entrance illuminated by firelight, Maxie saw soldiers sleeping on rush mats, surrounded by braziers. Agnes led the way past them and up the stairs. Stopping in front of a door on one side of the corridor, Agnes said as she opened it, "I was told this building was originally a guild house. The second-floor rooms were decent enough, so I had them cleaned and readied. You can use this one while we are here. Thank you for your consideration." The princess shrugged to say it was nothing, then walked away toward the door at the end of the corridor. Maxie guessed that Weden's nobles were staying in this building. She glanced at the other closed doors before stepping inside the warmly lit bedchamber. Since she had been sharing sleeping quarters in military barracks or dingy guest houses for weeks, having a private room felt like a luxury. Maxie approached the warm glow of the fireplace and removed her filthy, blood-stained robe. She then washed her face, hands, and hair in the prepared basin of water. Once clean, she changed into a relatively fresh tunic from her small pack and laid on the straw mattress. It had been a long time since she last slept on a bed. Though the cover smelled faintly of ash and dust, it was not unbearable. Lying on her side, she watched the dancing flames until sleep took over. When she awoke the next day, she found a strong, muscular arm wrapped around her. After pushing down the forearm pressed uncomfortably on her stomach, Maxie wriggled around to watch her husband sleeping peacefully. The dying fire cast a faint shadow across his tired face. After silently gazing at him, she gingerly brushed away the hair strands pricking his eyelid. Months of grueling conditions had made the sharp contours of his face more prominent. Just thinking about his situation tore at her heart. After fighting in several bloody wars, he now had to embark on yet another perilous journey. When would this man be allowed to live in peace? With a heavy sigh, Maxie sat up. She was about to leave the bed to add wood to the fire when Riftan suddenly pulled her back. "Let's stay in bed a little longer," he murmured drowsily, pulling her into his arms. He slipped a hand inside her tunic to gently stroke her warm breast. The act felt more like an indulgence than anything carnal. Maxie blushed as she glanced at the pale sunlight streaming in through the window. Though she was greatly tempted to stay in bed with him like this, she had patience to tend to. She pushed his hand away and mumbled apologetically, "You should get more sleep." "I need to. I've been through hell the past few months, but they're still making me climb that damn mountain," Riftan said with his eyes still closed. "I think I've earned a day of lazing around in bed with my wife." After staring at his face in stunned silence, Maxie asked in a choked voice, "It has been decided, then?" She knew it was a stupid question. A campaign to the Lexos Mountains was inevitable. Though she had been prepared for it, the prospect of embarking on another long journey to fight yet another arduous battle filled her with despair. As if in the same mind, Riftan said in a heavy voice, "Yes. Word has been sent, so additional men and supplies should get here in a few days. He buried his cheek in her cloud-like hair, puffy from having not been dried properly before she slept, and added, "Let's stay like this until then." After a moment of hesitation, Maxie obligingly nestled herself in his embrace. Though all her tasks for the day kept rising in her mind, she did not want to leave her husband to tend to people she barely knew. Especially not when he had shown her his vulnerable side. Winding her arm around his taut waist, she rubbed her cheek against his broad chest. "Very well. Let's stay like this, until we have to leave." The supplies arrived a week later. An endless queue of baggage wagons laden with provisions rolled into the city, and the soldiers hummed as they tirelessly ferried ham, crates of stale bread, sacks of beans and oats, and barrels of alcohol. The plentiful sight, a rare occurrence of late, seemed to help the men forget their worries, if only temporarily. After watching the soldiers work and eyeing the full storage shed, Maxie made her way to the city gate. The empty grounds, likely a training spot for the sentries, were packed with wagons and horses, as were the roadsides. As Ruth had predicted, the church had agreed to pay for most of the campaign expenses. However, having heard rumors that it was not doing well financially, Maxie had not been expecting such abundant supplies. She stared at the mounds of firewood and hay in bewilderment before making her way along the confined path to reach the gate, where the stream of wagons was still passing through. Recognizing her, one of the soldiers cried out, "Greetings, Lady Calypso." His face seemed familiar. Maxie surmised that he must be among the soldiers she had treated. She bobbed her head in greeting before climbing the wooden staircase next to the wall to get a better view of the procession. The top offered a clear view of the columns of soldiers and wagons moving across the field. Maxie watched the scene in numb silence when she heard a familiar voice from below. "Maxie." Looking down, she saw two small boys with round faces and fleece-like hair sitting on the roof of one of the wagons in line for entry. She recognized them instantly. "Alec. Dean," she exclaimed. The two Umri boys waved their small hands excitedly. Maxie raced down the stairs just as they entered the city. What are you two doing here?" she had breathlessly, rushing over. "The tower sent us," one of the twins cried out as he hopped down from the wagon. Maxie moved aside to make way for the others in line and glanced from one twin to another. Is it just the two of you?" she asked, feeling both pleased and surprised to see them. "Where stories blossom, NV Epsilon LB inverted exclamation mark N. "Of course not. Plenty of us came." One of the twins, Alec, Maxie guessed, pointed a plump thumb outside the gate. "Annette should be somewhere back there with Sedina." Maxie looked past the gate and through the gap between the lines of wagons. True enough, there were familiar faces among those queuing to enter the city: Annette, bundled in a thick coat, the ever-bright Sedina, a weary-looking Caldo, and the other mages aboard. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Is everyone here, to join the dragon campaign? Under the oak tree. Chapter 413. Well, yes, but with Sector already back. Dean trailed off, then continued with a sigh, "I reckon we'll be enlisted into the campaign. Not that we mind. We came prepared for such a possibility when we left Nornei, but, I confess I was hoping for good news. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update." Maxie looked at the twins. As if discomfited by the curious crowd, the Umri boys were nervously glancing about with their hats pulled low. Instead of waiting by the gate for Annette and Sedina to enter the city as she would have liked, Maxie took the boys away from the congested roadside. "How many mages did the tower dispatch in total?" 55, including 14 senior mages from Ord, Alec replied as he hurried along. "And we're expecting an additional 24 senior mages to join us from the various regions of the continent." Maxie turned to him in surprise. While lesser mages, with their limited arsenal of spells, were not difficult to find, there were less than 200 senior mages capable of powerful magic in all of the 7 kingdoms. It was rare for the mage tower to dispatch almost 80 of them for a single cause. Furthermore, the tower had allowed so many from Ord to leave the island despite their knowledge of forbidden spells. "I had thought the elders were indifferent to anything outside the island," Maxie mumbled in bewilderment. "That's true for the vast majority of those born on the island. The senior mages refused to join the expedition to the Pamela Plateau when Master Calto agreed to cooperate with the church, and that's why the tower had to hastily confer magehoods to bolster numbers," Alec explained. "But everyone changed their tune once they saw the documents sent by the expedition party." The Pamela Plateau records are historical treasures any mage would drool over. They all started insisting that the tower had to obtain the rest of the records. That's when the elders started negotiations with the church. And that's why we're here, Dean cried, flinging his arms wide. Maxie gaped at him. Are you saying the church agreed to hand over all the records in their possession if the tower dispatched its senior mages? That would have been great, but no. They also demanded a generous donation, Alec grumbled as he pointed to the wagons filling the roadside. Who do you think paid for all that food? It wouldn't be a stretch to say the Mage Tower is funding this campaign. Maxie was speechless as she stared at the wagons lining the street. The new pope might be far more cunning than she had given him credit for. Not only had he used Riftan to put out the sparks of war, but he had also come up with a way to save the church from financial ruin. Can we move this discussion indoors? It's bloody cold out here, Alec complained with a loud sneeze. Maxie took them to an inn near the infirmary. As many still required their care, it was where most mages were staying. Inside, a few of them were enjoying a late lunch around a brazier. Maxie offered nods of acknowledgement as she led the Umri brothers to an empty spot. Ruth, who was wolfing down a bowl of watery porridge while huddled beneath a blanket, stared at them in surprise. An Umri? It came out as almost a whisper, so no one around them seemed to catch it. Maxie jabbed him in the ribs as a warning, and he let out a cough. Once he recovered, he dragged them to a corner. How were you able to leave the island? By ship. How else? Alec replied sarcastically before eyeing Ruth's light gray hair and blue-gray eyes with curiosity. And you're a Serpal. Are you the famous deserter? I am no longer considered a deserter. I was granted an official pardon, Ruth said in exasperation. Looking out the window with a stony face, he added, it can't just be the two of you. The tower must have dispatched mages to join the campaign. Who is leading them? Master Calto. Ruder gave a low groan. So, the elders have finally decided to get rid of my uncle. The sickly old man is going to draw his last breath in a barren wasteland. What was that? All eyes turned to the entrance at the shrill voice. Dressed in a thick woolen robe, Calto Serpal walked through the door with dozens of mages in tow. Though he was nowhere near Maxie's group, the elder's sharp hearing had not missed his nephew's ill-boding words. Calto stormed over to Ruth, his face contorted with anger, and pinched his ear. Ruth cried out in pain. Maxie, having grown used to the sight, turned away from them and ran to Annette and Sidina. Max, cried Sidina, opening her arms wide to embrace her. I'm so happy to see you safe. You've no idea how worried I was when I heard another war had started. It must have been terribly hard on you. It is true that we were terribly short on mages, but we managed. Pulling slightly away from Sidina, Maxie carefully took in her friends. Though both of them looked tired from the long journey, they appeared to be in good health. Clearly they had been fortunate enough to avoid monsters on their way here. When we last parted, you both made it seem like you would never again set foot out of Nornai. What made you change your minds? Annette, who was shaking off the snow on her hat, pointed to her younger brothers and grumbled, I had no choice after those two insisted on joining. While Annette was visibly unhappy about the fact that her mischievous brothers had gotten her into this situation, Sidina was as lively as ever. I, on the other hand, gladly volunteered, Sidina said cheerfully. I was worried about you. Plus, I wanted to see an actual Dragonian with my own eyes. Dragonian? Maxie asked in puzzlement. It's what we have started calling the mutant lizard men created by the dark mages. It has a ring to it, don't you think? The mages of Sigru came up with it, Sidina chimed. Maxie regarded her friend grimly. Was the tower able to learn anything about these monsters? Only that they worship the dragon and possess greater intelligence and mana than humans. We also found out that there are likely around 40 to 50 remaining. F50? Sidina shrugged off Maxie's shocked reaction. We found documents recording the Dragonian population's growth. If they are to be believed, we estimate there to be at least 40 of them. Maxie swallowed hard. Despite her numerous encounters with the unsettling creatures, she had presumed there were no more than 10. She felt a tingling in her spine. Not only did they have to face a dragon, but they were also going up against dozens of monsters so powerful they could summon undead in the thousands. The bleak news was enough to dampen all the relief she had felt at the reinforcements' arrival. I would like to see the Supreme Commander at once. Where can I find him? Calto asked after regaining his usual dignity. Rubbing his burning ear, Ruth turned around. I shall lead you to him. Follow me. Maxie was about to join them when she finally registered the faces of the weary mages in the middle of the inn. She knew she had to assign lodgings to them first. With a small sign, she opened the back door. "This way, everyone." She led her peers to an empty inn. Time flew by as she readied the rooms and prepared food for the group. Once they had settled in, Maxie went to the square and looked up at the darkening sky, now the color of ink. The frost-like snow continued its sporadic fall. It suddenly occurred to her that she had not seen the sun in a while. Though the pale sunlight broke through the clouds at times, it had been so long since she had last seen the sun's amber rays. She still could not believe that a single creature was capable of bringing such immense change to the world simply by existing. "My lady." The voice broke Maxie out of her glum thoughts. She turned to find Elliot's ever-serious face. "There is to be an emergency meeting. Please have the mages in positions of authority gather at the assembly hall." "Has something happened?" "It is urgent, my lady. Please make haste," the knight replied stiffly before racing off toward the empty grounds. Something bad had happened, Maxie was certain of it. She urgently convened the 55 mages, among which 7 volunteered to attend the meeting as representatives. When they reached the large, rectangular assembly hall, the commanders of the various kingdoms, including Riftan, the high priests, and Kalto Serbil, were already waiting. The mages naturally moved to Kalto's side, and Maxie took the seat beside Ruth. Riftan was staring down at a message on the table, his expression wooden. He finally spoke when everyone was settled. "Midna is once again under attack by an undead army." Maxie took in a sharp breath. After calmly glancing at the faces around him, Riftan continued, "The enemy has yet to take the city, but Midna will fall again if we do not send reinforcements as soon as possible." "Midna is not the only city in danger," Sichuluaran said grimly, breaking his silence from his spot at the end of the room. "The other cities are in danger of being attacked as well. Since the monster's goal is the complete revival of the dragon, they are doubtlessly trying to get rid of the barrier as we speak. That certainly puts us in a quandary," Princess Agnes, seated on Riftan's left, said as she irritably swept her hair aside. "Once the army departs for the Lexos Mountains, the cities will be left defenseless, and the monsters will surely strike again. However, we also cannot forget the dragon. The beast will only grow stronger the longer we ignore it. We have no choice but to divide the army," Riftan said firmly. "High-ranking knights and an elite unit of clerics capable of divine mage will form the campaign party. The mages will stay behind with the infantry to defend the cities and protect the invoked sanctuary from the monsters." Under the Oak Tree. Chapter 414. Maxie stiffened and shot Riftan a sharp glare. Her husband kept his gaze fixed ahead and continued with remarkable objectivity, "How many soldiers are on standby in the northern castles?" Unfolding his crossed arms, Sichuluaran replied, "We left around 250 infantrymen in each castle. Since the walls were mostly intact, we thought that should be sufficient for defense. Send 400 more and have senior mages dispatched with them as well." Turning to Kalto, Riftan asked, "How many of your mages are competent in advanced defensive magic?" The elder appeared to run some silent calculations. "Around 34 can summon wide-range barriers," he finally replied. Liana Moore-Torben was twirling a goblet of wine with a bored expression. She paused to grumble, "That means we can station about 7 of them in each fortress, hardly enough to defend an entire city." "The princess is right," Sichuluaran concurred, stroking his chin. "We should have the coalition's mages stay behind as well. There are 5 cities to protect, after all." It took everything Maxie had to hold her tongue. After a moment of heavy silence, Leon finally opened his eyes and looked directly at Maxie. "How many of the coalition's mages are capable of defensive magic?" "To my knowledge, there are currently 14 mages capable of summoning a shield. Among them, 6 can cast advanced defensive magic. That raises the number of senior mages in each fortress to 8. We should also exclude the offensive mages from the campaign party," Agnes chimed in, her bitterness evident. "Since magic doesn't affect the dragon, we would only be a burden." Perturbed by the flow of the discussion, Maxie blurted desperately, but they would need mages to heal the wounded and cast barriers. Both can be done with divine magic." Riftan coldly cut her off. Maxie glowered at him defiantly, "There are monsters capable of dark magic, in the Lexos Mountains. You will need people well versed in magical knowledge to take them on." "She is correct," Kalto Serbil said. "Our investigation on the Dragonians, the monsters responsible for this whole mess, shows that there are roughly 40 to 50 of them. No doubt the most dangerous among them are the ones contriving to bring back the dragon. Considering the scale of the magic used, we are likely dealing with at least 10. A man who had been listening in silence until then suddenly spoke. But won't the invoked sanctuary also strip them of their power? Judging from his large physique and salt and pepper hair, Maxie surmised that the man must be a northerner representing Balto's southern alliance. Turning to Riftan for confirmation, the man said, "You told us magic can't be used inside the mountains." "The barrier greatly weakens its potency but does not negate it completely," Ruth replied with a sigh. "Moreover, the monsters of the Pamela Plateau are acclimated to monosparse environments. They created runes that allow them to cast powerful spells even in unfavorable conditions. I would not be surprised if they can wield considerably powerful magic even within the barrier. But not as powerful as divine magic. We can handle the monsters," Kuao Lian retorted flatly. Though he furrowed his brow in vexation, Ruth begrudgingly agreed. Indeed, divine magic is not affected inside the barrier. However, we don't have a complete understanding of the kinds of magic these monsters are capable of. To be fully prepared, the campaign party must also include someone skilled in deciphering runes. This time, no one tried to refute him. Like a cat on hot bricks, Maxie desperately kept her gaze fixed on Riftan's tightly shut lips. He finally opened his mouth to say, "Ruth Serbal, since you have successfully deciphered and manipulated one of their runes in the Pamela Plateau, I shall assign you to the campaign party." That was the end of it. The discussion moved on to who would be sent as commanding officers to each of the 5 cities. Though Maxie tried to appear unaffected, she could not stop her expression from hardening. It was nothing short of a deep betrayal. Even though she knew in her head that Riftan's decision had been a sensible one, her heart simply refused to accept it. She kept her gaze on the brazier in the center of the room as she strove to conceal her disappointment. Reinforcements will depart for the cities at daybreak. When the meeting finally ended, the commanding officers rose from their seats one by one. Maxie hastily shot to her feet and strode out of the building. Though icy wind lashed her face, she felt nothing in her agitated state. Suppressing her boiling anger, she cut across the square through the gloom of dusk. Out of nowhere, a hand roughly turned her around. "We need to talk," Riftan said, peering down at her through narrowed eyes. Maxie yanked her hand free. "I have nothing to say to you." "Damn it, Maxie," he snapped before stopping when he saw the tears in her eyes. When he let out a low groan, Maxie turned her back to him. She said in a subdued voice, I do not wish to argue with you in public. I would like to be left alone for the time being." With that, she fled to the guild house before he could stop her. A handful of people spoke to her when she entered the dim hall, but she did not have the energy to respond. Hiding the tears running down her cheeks, she made a beeline for the stairs. When she reached her room, she slammed the door behind her and threw herself on the bed. The self-control she had barely managed to maintain until now finally crumbled. Frustration came in waves as sobs racked her body. She had no idea how long she lay there crying before a warm hand gripped her shoulder. "Please don't cry." Maxie looked up. Riftan was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking rather helpless. I thought, we promised to stay together," she said resentfully. "We did, and that is why I brought you all the way here. But you are trying to leave me behind again." His face became a blank mask. "I am the supreme commander of this army, and it is my duty to lead our men to victory. If mages were necessary in defeating the dragon, I would have dragged them along regardless of their opinion, but that is not the case. Mages are practically useless in the Lexos Mountains, but their abilities are vital in defending the cities. Am I supposed to willfully take you with me despite all of that?" Maxie's face contorted when she was unable to think of a retort. The hot tears welling in her eyes streamed down her cheeks. Cupping her face in both hands, Riftan wiped her tears with his thumb. "Please don't cry. I admit it, you must have been glad, to have a reason not to take me with you," Maxie spat out between sobs. Novuro LB1N was the first platform to present this chapter. Riftan's face fell ever so slightly. "Do you think it's easy for me to leave you here?" He drew closer so that they were nose to nose and said evenly, "Do you really think I'm happy about leaving you when an undead army could besiege this city at any moment? And no, but you certainly think it's better than taking me to the mountains." Maxie retorted, pushing his hands away. "See, can you swear that you felt no relief when the mages were excluded? That your concern for me played no part in your decision?" Riftan's expression grew cold, and Maxie instantly knew why. She was essentially questioning his judgment as supreme commander. But instead of losing his temper as she had expected, he merely stared at the floor with a helpless expression, his hands resting in his lap. After a long silence, he finally said, "To tell you the truth, I'm not sure." His clouded eyes flew to her. "I am incapable of making objective decisions when you're involved. Is it not the same for you?" Tenderly brushing away the hair clinging to her forehead, he added, "Between staying behind in Vismore and going with me, can you make the more prudent decision without being influenced by your emotions?" Maxie bit down on her lip as a sudden urge to be willfully unreasonable overcame her. Being separated from him was the last thing she wanted. Right now, she wanted to argue. And hanging like a dark cloud above all was the fear that she might never see him again. She did not think she would be able to bear it. Despairing, she peered up at him. The light from the fireplace cast a faint glow on his black agate eyes, and the sincerity she saw in them was like a knife to the heart. "Libreed. Come. You make the decision," he said mercilessly. "I will accept whatever it is." Maxie managed to choke out, "Wish to go with you." Riftan slowly closed his eyes. "Very well. If that is. But I shall remain here," Maxie spat as if she were vomiting blood. "I will protect the barrier. And wait for your safe return." Visible relief froze on his face. After casting a resentful glare over him, her surging emotions prevailed, and she pounded her fist on his chest. "Are you pleased to get the answer you wanted? Is it wrong for a husband to be relieved at not having to lead his wife into danger?" Holding her fist, he brought his lips down to kiss it. For some reason, this tender action only fueled her misery. She started pounding his chest with her other hand. Have you ever considered how I feel when I send my husband off to such dangerous places? I mistakenly believed, that we would stay together this time no matter what. Please, stop crying, Maxie." Pulling her into his arms, Riftan pressed his cheek against her damp one. Surrendering, Maxie burrowed into his embrace. I resent you very much." "I know," he mumbled while gently patting her back as if placating a child. Maxie wound her arm around his neck and pulled him closer with all her strength. "That was a lie. I don't resent you at all." She felt him take a deep breath. So," she whispered imploringly against his nape, "you must return to me no matter what. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update." His voice sounded tight as if he were struggling to suppress something rising within him. "I will." Under the oak tree. Chapter 415. When day broke the next day, 600 of Wedden's elite troops departed west for Midna. Among them were 10 senior mages and a supply party. A victory did not necessarily mean no more attacks, so the coalition had sent sufficient troops and resources to ensure Midna's defense. After watching the forces leave the city from her vantage point on the rampart, Maxie turned around. Even the remaining soldiers were busy preparing for battle. Hundreds shuttled to and fro loading wagons, while those who knew how converged in the square to trim and reshoe the army's war horses. A group of armed spearmen convened at the northern gate. As Maxie understood it, once preparations were complete, they would depart for the fortresses of Ennisman in northeast Wedden, Igredan in southern Rx, and Rut-Igern at the border of Rx and Dristing. As she made her way to the square, Selric looked up from his paperwork. "Have you decided what you will do, Maximilian?" he called to her from within his tent. Approaching, Maxie carefully examined the names etched onto the thin stone tablet before him. It seemed Kalto's fatigue from the long journey meant that the task of distributing the mages had fallen to Selric. "We have decided to send 13 senior mages to each city," he said, pointing to the vacant spots on the list. "They will be accompanied by several junior mages proficient in healing or basic defensive spells. Have you made up your mind about your assignment?" "If possible, I would like to remain here in Vismore." Selric gave a heavy sigh. It seems everyone shares that sentiment. No one is keen on embarking on another trek. Maxie's gaze following Selric's to the lengthy list of names of those hoping to be stationed in Vismore. Departing as part of the reinforcements meant leaving the city that very day. She had hoped to stay in Vismore to see her husband off. Casting a beseeching look at Selric, she said, I was told, Vismore is the closest city to where the dragon was sealed. If the campaign party were to fail, Vismore would be the first target. If you mentioned this to the others, I'm sure some would change their minds. I can see Albert and Bayless changing their minds." After gazing pensively at the list, Selric scrawled her name in tiny letters. "Your husband is leading the campaign party, isn't he? I assume you wish to wait for him here. I will put your name at the top of the list. I'm sure everyone will understand." Thank you. Relief flooding her, Maxie skimmed the names below hers. The Gondrick siblings were grouped under Vismore, likely due to their disinclination toward the northern regions, where the Orthodox Church had a stronger influence. Sidina's name was also among them. Exiting the barracks, Maxie's heart felt light knowing her friends would be close. She noticed high-ranking knights from various kingdoms in the square, collecting their rations. Her pace quickened when she spotted a familiar face. Sir Gable. The knight, walking toward a campfire with a steaming bowl in hand, turned to her. "Good morning, my lady." She smiled slightly. "Have you seen Riftan? He was gone when I woke up, so I have not seen him all day. The commander is in a strategy meeting with the knights. There is much to be discussed as the campaign party must set off for the Lexos Mountains as soon as possible." Gable sat by the campfire and began wolfing down his stew. Maxie looked at him, puzzled. "Should you not be attending the meeting as well, Sir Gable?" "I was left out of the campaign party, my lady," he replied, a sad smile playing on his lips. "We drew lots." Catching the hint of bitterness in his voice, Maxie nervously shifted her eyes. Being left out of battles in the past had already soured him, and now he had to stay behind to guard a fortress. Stirring his stew with visible frustration, the knight angrily added, "It isn't fair. If they had a shred of decency, they should have exempted me from the draw. I only agreed to it because I thought I wouldn't get the short end of the stick again. But fate is cruel." I complained, of course, but no one would hear it. His voice grew fiercer, and Maxie hesitated before replying softly, "I'm sorry. Perhaps it's because of me that you were forced to stay. Because they need someone to protect me." That's not true, my lady. Someone would have had to stay regardless. Vismore currently holds the Chalice of Purification. With the Temple Knights part of the campaign's main forces, it was decided that some Ream Dragon Knights would stay behind to protect it. Looking flustered, Gable vigorously waved his hand. "Please don't take my venting to heart. If that is all, then I am much." Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of the other knights. With a light nod to Gable, Maxie slipped away. Soldiers from Dristan and Balta were also among those flocking to the fire, so she did not want to draw any attention. She drew her hood and headed to the infirmary. Though she longed to speak with Riftan, even briefly, she thought better of disturbing him when he already had so much on his plate. Making her way across the square, Maxie stepped into the guest house where the wounded were kept. Most were on the mend, but appearances could be deceptive. Seemingly well patients could suddenly take a turn for the worse. She meticulously checked their food intake before heading to the dispensary to prepare remedies. Inside the dim room, half a dozen mages were already engrossed in blending herbs. They were likely making emergency medicines for the campaign party. Nodding in greeting, Maxie gathered the essential tonics and pain relievers. Once her patients were cared for, she dove back into the bustling activity of the dispensary. Hours blurred as she prepared various remedies for wounds, and frostbite, antidotes, and nourishing tonics. Lost in her work, she was startled when one of Wedden's healers cautiously intervened. "I think this should be enough. Why don't you go rest?" Maxie paused, glancing out a nearby window and wiping sweat from her brow. The sky, veiled in wisps of cloud, gave no clear sign of the time, but she guessed it was well past noon. Reluctantly setting aside the mortar and pestle, she stepped outside. The hundreds of soldiers on standby now poured out the city gate, heading toward the trio of northern cities beyond the Lexos Mountains. Her curiosity piqued, Maxie scaled the ramparts to see if she could spot familiar mage faces among the departing soldiers. Craning her neck over the battlement, she was dismayed to find that she could not tell individuals apart, as they were all bundled in thick coats. She squinted at the procession for a while before finally conceding defeat. Back at the mage's lodging, she shared a late lunch with Annette and Sidina. Afterward, they busied themselves mending magical devices. The day flew by. After working on the magical devices late into the night, Maxie curled up and slept soundly in the shared billet. Upon waking, she willed her stiff body to sit up and peered out the window. The silvery rays of dawn were slowly taking over the dark sky. The campaign party was set to depart from Vismore by midday. Though she chided herself for not spending what could have been her last night with Riftan, a part of her felt it was for the best. Had they been alone, she might have clung to him, refusing to let him go. She didn't want him to see her in such an undignified state again. Her resolve was to bid him farewell with an undaunted front so he would have one less thing weighing on his mind. Taking a deep breath, Maxie ran to the billet's small kitchen to wash her face. She also took the chance to tidy her hair and hastily arrange her clothes. As soon as she stepped outside, she was met with the sight of countless knights in full armor. She quickly scanned the assembled troops as she navigated the square. The temple knights in their black habits over grey armor, Bolos royal knights in dark plate armor, and the knights of Philaron draped in wolf pets stood by the north gate. Meanwhile, the Ream Dragon Knights, the elite unit of Balto's Southern Confederacy, and Widden's royal army formed a column of fours by the west gate. It did not take long for Maxie to find Riftan among them. He and Hebarin were checking the formations. She could feel the moment of departure drawing near and hurriedly approached. Riftan. Her breath caught in her throat when he turned to face her. In his rugged plate armor, dark cloak, and the Ream Dragon emblem on his shoulder pauldron, he looked every inch the knight he was born to be. "Where were you last night?" he said, handing off his helmet to a nearby squire. The rebuke in his voice made her guiltily lower her gaze. He lifted her chin upward. "I came back late, and you weren't in our room. I lost track of time making magical devices and fell asleep in the billet," she said, forcing a smile. "With the campaign leaving, the city will be defenseless. We had to ensure all the devices for the walls were finished. I wanted you to leave, without worrying." A faint line creased Riftan's brow. After a searching look, he asked, anxiety evident, "You are not still upset with me, are you?" Maxie's voice wavered, forcing her to stop. "You must not cry." When she looked down again, the trinket dangling from his sword belt caught her attention. Her handmade cord, hanging next to his bastard sword, blurred in her teary vision. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she inhaled deeply, trying to find her voice. "I'm not upset. Please don't worry. I will be here, patiently waiting for your return." Riftan wordlessly regarded her for a long moment. Unable to bear the silence, Maxie hastily pulled out a pouch from her coat and placed the firestone she had crafted just the day before into his palm. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. This stone was specially made to retain fire mana. It should stay warm for half a month, even in the mountains. Still, he remained silent. "And this is emergency medicine. I'm certain you'll be fine with Ruth around, but, this is just in case." "Thank you," he muttered, accepting her offerings one by one. As she fought to keep her emotions in check, she locked eyes with him. Though his expression remained stoic, the sadness in his eyes was unmistakable. The urge to draw him close was overwhelming, but she feared she might never let go if she did. It took everything she had to maintain the undaunted front expected of the Supreme Commander's wife. "Please be careful," she said. "And you?" For a moment, he seemed poised to caress her cheek but faltered. In the end, he lowered his hand. It was as if the pain of their separation was stopping him from daring to touch her as well. After silently gazing at his gauntleted hand, Maxie took a step back. They had said their farewells. There were no more promises to be made. Glancing at Hebarin, positioned a short distance away, Maxie said with as much courage as she could muster, "I shall pray for your safe return." "Worry not, my lady. We'll all come back unscathed," Hebarin assured with a playful wink. Maxie smiled at the burly knight before her attention turned back to Riftan. "We must go now," he said, his voice heavy. Though her heart sank, she managed a calm nod. Riftan gestured to the sentry overlooking the gate. As the gate rose, the knights began their march with fierce determination. After silently watching them pass through the gate in perfect formation, Riftan finally headed toward Talon. Maxie looked away, the weight of his departure too much to bear. Unexpectedly, a firm hand gripped her shoulder. She turned, and Riftan guided her to a quieter spot, away from his marching subordinates. "Before I leave, there's something I must tell you," he said, locking eyes with her. His words were heavy with significance. Maxie could not speak, only blinked her eyes. Riftan appeared to struggle before the words came bursting out of him. "I should have told you this 3 years ago. I just couldn't bring myself to say it back." He paused when his voice cracked, causing Maxie to look at him with concern. What could possibly be so challenging for him to confess? She was getting more and more anxious when he looked at her squarely. "I am proud of you." For a moment, Maxie could not breathe. Placing a hand on her cheek, Riftan slowly added, "Even when I was close to losing my mind with worry, a part of me was always proud of you." Tears she had staunchly held back spilled from her eyes. An emotion that was too intense for words erupted in her chest. She recognized the courage it took for him to share these sentiments. Aware of Riftan's fear of losing her, she knew he would go to great lengths to keep her safe, even if it meant using threats. And she felt the same about him. She understood how difficult it was for him to say those words of encouragement. Thank you, Maxie managed to choke out. She tried to smile, her quivering lips refused to cooperate. In the end, she could not restrain herself any longer, and she flung herself into his arms. It would only amplify the pain of their imminent separation, but she did not care. The fact that he had told her what she needed to hear at that moment despite his fears tore her heart to pieces. She wondered if this man fully understood what those words meant to her. With considerable effort, she managed to reply, "That truly means a lot to me." Under the oak tree. Chapter 416. Vismore felt eerily empty with the campaign party gone. Though 500 Dristanian soldiers stood guard near the gates, the heart of the city was littered with abandoned tents, empty stables, and mounds of refuse. Maxie's chest ached as she gazed down at the desolation from her window. This was not the first time she had watched her husband embark on a perilous journey, yet the grief she felt was the same each time. In fact, it only became more and more unbearable. Pushing her sorrow aside, she moved from the window to the fireplace and extinguished the flames. Grabbing her bag, she stepped out of her room when she heard a familiar voice address her from behind. "My lady, are those all your belongings?" She turned to find Garrow, his uncovered eye fixed on the bag in her hand. "I only need a few clothes," Maxie replied with a shrug. "I have already moved the medical tools and other provisions to the shared quarters. Then, we should make haste. The rest have started for the outskirts." Without a word, Garrow reached out, took the bag from her, and slung it over his shoulder. Maxie's gaze swept across the snow-blanketed street as she followed the young knight out of the guild house. In the wake of the campaign party's departure, Vesmore's defenses had been bolstered. The remaining soldiers were on high alert, strategically positioned near the city's outer walls. Lyanna Mortorban's elite Dristanian troops rotated their shifts on the battlements. Meanwhile, Princess Agnes and her 20 knights, joined by Gable and his 8 subordinates, assumed scouting duties. The mages held their posts close to the walls, with Maxie stationed near the northern tower. "This way, my lady," Garrow said, leading her to the back of the building. "Your horse is saddled and ready." A smile lit up Maxie's face when she saw him. Though she had left the mare's care to the knights since their arrival in Vismore, she appeared to be robust and lively. "I know I've neglected you," Maxie said, approaching the snorting horse with an apologetic look. "You forgive me, don't you?" Rem stopped her foreleg and butted her nose against Maxie's shoulder. After a moment of soothing the disgruntled steed, Maxie nimbly climbed onto the saddle. Together with Garrow, they rode out of the city center, weaving through the dense rows of wooden houses. After riding about 10 minutes, a majestic castle emerged between the narrow alleyways. Maxie halted and dismounted, approaching the outer wall. The dozens of men digging along the structure raised their heads at her arrival. "My lady," one of the men greeted, removing his hat when he recognized her. Maxie took a moment to note his familiar features. It was likely someone she had treated before. "I see you are fully recovered," Say remarked with a smile. "Thanks to you, my lady," he replied heartily, driving his shovel into the ground. A puzzled expression crossed her face as she surveyed the scene. "May I ask what you are working on?" "We are filling the drains connected to the moat to prevent enemies from sneaking in." The voice came from Annette, at the bottom of a ditch, shoveling mud into a hole in the wall. Wiping away the sweat on her brow with the back of her hand, she glanced skyward. "One heavy rain could flood the entire city, but it's a risk we must take for now." Maxie nodded with a grave expression. After all, she had once used the moat to sneak into the city herself. Handing her reins to Garrow, she began rolling up her sleeves. "Let me help." "I can handle this," Annette replied. She pointed her chin toward the wall. "Why don't you head up to the battlement? Alec and Dina are working on the defense weapons. I'm sure they'd appreciate some help." Maxie craned her neck to view the temporary structure installed on the wall before hurrying toward it. Ascending the ladder to the battlement, she found the Godric brothers setting up a ballista. She made a beeline to them. "I was told you needed help. What would you like me to do?" "Max." "Perfect timing," Dean exclaimed, grinning. "We're replacing the drawstrings with wyvern tendons to enhance the crossbows. Could you fortify the prod with magic to bear the extra tension?" Maxie assessed the crossbow. As Alec pulled the string, the prod curved alarmingly under the strain. She quickly drew a run onto the ballista and infused it with mana. "That should do it." "Great. Let's try it again." Alec operated the winch at the end of the machine. You always make me do the grunt work, he huffed. Once the string was taut, Dean released an arrow. The sharp, whip-like crack echoed as the 3-cavet projectile shot into the air. Maxie gasped in amazement as she watched it draw an impressive arc before vanishing over the hill. That'll take down the wyvern for sure, Alec cried excitedly. We should strengthen the others, too. The Godric brothers gathered their tools before rising. Together with Maxie, they modified the roughly 32 ballistae along the city walls, some of which needed significant repairs. Fixing them all took nearly half a day. Late in the afternoon, Maxie ate lunch before heading to the construction site to help with the wall repairs. Vismore had endured several battles by then, and many parts of the ramparts required attention. She worked tirelessly, collecting stone and wood around the city and preparing meals for the laborers. By sunset, she was utterly drained. One positive about her exhaustion was that it granted her a reprieve from fretting over Riftan, allowing her to sleep through the night. She continued to push herself the next day and the days after until word arrived from Midna. The undead army had been forced to retreat. However, her relief was short-lived. The message also warned that the monster army could strike Vismore next, causing the city to go on high alert. Lyanna Mortorban responded swiftly, ordering the soldiers to heighten defenses. The mages hastened to restore the magical devices and mounted magic detectors on the walls. These instruments would sound the alarm should any Dragonians approach. This tense environment was how Vismore braced for a potential onslaught. Yet, a week passed without any signs of a monster army. It was conceivable they had changed course for Enisman instead. If so, Selric and Miriam were likely battling scores of undead at this very moment. After gazing at the horizon past the parapet, Maxie sank in front of a brazier with a tired sigh. The exhaustion of the past few weeks, combined with gnawing anxiety, made it impossible for her to sleep. As she rubbed her bleary eyes and leaned back against the chair, Sidina appeared. I'll take over now, Max. It's not yet sunset, Maxie replied. Sidina wagged a finger. You've been on duty since dawn. You'll collapse if you keep pushing yourself like this. Rest is crucial. Maxie enviously regarded her friend's lively face for a moment, then got up with a sigh. Though she doubted sleep would come, she could at least lie down for a while. Then, I will take over in the morning. I don't want to see you until the sun is up. Try to rest even if you can't fall asleep. With that, Sidina flicked her wrist as if shooting away a fruit fly. Maxie shook her head and left the watchtower. Outside, the sky was changing from gray to light purple. She stared over the dusk-infused plain before turning her attention to the dark ridge of the Lexos Mountains rising loftily beyond. The campaign party would be passing through the rugged valleys by now. The possibility of them facing monsters and consequent losses gnawed at her. Maxie quickly put a halt to her terrible imagination. It was not her job to wallow in pointless worry, it was to protect Vismore at all costs. She steeled her weakening resolve as she descended the stairs. At the shared quarters, she devoured oat porridge before collapsing into bed. But just as she settled, the distant blare of a horn pierced the air. She bolted upright and raced outside. Amid the chaos and confusion, she clambered up the wall for a clearer view. To the west, what initially looked like a snowstorm approached like a tidal wave. But it was not snow. The white mass dominating the horizon was thousands and thousands of skeletons. After staring at the field in horror, Maxie darted up the watchtower, where she activated the defensive magical devices. As she did, an overwhelming sensation of discord seized her. Staring out, her yes widened in disbelief. An army of giant skeletons, each nearly 30 cavets tall, were advancing on Vismore, their heavy footfalls shaking the very earth. Under the oak tree. Chapter 417. Maxie snatched up the sledgehammer lying nearby and swung it at the magical device on the watchtower wall. Instantly, powerful magic erupted from the stone embedded in its core, spawning a translucent sphere around the tower. The neighboring watchtowers followed suit, casting a barrier nearly 2 radians, approx 370 meters, long around the ramparts. All combined, roughly half the city was now shielded. Peering out the window, Maxie checked if the barrier had reached the other end. Just then, a deafening roar split the air, and a powerful gust nearly knocked her off her feet. She held back a scream as she desperately latched onto the windowsill. Before her, giants had the city surrounded, pounding the shield with their colossal iron maces. The terrifying scene held her captive until a gruff voice called for an assault. Looking out again, she saw soldiers prepping the ballistae on the battlement. At a soldier's signal, Dozens of arrows launched into the air like a flock of birds. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Keep firing. Following the command, the soldiers let loose another volley. Their arrows sliced through the wind and mercilessly pierced the monsters' skulls and ribs. Slowly but surely, the undead army began to retreat. However, just as Maxie breathed a sigh of relief, a horn's blare resounded from the east. She stifled a groan. That meant more monsters had appeared at the other end of the city. Maxie dashed down the tower. The eastern and northern sections had sparser magical defenses, and if breached, the eastern gate would stand vulnerable. Maxie wove through soldiers carrying arrows and cannonballs, heading toward the stables. She quickly mounted Rem and raced bareback toward the eastern watchtower. When she arrived, she saw archers scaling the walls, preparing their defense. She tied Rem to a fence and stood in line behind the archers. As she readied to throw herself into Vismore's defense efforts, a hand gripped her shoulder. "Allow me to lead, my lady. Please wait for my signal before you come up." Maxie turned to find Garrow, his face set in determination. The young knight tugged her back and nimbly climbed the ladder. He took a moment atop the battlement to assess the situation before signaling Maxie to follow. She carefully ascended after him. Upon reaching the top, Garrow cautioned, "Stay back from the edge, my lady. An arrow might come our way anytime." Has the enemy already breached the shield? It seems so. The magical devices weren't activated on time. While we were focused on the west, ghouls reached the eastern wall, Garrow replied, pointing his torch beyond the battlement. Maxie followed his gaze and covered her mouth in horror at the sea of crimson eyes glowing across the field. Living corpses, their flesh decayed and peeling, swarmed the wall. Beyond them, a legion of skeletons amassed just outside the hastily cast shield. Where are all these undead coming from? Maxie asked in horror. "They are likely the monsters that perished in the Lexos Mountains," said a voice nearby. "The necromancers must have resurrected all those slain during the first dragon campaign." Maxie looked over to see Agnes, cloaked in red velvet over a silver breastplate. She was gazing at the field with a grim expression. The princess's sharp blue eyes glinted as she continued, "They might have even brought back all the monsters that died long before the campaign. Including the undead from the east, we're looking at numbers surpassing 6,000. While Maxie felt there were even more, she soon realized that it was the colossal monsters that gave her this impression. This brought no comfort, however. The giants outside the wind barrier were far more formidable than multiple armies of regular undead. Sparks erupted with every strike of their enormous iron maces, and the booming echoes reverberated around them, appearing to sap the soldiers' spirits. "Archers, take your positions. Defense unit, ready the catapults." Princess Agnes bellowed at the cowering troops. Revitalized by her order, the soldiers sprang into action. Archers let fly fiery arrows from the battlement, and sentries loosed cannonballs from the catapults toward the undead horde. Behind them, Maxie summoned a wind to deflect the ghouls' arrows. Princess Agnes, evidently deeming it unnecessary for two mages to be there, redirected herself north. Maxie maintained the shield over the battlement while she looked left and right. Mages lined the wall at roughly 1 or 2 Thradian intervals. Though the descending knight and their hooded figures made identification impossible, she could tell from the occasional fireballs that the northeastern side was mostly manned by the more offensive magic adept senior mages. It made sense, given the east wall's scant protection by magical devices and catapults compared to the western and southern sides. Even so, we won't be able to last like this. The mages will soon exhaust themselves, and there is only enough mana in the magical devices to last 2 more days. Maxie gazed out in despair. The occasional flicker of flame arrows revealed grotesquely shriveled ghoul faces and skeletal forms. Beyond them, the expanse of pitch darkness was punctuated only by countless glowing red eyes. Despite the biting cold, a cold sweat prickled her back. How long could they hold out if these monsters besieged the city? Vismore only had about 600 soldiers to defend it. And while over 20 mages, including Maxie, were present, half were healers. The city could easily fall in less than half a day. During a brief lull, Maxie turned to Garrow. Should we not request reinforcements?" Peering through a cradle with a longbow in hand, Garrow answered without hesitation, "We've sent a carrier pigeon, but I'm afraid significant aid is unlikely. Minimal forces were left behind at the nearest city as well." "Then what will happen to us?" Maxie managed to stop herself from asking the question aloud. Now is not the time for childish whining. They had sturdy walls, ample provisions, and a store of magic stones. If they held their defenses, perhaps they could withstand until the campaign party returned. With renewed resolve, Maxie tirelessly deflected the onslaught of arrows. Soldiers used windlasses to raise 15 large cauldrons to the wall's summit. "Be careful with those," Alec Godric shouted as he was winched up with one of the windlasses. The soldiers carefully positioned the cauldrons at the crenels at his warning. Gingerly lifting the lid of one, Maxie recoiled from the pungent stench of oil, a smell akin to animal blood. It was alchemical fire. "Release the oil." At Alec's command, the soldiers hoisted the cauldron above the battlement. They tipped the contents over the wall onto the enemy. Soon, horrific screams filled the air. Maxie dared a peek down. Doused by the oil, ghouls that had been scaling the wall flailed in pain before plummeting to the ground. The soldiers continued to pour the black liquid down the walls, and some even catapulted the empty cauldrons. Hopping down from the windlass, Alec raised a torch and bellowed, "Step back unless you want to get burned." As soon as the soldiers retreated, he hurled the torch over the battlement. A second later, a sweltering heat engulfed them. Maxie shielded her face with her robe and crouched down. Golden flames cascaded down the rampart, swallowing the ghouls beneath it. Amid the raging snowstorm, the putrid aroma of burning flesh mixed with the scorching heat. The flames tore through the field, engulfing the skeletons outside the shield. "It's like hell on earth," Garrow murmured, transfixed. The sight was truly horrific to behold. Still, Maxie could not help but feel a surge of relief. Except for the hundreds of flailing corpses, the encircling horde was now retreating to escape the flames. "Stand down," Princess Agnes commanded when the monsters were out of range. Maxie surmised that the princess had decided to observe the situation to conserve their arrows and cannonballs. Grateful for the respite, Maxie lowered her shield. Garrow's concerned gaze met hers. "Are you all right, my lady?" She gave a feeble nod. Though she felt she would pass out from exhaustion, her mind was strangely lucid, the adrenaline of battle sharpening her senses. "It is over now?" she asked in a quivering voice. "I doubt they will attempt another attack right away, but..." Garrow trailed off as his gaze returned to the field. The inferno was now mere embers, and the sun slowly rose in the east. Maxie stared past the dark columns of smoke toward the horizon. It was a selfish wish, but she hoped the monsters would give up on Vismore and move on to another city. Yet the undead army remained, stationed just 4 radians, approx 740 meters, away. Garrow murmured somberly, "It doesn't seem like they intend to retreat." Under the oak tree. Chapter 418. Despairing, Maxie tried to gauge the size of the monster army. Though the ghouls that had breached the barrier turned to ash, the skeleton forces remained largely intact. Iron mace-wielding giants lined the field, while skeleton soldiers carrying spears, shields, ice swords, and axes dominated the hill behind them. "Prepare for battle." Princess Agnes's command rang out. The soldiers swiftly regrouped, weapons at the ready. As Maxie maneuvered through them, she asked Alec, "Do we have more flaming oil?" Peering through a crenel, Alec turned to her, shaking his head. "We've used it all. The unnamed mages are making more, but it'll be half a day before it's ready." Maxie's gaze settled on the guardhouse attached to the rampart. It seemed some mages had remained in the workroom to synthesize oil and brew elixirs for the soldiers. She watched the white smoke rising from the chimney before sweeping her eyes over the mages on the battlement. The senior mages seemed poised to continue fighting, but the others must have drained their mana. The mages running low on mana should help make the oil. It may speed up the process. "And the wall?" Alec asked. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Without mana, they will not be much use there anyway. "It will be better to have them create elixirs in the rear," Maxie replied firmly. She directed all but 5 of Nornai's senior mages to the guardhouse. She tasked the remaining mages with focusing their barriers on the gaps in the shield. Climbing the watchtower, she inspected the magical device. It had mana for 1 more day. The problem was the day after. Descending, she approached Alec. We should ready magic stones to replace the used ones as quickly as possible." "How many do we have?" "We've got 4 sacks of lesser stones but under 30 high-grade ones." Maxie bit her lip. For a vest shield spanning 2 radians, a stone from a high-grade monster like the basilisk was essential. And with 14 magical devices guarding the city, 30 stones would last a mere week. She sighed heavily. "We should prepare those first. I'll stay here. You go work on them in the workroom, Alex suggested. Studying her face, he added, I'm sure you're low on mana from defending the wall all night. I am fine. Besides, you would work much faster than. Just go. A drained mage will only get in the way. Hearing her own words used against her, she sighed in resignation and headed to the mage's workroom in the guardhouse. The air in the candlelit room was heavy with the heat of bubbling cauldrons, aromatic herbs, and the thick scent of oils. Maxie walked past the mages tending to the cauldrons and settled at a desk in the center. From a chest below, she retrieved a few basilisk stones wrapped in leather and began chipping away at the impurities with a sharp chisel. She then shaped the refined stones with a carving knife. Afterward, she created mana circuits within them, allowing mana to flow out. While she was in deep concentration, a sudden deafening noise shook the building. Maxie instinctively gripped the table. She was not alone in her alarm. All around, the other mages glanced about in confusion as well. Don't tell me the barrier has been breached already. The young mage Kim exclaimed in panic. Another booming impact caused the walls to shudder. Realizing that something awful was happening, Maxie darted out of the building just in time to see massive boulders soar over the walls and crash into the city's outskirts. Maxie staggered back as one such rock, tracing a huge arc in the sky, fell onto the roof of the building across from the guardhouse. She watched the scene in horror before jolting to her senses. There was no time to spare. She sped up the stairway leading to the ramparts. At the top, she spotted the giants flinging rocks from the hill using their long, skeletal arms. Their projectiles hurtled over the 8-cavet barrier and smashed into the outer wall. Reacting swiftly, Maxie summoned a shield overhead. Though she managed to protect the archers, the siege weapons on the battlement were not as fortunate. Catapults shattered, their arms tipping back and crushing the soldiers trying to load them. Maxie's legs buckled at the horrific scene, but somehow, she managed to remain standing. Holding back tears, she shouted, everyone, inside the shield. Now. Panic surged among the soldiers on the wall. They jostled each other to find refuge within the shield. As the chaos intensified, Maxie was squeezed against the battlement, suffocating amid the armored bodies pressing into her. Try as she might, she could not push them away. She was fighting for breath when Garrow elbowed his way through the men to get to her. He roughly shoved the soldiers aside, thundering, "Keep it together. Do you intend to crush Lady Calypso to death?" His fierce gaze scanned the troops. "You are to maintain your positions. I will personally throw anyone who dares to break rank off this wall." At his threat, the soldiers finally ceased their frenzied pushing. However, they cowered again when the next rain of boulders fell. "Steady," Garrow roared. "If we break, the city falls. Load the ballistae. Archers, target the giants." Soldiers snapped to attention. Recovering, Maxie extended her shield as much as possible to protect them from the incoming rocks. Glancing left and right, she saw the other mages doing likewise at intervals. Yet, they could not defend the entire city's ramparts with only 10 mages. Boulders smashed into the battlements and castle towers. Soldiers were caught in the barrage, with some flung off the walls. To Maxie, she was trapped in a nightmare. Feeling numb, she gathered her remaining mana. Though she would soon be depleted, her shield had to stand. Any lapse meant more death beneath the onslaught. She gazed beyond the wall as a coldness gripped her body, almost as if she had suffered severe blood loss. Arrows fell the giants, but they stood again and again, resuming their attack. "We are going to lose." The moment Maxie closed her eyes in resignation, silvery rays swirled around the walls. A blue, translucent barrier enveloped the entire city. There was a crash above, and Maxie jerked her head up. The newly formed barrier was deflecting the rocks raining down on them like comets. "My apologies for the delay. It has been a while since I last summoned a barrier of this size, so it took much longer than expected." Maxie's gaze turned to the voice and saw Calto Serbil ascending the stairs, an ivory cane in hand. The elder examined the ruined rampart, exhausted soldiers, and pallid faces of the depleted mages. "This barrier will stand for a day," he announced, "so be sure to rest. We must strategize our defense." With that, he turned around and descended the steps. After staring at his retreating back in stunned silence, Maxie sank to the floor. Her excessive mana use left her feeling momentarily dizzy. Garrow frantically helped her to her feet. "Are you all right, my lady?" "I think I managed to avoid mana depletion," Maxie mumbled weakly, rubbing her throbbing eyes. "Still, you need rest." "You don't look well," Garrow said, eyeing her pallor. Before Maxie could protest, he picked her up and began walking. Flustered, she was about to ask him to put her down when she saw the concern on the young knight's face. She relaxed into his arms and allowed herself to be carried. In truth, after staying awake for 30 hours and nearly exhausting her mana, she no longer had the energy to even walk. Upon reaching the mage's quarters, Garrow laid her on a straw-covered bed. "Please wait here a moment. I shall bring you food and water." Maxie clutched his arm. That's all right. I just need sleep. You must eat to regain strength, my lady." "I shall return shortly," Garrow coaxed before heading to the storehouse attached to the quarters. He was back soon with bread and butter. Though her thirst was great, having had nothing for a full day and a half, she had no appetite. It felt as if all her senses were dulled. She moistened her parched mouth with the warmed wine and forced down the food. Gazing out the window, she realized she could still feel the vibrations from the monster's bombardment. They must still be attacking. Nonetheless, the shield created by one of Ord's greatest mages provided comfort. They could rest assured as long as it stood. No, Maxie corrected herself. They would still be strong enough to defend the city even if the shield fell. With that reassurance, she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the room was shrouded in darkness. Feeling a chill course down her spine, she sat bolt upright. Panic gripped her momentarily as she thought she had risen from her grave. At the sight of the faint light, her tensions eased. How long have I been asleep? Rising from the bed, she grabbed the lamp on the windowsill and ignited it with magic. As she prepared to climb the stairs to the rampart, a firm hand grasped her arm. "Master Calto's shield is still in place. There's no need to go up there." Annette. Relief flooded Maxie as she saw her friend. A moment later, she unleashed a barrage of questions. How bad were the casualties on the west side? Is Sidina all right? How many? All mages survived unscathed. 3 suffered mana depletion, but they're nearly recovered now. And we only have a handful of injured soldiers, Annette answered calmly. Then, most died before anything could be done. Hunching her shoulders, Maxie tried to maintain her calm tone. How many died? Around 30. Maxie bunched her robe with her fist. With Vismore surrounded, they had to divide their forces to defend the east and west sides simultaneously. Losing 30 soldiers was a huge blow. What could they do now? She was desperately racking her brain for a solution when Annette pointed to the stairs leading to the workroom. "Master Calto said he wished to see you. He's in the workroom now." Maxie looked at her friend in puzzlement. What does he want?" "Beats me," Annette said, shrugging. As if her business with Maxie were concluded, Annette wandered off to the fireplace and laid on one of the beds. With a sigh, Maxie went downstairs. In the workroom, Calto Serbil looked up from the parchment he was studying before the brazier. "You're finally awake." Embarrassed, Maxie murmured, "Did I oversleep? I did not mean it as a rebuke. Come sit." Placing the stack of parchment on his lap, Calto let out a small sigh. "I shall cut to the chase, seeing as we are short on time. As things stand, our chances of successfully defending the city are slim. Vismore will fall in 15 days if this continues, hardly enough time for reinforcements to get here." The color drained from Maxie's face. "We have but one solution," Calto said calmly. What would that be? NV_LB inverted exclamation mark N, your escape into infinite tales. "Do you remember this rune?" he asked, handing her the parchments. Maxie accepted them, eyes widening at the familiar diagram. "It is your golem rune. Under the oak tree." Chapter 419. Maxie flipped through the parchments with trembling hands. There was no mistaking it, this was the rune draft she had destroyed herself. She looked up at the elder in bewilderment. Why do you have this, Master Calto?" "I got it from Landon," he said with his usual indifference. But Master Landon gave the draft back to me." "He gave you a copy, not the original draft you submitted," Calto replied, pressing his temple. Before presentations, head mages test submitted runes to prevent mishaps from overlooked flaws. The draft you hold now is a simplified version of your rune's core. Rest assured, the tower does not have the entirety of your golem rune." Maxie quickly thumbed through the pages. Though only part of the rune was there, any mage proficient with magical devices could deduce its function. She eyed Calto suspiciously. "I told Master Landon I had no intention of presenting this, so why did he give this to you?" Calto responded calmly, "I was told you chose not to present it because you feared it would trap you in Nornai. However, the tower has drastically revised its standards on forbidden magic. Yours likely would not be classified as such anymore." Maxie's eyes widened at the startling news. Meanwhile, the elder continued nonchalantly, in exchange for our aid, the tower has secured the Pope's promise to proclaim a new edict on magic. There will be a revision to the doctrine that declares magic a force that goes against divine will. Soon, many forbidden spells will be allowed. Maxie gripped her head, struggling to follow his words. She felt a throbbing headache coming on. The church's two factions had opposing views on magic. The Reformed Church took a lenient stance compared to the Orthodox Church, which saw magic as sin. But when it came to offensive magic, even the more tolerant Reformed faction was against it. A unilateral proclamation by the Pope would not change that perception overnight. More likely, it would spark immense backlash. Maxie worriedly bit her lip, still unconvinced by Calto's assurance that the rune would not get her into trouble. If the Orthodox faction ever regained power, her rune might brand her a heretic who would have to face trial. But we just might be able to fend off the undead army with this. She stared at the parchment in her hand. Though the complete draft was destroyed before she left the Mage Tower, she was confident this was all she needed to recreate the rune. Steeling herself, she declared, I will make the golems. But I will need the mage's assistance. Let the Umri mages help. The rest of us will guard the walls. Those not adept at defense should assist you as well. I will also require high-grade stones, Maxie added tentatively. Calto's brow furrowed, pondering their limited resources. Finally, he said, take whatever stones you require. The golems will help us defend the city, even without magical devices. Deep in thought, Maxie stared at the flickering candle on the table. If she were to cut back on sleep, she should be able to finish a golem in 5 days. The walls would have to stand until then. She eventually decided to reserve 14 stones for the magical devices, using the rest for the golem. I shall start right away. Do you know where Alec and Dean might be? They are mending the siege weapons on the battlement, Calto replied, leaning back in his chair. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. Maxie suddenly noticed that the elder's face was much paler than usual. Maintaining a shield around an entire city was evidently taxing, even for him. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, Calto added, you may use the third-floor workroom. I had it cleared for you. Rolling up the documents, Maxie tucked them into her robe before stepping outside. It had snowed again. The fresh blanket of snow crunched underfoot as she walked. She turned her lamp's valve to make it brighter, then carefully climbed the stairs to the rampart. Several soldiers with torches stood watch. Beyond them, she spotted the Godric brothers, engrossed in mending a catapult. I need your help, she said as she approached. Alec paused, looking up from the severed rope he was replacing. With what? Come with me. I will explain on the way. The brothers exchanged a glance before lowering their tools and rising. Together, the trio walked along the battlement, where Maxie's gaze was drawn to the eerie sight below. Thousands of red eyes flashed in the dark beneath a starless sky. After a moment of steeling herself, she pressed forward. They began working on the golem without delay. Maxie crafted the complex magical formulas using countless symbols while Alec and Dean sketched the designs under her guidance. It soon became clear that the brothers were weak in magical theory, as they did not understand how the ruin worked. Nonetheless, their draft was impeccable. It was not for no reason that the twins' handiwork was known as the best in Gnome Hall. Maxie could only stare in awe at the golem that they designed to her specifications. If we continue at this pace, I think we will be able to finish much sooner, Maxie commented. Do you think it could be done by tonight? Dean asked, looking up from the intricate diagram, his eyes shining expectantly. Maxie gave him an incredulous look. The draft we are working on is merely the golem's core. There is still the monocircuit and exoskeleton. After that, we must combine all the runes. Alex shuddered. Just the thought gives me the chills. Stop grumbling and keep working, Maxie chided, jotting down more formulas. Spotting an error, she irritably tore the bottom part of the parchment. Her hasty calculations seemed to be leading to incorrect details more often than usual. With a long sigh, she grabbed a fresh sheet. Just then, Annette came striding into the room. Master Calto told me you needed help. I got the gist of it, so just tell me what to do, she said, followed by a wide yawn. Relief washed over Maxie. Her savior was here. We are making the golem's monocircuit. Could you organize these formulas? Annette's short legs stomped over to the desk, where she picked up some parchment from the large pile heaped on top. After leafing through them, she pursed her lips, letting out a low whistle. I always knew you had a knack for magical theory, but this is exceptional. Unlike her brothers, Annette seemed to have no problem understanding the rune's mechanics. A series of exclamations escaped her as she went through the pile, one parchment at a time. Please, admire later, Maxie said impatiently. I need you to start working. Don't rush me. I need to get my head around it to know what I'm supposed to be doing. Unlike those two, I don't have the ability to come up with a diagram without the theory. Pulling her chair closer to the desk, Annette pointed a thumb at her brothers as she sat down. The twins knitted their brows, seemingly unsure whether to take her words as a compliment or insult. In the end, they gave disinterested shrugs and returned to their work. Maxie exhaled and handed Calto's documents to Annette. This should help you understand the fundamental structure. Annette accepted the stack of parchment and took her time studying it. When she finally raised a quill to begin organizing the formulas, Maxie turned her attention to crafting the rune. Slowly, the yellowed paper before her filled with tiny symbols. She was deeply engrossed when a loud noise echoed from outside. The enemy assault had resumed. Under the oak tree. Chapter 420. Shouldn't we head outside? Dean murmured anxiously. Maxie stood to open the shutters. All along the wall, soldiers fired flame arrows through the crenels. Soon, the pitch-black sky was the color of ash, and enormous rocks rained down on the fainter shield like comets. A sigh of relief escaped Maxie as she watched the rocks thrown by unseen monsters deflect off the barrier. It seems, Master Calto's shield is still in place. It should stay up until noon. At least that's what Master Calto said, Annette chimed in as she jotted down formulas on a piece of parchment. And once the shield is down, the mages will cast barriers above the ramparts. All we have to worry about is creating this golem. Maxie turned to her friend with a grim expression. Won't they be short on hands? They will have to bear it for now. This golem is our priority, Annette replied brusquely. She retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment and continued working. Maxie tried to concentrate on the rune before her, but the muffled thuds from outside, combined with her curiosity, made it hard to sit still. Was staying cooped up in the workroom truly the best course of action? I've finished my part. Alec, having swiftly finished designing the golem's core, held out his hand for a new task. Snapping out of her thoughts, Maxie quickly scanned the desk. Realizing they had completed all the formulas she had given them, she hastened to finish the one she was working on. Please give me a moment. I'm almost done with this one. Take your time. We wouldn't want you to make a mistake in your haste. I assure you, there are no mistakes. After quickly reviewing the complex symbols, Maxie rolled up the parchment and passed it to Alec. She then grabbed a new piece and began work on the formula for the golem's inner circuit. She could not afford distractions. It was vital that she finish the rune as quickly as possible. As the sounds of war echoed outside, Maxie furiously etched ancient symbols onto the large parchment. After what felt like an eternity, a distant horn blared. It was a military signal. One long blast meant an enemy sighting, two short blasts meant to attack, and one long followed by two short meant to halt. This horn sounded 3 times. An unsettling quiet blanketed the city. For a moment, Maxie clung to a futile hope that the monsters had given up on Vismore. However, the call to reorganize shattered that hope, and the clamor of battle resumed. Maxie focused on her work, trying to shake off her disappointment. Even if the monsters left now, it was only a brief reprieve. The undead would inevitably target another city, making the barrier around the Lexos Mountains useless. And without the invoked sanctuary, the dragon would quickly regain its powers. The realization hit her hard. The current campaign party was only half the size of the old one from 6 years ago. They were already struggling against Dragonians capable of powerful magic. They would stand no chance if the dragon regained its full power now. With newfound determination, Maxie thought of Riftan. For his sake, they had to defeat the monster army. She did not want her husband to face even more hardship when he was already fighting an arduous battle of his own. Please visit freewn.com website to read fastest update. She scribbled formula after formula until her eyes were red. As she worked, 2 junior mages entered the workroom. They apparently had come to assist on Calto's orders. Maxie instructed them to gather the required components for the magical device, stone slabs, magic stones, and several tools, and had them copy the diagrams Annette had organized. She intended to create several golems at once using the copy. After what felt like forever, Annette rubbed her tired eyes and tapped Maxie's shoulder. You should take a quick nap. I can handle things here. Maxie looked up, realizing night had descended again. She had been at it since dawn, working almost 20 hours straight. "Just look at your writing. It's a mess," Annette said, clicking her tongue as she surveyed Maxie's barely legible formulas. "Take a breather so you can work with a clear head." Maxie stifled a sigh and rose from her seat. Though she doubted she could fall to sleep, her head felt terribly foggy, and she knew she had lost focus. After downing some porridge brought by the sentries, she laid down in a corner, willing sleep to come. The siege continued for days. The soldiers grew tired as the undead army repeated a cycle of attack and retreat tactics around the city. Maxie realized the monsters were trying to chip away at Vismore's defenses. The sporadic clashes meant the coalition was forced to guard the walls around the clock, ultimately leading to wearied soldiers and greater injuries. With the mages struggling with mana depletion, the infirmary lacked healers. When the number of casualties rose to 80 over a few days, even the commanding officers began rushing Maxie. "The magical devices will only last until tomorrow. If the golems aren't ready, we must use the magic stones for them," Princess Agnes announced as she strode into the workroom. Maxie, engraving a rune onto a palm-sized piece of obsidian, looked up in embarrassment. Tristan's princess, who had entered the room behind Agnes, chimed in. "I knew relying on unproven magic was a mistake. We should stop wasting time and bolster the magical devices instead." "We are almost finished," Maxie stammered. "The golems should be ready by morning, so please bear with us for a bit longer." She could hear the doubt in her wavering voice. Princess Leanna cast a dubious eye over the chaotic spread of magic stones, stone slabs, and stacks of parchment on the desk. "How many golems will we have by the morrow?" "4." The princess let out an incredulous laugh. "You intend to defend the city from thousands of monsters with just 4 golems? We will make more once we activate the first lot." The princess looked poised for a retort but held back, perhaps deciding the debate was pointless. Turning on her heel, she said, "Very well. We shall wait until tomorrow. If your magic proves useless, we will take the remaining magic stones for the magical devices." After glaring incredulously at the self-important woman and watching her disappear down the stairs, Maxie turned to Princess Agnes. Agnes gave her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry for rushing you, but the soldiers are losing morale. If we lose the barriers, most of the men will stop fighting, and the city will fall in a matter of minutes. We need those golems." Maxie, ready to defend her efforts, caught sight of Agnes' haggard face. Everyone had been guarding the walls for days without proper rest. It was only natural that they felt anxious. "Don't worry," Maxie assured gently. "They will be ready before daybreak." Once Princess Agnes left the workroom, Maxie promptly returned to her task. By dawn, she had completed 4 golem figures. Rubbing ointment onto her sore, inflamed fingers, she gazed down at the palm-sized figures. Even though they were a product of her own hands, she found it difficult to believe that such crude constructions could turn into golems. What would happen if they did not function as they wanted? What if the golems became uncontrollable? A myriad of fears looped in her mind. After obsessively checking for mistakes, she squeezed her eyes shut and wrapped each figure in a thick woolen cloth. "Alec, Dean, place the golems outside the west gate," she instructed, handing a figure to each. "Annette and I will cover the east gate." "Why you want us to go out of the city by ourselves?" "Tristan's cavalry has agreed to escort you, and Master Calto will also be there to keep you safe." Exchanging a terror-stricken look, the twins soon departed with determined expressions. Maxie and Annette wished them luck and followed suit to the east gate. Upon nearing it, they were met with a group of armed soldiers. Maxie broke into a run toward them but halted when she heard a heated exchange. "Sir Riftan tasked me with protecting her ladyship." Garrow raged at Gable. "On what grounds are you barring me from this mission? My men and I can safeguard her ladyship. I need you to remain. I will not stand for this. I did not complain when I was excluded from the Dragon campaign, but I refuse to comply this time." Garrow snarled, his shoulders heaving in anger. Maxie froze in place. She had never seen the young knight so angry. NV_LB inverted exclamation mark N, your escape into infinite tales. After scratching the back of his head irritably, Gable shifted tactics to persuasion. "You are not ready. Once you've adjusted to your narrowed vision." "Are you saying I am unreliable?" Garrow retorted, his face growing grim. "I can still fight with one eye. There is nothing you can say that will stop me from escorting her ladyship." "God damn it. Being under that person's command has only made you bullheaded," Gable spat. Then, with a resigned sigh, he said, "Fine. Do as you please." He then turned away in anger. When he caught sight of Maxie, who was rooted rather awkwardly to the spot, he came running toward her. "My lady, you're here." Maxie let out a nervous laugh. "It has been a while, Sir Gable. Are you, well? And unharmed, I hope?" Gable had been stationed on the north wall near the basilica, so she had not seen him for quite some time. He broke into a gentle smile as if attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. "As you can see, I've not a scratch on me. Have you finished all your preparations, my lady?" "Why, yes." "Good. Then, let us make haste." The knights promptly signaled to the sentries above the gate, and Maxie stepped forward as the portcullis moved up. The drawbridge slowly came down with a great clanking of chains. With quivering eyes, she took in the thousands of monsters camped over the bridge. Even at a distance, she could almost feel their chilling breaths. "You're absolutely certain the magical devices are still working?" Annette asked in a hushed voice. Maxie tried her best to sound calm. "They should continue to work for the next few hours." She willed her rigid legs to walk out of the city. Although she had Gable, and 5 of his direct subordinates protecting her from all sides, she felt as terrified as a baby bird leaving the safety of its nest for the first time. As if sensing her terror, Gable said gently, "Don't be afraid, my lady. We will protect you." Maxie squeezed her eyes shut and crossed the drawbridge onto the snow-covered slope littered with thousands of arrows.